Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4058 under Committee Report number 18. This refers to the 2026 General Appropriations Bill, the parliamentary status of which is that we are in the period of interpellation. I further move that we now consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President and recognize the distinguished sponsor, our Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Yeah. Any objection? The Chair hears none. The consideration of House Bill 4058 under Committee Report number 18 is in order. We now recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the Chairman of the Committee on Finance, to sponsor the budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the proposed new appropriations for the Office of the Vice President for fiscal year 2026 amounting to 889 million pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to Senator Robin Padilla is seeking the floor for a manifestation of support. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized. And by the way, we would like to recognize the presence of the Vice President, Vice President Sara Duterte. Welcome to the Senate, Your Honor. Go ahead, Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Ako po'y walang katanungan sa ating ginoong sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, kundi ako po'y magmamanifest lamang. Ako po'y natutuwa sapagkat dito po sa ating bulwagan ay atin pong hindi binawasan ang budget ng ating pangalawang Pangulo, bagkus ay dinagdagan. Sapagkat alam niyo po, sa akin pong karanasan sa tuwing may dadating na kalamidad, kalungkutan, kamatayan, naandyan po lagi ang ating pangalawang Pangulo upang makiramay, tumulong. Kahit saan pong lupalop sa Pilipinas, makikita po natin ang opisina ng ating pangalawang Pangulo at siya mismo pumupunta sa mga lugar na hindi pa po naabot ng kahit na sinong naging public official. Kaya ako po'y masaya at ako po'y nagpapasalamat sa ating mga kasama, sa ating pong sponsor, Senator Sherwin, sa ating pong Senate President, sa lahat po na bumubuo, sa lahat po ng mga senador. Maraming salamat po at hindi po nagmula dito sa ating bulwagan ang pang-iipit sa ating pangalawang Pangulo. Muli po, maraming salamat at pinatutunayan ko po ng napakalaki ng naitulong ng ating pangalawang Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Majority Leader, what is the pleasure of the body?
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the Office of the Vice President and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Office of the Vice President is hereby deemed submitted. 1 minute suspension. Bale, andyan si Loren.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the following agencies: Marawi Compensation Board, the National Amnesty Commission, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, and the National Security Council, and recognize the distinguished Senator Win Gatchalian to sponsor the following agencies.
Any objections? Chair hears none. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized to sponsor the enumerated offices.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations for the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency amounting to 2.7 billion pesos and for the National Security Council amounting to 1.2 billion pesos. Likewise, Mr. President, we are also submitting for the body's consideration the proposed new appropriations for the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, amounting to 8.9 billion pesos.
Yes.
For the National Amnesty Commission, amounting to 305 million pesos, and for the Marawi Compensation Board, amounting to 2.2 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Loren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the budget of all the agencies, especially the NSC, the NSA, and I used to defend this for a couple of years, and I'm glad that the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace is also here. I would just like to manifest that I commend the Chair for including under the Senate Committee report OPAPRU's budget increase of 1.7 billion, if I'm not mistaken. It was included. This supports the Educational Assistance Program for decommissioned combatants of the MILF and the MNLF, their family members or next of kin, and eligible indigenous peoples. This program provides 50,000 per learner per school year to enable access to formal education. And I would just like to put on record that this is a peace, security, and education budget all rolled into one. We all know that in conflict-affected communities, education is a proven deterrent to recruitment, a pathway to economic mobility, and a stabilizing force that strengthens both identity and civic engagement. This is part of our continuing implementation of the socio-economic component of the normalization track of a comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, and it is a crucial part of the ongoing peace process. I will not ask any questions. I will talk to the presidential advisor on how many are covered and what else they need and how we can help through other agencies aside from this, let's say the SWD. I just wanted to put on record, and I hope and pray that this increase of the Senate budget for OPAPRU, for peace, security, and education for our combatants will not be deleted in the BICAM. This is very important. But also, just as an advice, this is a big amount. We have to ensure it really goes to education. This is for scholarships, not for MOE, for other needs, although there are needs. It should go direct. And so the Senate committee would probably be, we would be happy to receive the list of the recipients of the scholarship program. So I commend the chair for heeding, for listening during the budget hearings and committing it at the time. And I checked the committee report, nandyan talaga. So ibig sabihin, yung mga natutuklasan po natin sa mga hearing ay hindi lang, sige, kami bahala dyan. Talagang pinapatupad ng ating chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lauren. Kayo po ang may kayo po ang dahilan kaya po nagkaroon ng ganitong intervention, especially on educational assistance. During the hearing, yung discussion ho natin, nalaman ho natin kay General Galvez na sa marami pong hiling ng mga taong bumabalik sa mainstream, no? Education in top of mind nila. So alam ko marami silang pangangailangan, pero kung may isang pangangailangan na talagang gusto ho nila matanggap sa ating gobyerno, yun po yung educational assistance. At maganda ho yan dahil binibigyan nila ng malaking pahalaga yung edukasyon ng kanilang mga anak at of course yung kinabukasan, yung future ng kanilang pamilya. Kaya ho, doon po sa hearing nagmungkahi ho kayo na bigyan po ng educational assistance at yun po ngayon ay nailagay ho natin sa ating committee report. Kaya kami po ang magpapasalamat ho sa inyo. Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, there being no
Yes.
other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the following agencies: the Marawi Compensation Board, the National Amnesty Commission, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, National Security Council, and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of the following: Marawi Compensation Board, the National Amnesty Commission, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, and the National Security Council's budget are hereby deemed submitted.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Yeah, hello,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Yes,
Did you adjourn the meeting in the back?
yes, Mr. President. This one,
All right.
the
Good.
second one, the second one.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. President. My apologies for being a bit delayed. We did end up late last night, this morning, and a bit of excitement that I will make cuento to you later. But, Mr. President, move that the department, or we consider the budget of the Department of Transportation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of the budget of the Department of Transportation is in order. Chairman is
Yes, the chairman is our
Sponsor.
distinguished Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ercito. May we recognize him to give the details of the
Senator
budget.
J.B. Ersto is recognized, but before you give the details, the session is suspended. We ask Senator Loren Legarda to take over the chair. Session suspended.
Resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President. Madam President, may we recognize once again Senator Ercito to give the details of the budget and to interpolate our distinguished Senate President Vicente Soto III.
Thank you. We recognize Senate President Vicente Soto, and we recognize, of course, our sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Thank you, Madam President. As Vice Chairperson of the Subcommittee F of the Senate Committee on Finance, this representation is honored to sponsor the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies and corporations. The DOTR family joins us this afternoon, headed by Acting Secretary Giovanni Lopez. For the record, the recommended budget of for the DOTR and its attached agencies and corporations for fiscal year 2026 is 191,861,790,000 pesos, which is broken down as follows. Office of the Secretary, 141,708,341,000 pesos. Civil Aeronautics Board, 262,380,000 pesos. The Maritime Industry Authority, 1,477,468,000 pesos. Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, 47,304,000 pesos. Office for Transportation Security, 1,156,862,000 pesos. The Philippine Coast Guard, 44,558,276,000 pesos. The Toll Regulatory Board, 78,650,000 pesos. Further, for the DOTR attached corporations, Light Rail Transit Authority, 1,220,896,000 pesos. The Philippine National Railways, 1,351,622,000 pesos. Madam President, the Senate Committee report reflects our steadfast commitment to modernize, improve, and sustain the transport sector. With the support of Sen. Win Gatchalian, the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, we are proud to report the following key accomplishments in the Senate Committee report. For the maritime sector, Mr. President, Madam President, in support of the brave men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard, we have introduced an amendment that secures the allocation of 4,900,000,000 pesos for the acquisition of more than 400 floating assets, together with an allocation boosting their technological capabilities. This additional appropriation underscores the Senate's commitment to upholding the sovereignty and patrimony of our nation. ensuring that the Philippine Coast Guard is adequately equipped to carry out its sworn mandate. Also, in recognition of the valiant efforts of the Philippine Coast Guard, the Senate intends to raise the daily subsistence allowance of over 34,321 personnel from 150 pesos to 350 pesos. For the implementation of the Magna Carta for seafarers, we have also allocated 96,285,000 pesos. This has been long overdue and is an investment for the well-deserved seafarers whose talents and perseverance are known and recognized all over the world. For the air sector, Madam President, with the objective to stimulate economic growth, enhance regional transportation connectivity, and advance tourism development in key regions across the country, we will fund several airport projects in Bicol, Daet, Camiguin, Siargao, and Catbalogan. And of course, not to forget Bukidnon of the Majority Leader. This is a special mention. We will make sure that it will be funded and be completed. In addition to the ones already funded under the GAP. Funding for the Bicol International Airport Project is proposed at 1 billion pesos. The Daet, Camiguin, and Catbalogan airports will each receive funding of 250 million pesos for further development. Likewise, the Siargao Airport is allocated 100 million to upgrade the passenger experience in support of our tourism sector. For the rail sector, Madam President, for the railway sector, we continue to ensure that the funding for foreign assisted projects remains under the program appropriations, while also committing to expedite the release of funds under the program appropriations to accelerate the completion of our major rail infrastructure projects. We have also provided an amendment for the subsidy of LRT passengers at 1 billion pesos, a provision for the operations and maintenance of the LRT at over 300 million pesos, additional support and funding for MRT3 at 120 million pesos. For the road sector, Madam President, for the road sector, we have an increase of 1,300,000 pesos for the public transport modernization program, bringing the total appropriation for the program to 2,532,000,000 pesos. With that, Madam President, we are now ready to answer the questions from our colleagues. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Madam President.
Thank you. We thank the sponsor. You may proceed with the interpellations.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Honor, the Vice Chairman for the Department of Transportation, and will you yield to a few questions that we would like to pose?
Yes, sir, certainly from our Senate President. Anything, of course, your intervention will always be welcome.
Thank you. As usual, I will be short, but I just have to place on record a few points. And as usual, the can opener of the interpellations. I am in full support of the budget of the Department of Transportation, but I cannot let it pass without inquiring some points on the policy and the budget itself. As you well know, the Department of Transportation is always close to my heart because I drive myself every day. The only time I use a driver is when there is no parking in the place I'm going to. No, so I know how the department moves and what's new and what's happening. And by the way, the suspicion of the Majority Leader is unfounded that I drive myself and I have no driver because I'm hiding or I'm hiding something. You know? As a matter of fact, all my cars have no tints. It's untinted. Kaya malinis.
What?
All right. Anyway, thank you. Mr. President, Madam President, I should say, Your Honor, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, road traffic injuries are the leading cause of death among Filipinos, aged 15 to 29. In fact, in 2023 alone, road crashes claimed 13,125 lives of the Filipinos, not to mention the various major road accidents reported in the news in 2024 and 2025. More importantly, road accidents are one of the top killers of our children, whose lives we are duty-bound to protect. This is the reason why in 1999, and just for the record, I should mention that I authored the Seatbelts Use Law. In 2015, I authored the Children's Safety on Motorcycles Act of 2015, and in 2018, I co-authored the Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act. But these alone are not sufficient. We have to actively do more to prevent these road accidents. So my question, what are the programs and plans under the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan for 2023 to 2028?
Madam President, we agree with the Senate President, because if anyone here knows what the real situation on the ground, on the road, it's you, because you really drive yourself, no? But unfortunately, the road crashes, no, yung accidents still reached 13,000 last year, as you mentioned. But there are some measures that we have passed in the Senate, no, yung child safety and the speed limiters law, which we also passed. I think this has really helped a lot, because before there are a lot of buses, especially those that travel long distances. Wala pong speed limit, wala silang speed limiters, and there have been a lot of accidents before. But with the implementation of the Speed Limiters Act, I think there's a significant drop in the occurrence of accidents involving buses, Madam President. Also, according to our secretary, they are now trying to focus on the motorcycle riders, because more than 50%, probably 60% of the road crashes are involves motorcycle riders, no? Well, it's self-explanatory because there's only two wheels. But more importantly, Madam President, actually, I plan to, being a rider myself, I also plan to introduce a bill that would require mandatory riders education before somebody is allowed to buy or purchase a motorcycle. So we will, and also getting the license. No? Iba kasi yung lisensya ng motor, that's a different type. So the LTO will now, the OTR and LTO will now require riders education before they are able to avail of the license that will allow them to ride motorcycle, Madam President. So these are the long-term plans, Madam President. I think the introduction of the riders education, the mandatory riders education before any purchase of motorcycle and issuance of license will be very helpful in case we are able to pass this measure.
Yes, I agree. And I hope that is included in the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan, no? For 2023 to 2028 in your program, okay? So again, will that include medyo stricter giving out of licenses by LTO? Ano, yung pagkuha ng lisensya hindi kasing dali nung araw. Nung araw, napakadali. As a matter of fact, there were some years ago that marami nagalit sa akin. Sabi ko, pagka naghigpit uli ang LTO ng pagkuha ng lisensya at gayahin yung katulad ng pagkuha ng lisensya sa ibang bansa, katulad sa Amerika, ulitan. Lahat na magbe-birthday, panibago uli. Na, yun ang suggestion ko some years back. And I said, I guarantee that 50% of the drivers will fail. Di ba? Ay ganun kadali kumuha ng lisensya nung araw. So hopefully, kasama sa action plan ninyo na yun, Riders Education Program, at hindi lang education program nagpapatakbo, dapat may konting, kumbaga sa yung sinasabi ninyo sa mga taxi driver, di ba? Ayaw nyo ng nakakamiseta or hindi ba, kailangan maayos ang pananamit. Ganon din sa mga riders. Dami ko nakakasabay, nakachinelas Papanong, di ba? Papanong makakakilos ng matinuyan kung nakachinelas? At hindi nasisita. No? So, I hope that is included in your road safety action plan. Well-educated drivers na yung sumusunod sa, yung isang araw, nagre-reklamo sa akin yung aking political officer, si Hatch. Sabi niya, bakit itong mga driver natin hindi nakakaintindi ng isa-isa? Hindi ba? Hindi nakakaintindi ng isa-isa. Basta singitan na singitan. Talagang and I experience it daily. I do not have motorcycle escorts, but I can see the motorcycle riders, and it's pandemonium most of the time. So, kaya nagiging ganyan ang mga aksidente because of these actions or these things that happen. So again, hopefully, that will be included, in your road safety plan. Do we get that assurance, Your Honor?
Yes, Madam President, our Senate President, our Secretary has committed, and he said that they will make sure that the practical driving course for motorcycle riders will be implemented before the issuance of license and before they are allowed to purchase motorcycles. Kasi nangyayari po ngayon, Mr. Senate President, ang dali hong kumuha ng motorsiklo, mag-down payment ka lang, ilang libo lamang, makukuha mo na, kahit na wala hong training, minsan po talaga, sa totoo, ako'y rider, pero nakikita ko meron talagang mga hindi rin disiplinado, akala nila bisikleta lang na nalagyan ng makina. Kaya nagiging delikado. Kaya I think this introduction of mandatory training for motorcycle riders will be a big step towards road safety. And also, meron pang suggestion that aside from sa DepEd po sana, aside from the GMRC now that being implemented, that yung pong traffic rules, regulations, and etiquette be also included in the courses. Para alam na po ng mga tao, kahit na hindi po sila motorista, they know the traffic rules and for safety reasons as well.
At saka, pero ngayon yan, yan yung mga kasama sa road safety plan nyo. Paano yung mga dati na? Dati na may mga lisensya, dati na mga nagmamaneho. Hindi ba dapat medyo higpitan nyo ng konti? Di ba? In coordination with the traffic management, the LTO itself and traffic management, dapat higpitan nyo ng konti, paghuhulihin yung lumalabag. Para madala. Kaya mababait magmaneho ang mga Pilipino in other places dahil mahigpit dun doon medyo hindi ka huminto sa stop sign. Huli ka agad ticket ka. Kung hindi man, yari ka rin sa
Saka masunurin po sa
CCTV.
ibang bansa.
Sa ibang bansa, masunurin. Pag dito, bastusan di ba? Talagang, so, higpitan lang. Higpitan nyo lalo. Palagay ko, baka makaiwas tayo sa mga malalaking aksidente.
Yes, Madam President, Mr. Senate President, Secretary Lopez said that they will make sure that the enforcement will be stricter this time, and they will employ a merit and demerit system na talagang pag ikaw frequent violator, wala na, your license can be suspended or even canceled.
Yan, tama yun because iba yung nag-iigpit ako nagpapahuli. Mga 3 beses na ako huli na speeding sa sa NLEX tsaka sa SLEX Nagpapahuli ko.
Masarap po kasi driving kotse niyo, SP.
Minsan lumalampas Hindi, may mga mababagal lang kasi, kaya nilalampasan ko. Ngayon, nakakatawa nga minsan may anecdote si Senator Lacson. Sayang, wala pa siya rito sa taas nahuli si Senator Lacson sa Skyway Sabi, nagpahuli din siya, nagpapahuli yun Minaabot niya yung lisensya niya. Sabi sa kanya, ay, pangalawang beses na kayo nahuli. Sabi sa kanya, sabi nung nanguhuli, yung Skyway Patrol. Sabi, pangalawa kayong nahuli namin. Tinanong ni Senator Lacson, sino yung isa? Si Senator Soto. Anyway, your proposed 100 million for the implementation of the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan 2023-2028, wala Wala ako nakita. Both in the NEP and the GAB. Walang funding. Ano ba ito? What would be the effect if that is not funded?
Unfortunately, Mr. Senate President, hindi nga ho ito na ibigay. But according to our secretary, they cannot intensify itong new efforts that they would want to introduce. Yung po mga nabanggit natin. So they will go back to the old program. They will just have to do and be contented with existing.
Pero may
programs
funding
that
yung
they have.
old program nyo. May funding kayong pwedeng gamitin from the DOTR. Because kung wala, naloko na.
Unfortunately, wala akong funding, SP.
We must take a look at this at this point. Chairman of the Committee on Finance, hopefully may look into this. Baka mayroong pagkukunan din doon sa kanila proper, di ba? Para hindi tayo gumalaw sa iba.
Actually,
So that,
Mr. President, we included it in the subcommittee report, not approved by the Mother Committee, just in case meron hong sobra. Kasi po, as you pointed out, this is very important, especially with still a lot of road crashes every year. The DOTR is asking for about 100 million for this program, yung Road Safety Program, Mr. President, Madam President.
Alright, sige. Pwede yun. Kung merong makita si Senator Gatchalian dyan na kahit dun mismo sa kanilang budget itself. No? We're talking of, what is the total budget of DOTR?
Per GAB is 190 billion.
190 billion. Yeah. Siguro naman may naliligaw na 100 million dyan na pwede. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for yielding, Your Honor. Thank you very much to the DOTR family. Madam President, thank you. I end my interpellation.
We thank the Senate President for its interventions. We suspend session for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I never had a doubt whenever you drove alone. I know you're a trustworthy husband.
Thank you, Your
Si
Honor.
Senator Lauren lang yun na medyo suspicious. Mr. President, I move that we recognize next to interpolate the budget is our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, the Deputy Majority Leader, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang hapon po, Mr. Chairman. Kung maaari po, magsimula po ako dun sa paksanong staffing at expertise para i-finalize yung local public transport route plans. Mr. President, the DOTR has publicly committed to completing 50% of route rationalization by the end of 2025 and 100% by 2026. Given that as of mid-2024, only roughly 11% or 174 out of about 1,600 LGUs had approved local public transport route plans or LPTRPs. Ano pong specific technical interventions at additional budget allocations ang nasa 2026 GAB para realistically makalundag mula sa 11% completion rate hanggang 50% sa loob lamang ng isang taon, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, regarding road rationalization, at present, according to Secretary Lopez, they're at 36%. And also from the local government units, the DOTR already took over. No? Sila na po ang mag-implement by next year. And also next year, they target 75% na?
By mid-77, by next year, and the entire year 100%.
By mid next year, about 77%, and hopefully by the end of the year, they would target to have 100% of the route rationalization. Likewise,
So we have to procure this music. The same thing like I said earlier.
also for additional information, as of November 15, 2025, 1,237 LGUs out of 1,591 LGUs have already submitted their draft local public transportation route plan for the review of DOTR and the LTFRB. Out of the 1,591 LGUs, 617 LGUs are compliant or have been approved. 421 have been issued a notice of compliance and special notice of compliance. 196 LGUs have been identified for the issuance of an NNC. So those are additional information, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. So maganda, nakikita po natin meron talagang improved rate na pinaplano ng completion ng department hanggang katapusan ng susunod na taon. Meron bang any special technical interventions or additional budget allocations na nasa GAB para ma-achieve itong mga targets na ito, Mr. President?
Sorry for the day, Mr. President, because
It's all right, Mr. President.
I'm still having a difficult time with my eyesight. Di ko babasa yung kanilang note cards.
Oh, take your time,
kinukunan ko
Mr.
muna ng
Chair.
picture.
Opo.
The strategic transport model for the MUSEP or the Greater NCR is set to be set for completion by end 2027 and will guide the metropolitan route rationalization study for 2025. Ongoing route planning activities include capacity building under the JICA TCP, workshops, LPTRP manual, enhancement, operator training, guidelines for PUB stops and intermodal hubs to improve accessibility and modal shift, procurement of consultants for interregional and interprovincial route rationalization, and finally, finalization of NCR LPTRPs for infra-LGU routes, supported by DOTR, LTFRB-led formulation, workshops, and public consultations.
Salamat, Mr. President. At yung, kung hindi man lahat, yung ilan sa mga interventions na ito, pati yung maganda, no, meron palang mas strategic pa na framework hanggang 2027. Yung ilan or lahat po ng ito ay may additional budget allocations po sa 2026 GAB, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, Your Honor, for the PTMP, no, under GAB, it was given a budget of 1.3 billion. But through the Senate's intervention, we increased it to 2.5 billion.
Okay.
So halos na doble po natin here in the Senate Committee Report.
Alright, salamat po, Mr. President. And mamaya may follow-up question ako tungkol dun sa binanggit ng good sponsor na yung JICA, yung papel ng JICA sa importanteng prosesong ito.
And according to Secretary Lopez,
Yes,
with
Mr.
this
Chair.
increase, it will address the issues that were mentioned earlier. Malaking tulong po.
At mabuti po yan, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. So, to ensure that this 2-year timeline is not another moving target, pwede po bang mag-submit ang department ng organizational structure at saka staffing pattern nung Franchise Planning and Monitoring Division at nung PUVMP Project Management Office, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the Secretary said they will comply. By next week, they will be submitting to Your Honor's office, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Specifically, we request a table showing the ratio of urban transport planners to the number of pending LPTRPs. And if the ratio is shown to be insufficient, may signed contract po ba ang department para sa third-party manpower support para ma-clear talaga yung backlog by 2025, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, that will be based on the consultant recommendation that they will be procuring by next year using these funds, Your Honor.
Alright. Salamat, Mr. President. Opo, na-note ko nga yung isa sa mga specific technical interventions na binanggit nyo kanina ay yung pag-procure ng mga consultants na ito. Okay. So, dako naman po ako dun sa 2 root causes ng PTMP unbankability sa DBP. Mr. President, there were reports that indicate that the Development Bank of the Philippines has suspended its Pasada loan program for transport cooperatives and is proposing to raise the required equity or down payment from 5% to a staggering 25% due to a past due rate of 25% among borrowers. I have a 2-part question regarding this policy shift. First, regarding the financial consequences. Aware po ba ang DBP sa pagkaalam ng department? Aware ba ang bank na yung pagtaas ng equity requirement sa 25% sa unit na nagkakahalagang 2.8 million pesos ay pepwersahin ang isang kooperatiba na mag-shell out ng 700,000 pesos bawat jeepney sa upfront cash. considering that the government subsidy is only 260,000 pesos, hindi ba effectively, Mr. President, mateterminate nito yung modernization program para sa vast majority ng transport sector na hindi kakayaning erase itong kapital na to, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our to the DOTR, they are already negotiating with the Development Bank of the Philippines and Land Bank for the restructuring of the debts, and they will also be increasing the subsidy with the given the budget that the DOTR will have next year, and also they will now implement an open market so that it will be a lot of players can come in, and the standards have been adjusted accordingly kasi po napakamahal ho talaga ng modern jeepney. It costs about 2.5 million, but with their adjustments, cheaper models may now come in to as low as 1.2 million. So halos kalahati na lang po. Yun na, I think that has been the problem. Medyo malaki po. It's a little bit expensive for modern jeepney yung 2.5 million. So hopefully, if they can really achieve this by the adjustment of the standards to cheaper models of 1.2 million.
Salamat, Mr. President. Yung negotiation po ba ng department sa DBP at Land Bank ay may target na i-retain yung equity requirement sa 5% or at least something lower than 25%, Mr. President?
With regards to the issue of the equity requirement, LTFRB plans to, as mentioned earlier, to increase the subsidy so that they will have now the capacity to pay the loans by increasing the subsidy this coming year, Your Honor.
Magkano po ang increased subsidy na plano ng department ibigay, Mr. President?
At present, Your Honor, the subsidy is 260,000.
Opo.
So they plan to increase it to 400,000.
400,000, Mr. President. So, mukhang kailangan pa rin i-negotiate na huwag itaas mula sa 5% hanggang 25% yung puhunan. Susubukan pa rin ba ng department i-retain at 5%? Kasi bagamat mas maigi na ang 400,000 kesa sa 250,000 subsidy, still kahit pa yung mas murang modelo na 1 million plus ang papasok, 400,000 at best would represent 40% nung kabuang halaga, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the OTR, that they will really try to negotiate to really lower the interest rates from DBP and Land Bank. So, yun po, the lowest possible. So, sasagarin na po nila talaga para maging mas magaan po ito sa mga operators, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. President, at sa department din. Ano yung magiging opening bid nila? Susubukan ba nilang magnego para sa 5% pa rin, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. They agree. The 5% po, that will be the starting.
Salamat, Mr. President. I wish the department the best of luck at sigurado ko yung ibang mga nasa public utility vehicles, lalo na sa jeepney sector, ay magwi-wish din ng luck sa kanila dahil marami-rami yung pumasok na sa programa at malamang marami-rami pa ang gustong makapasok basta't makalikha ng conducive environment yung department para sa kanila. Secondly, Mr. President, regarding the root cause of unbankability, posible po ba na yung high default rate, yung nabanggit kaninang 25% past due rate among borrowers, ay dahil o ay hindi dahil sa mismanagement ng mga kooperatiba, pero dahil hindi pa nase-secure ng department yung mismong mga assets na the bank is lending against. Specifically, Mr. President, nakatanggap na po ba ang DBP ng assistance mula sa department para i-clear yung mga colorum vehicles mula dun sa mga rationalized routes? Kasi po, Mr. President, if the state mandates modernization but fails to remove illegal competition, hindi ba lumalabas na regulatory taking po yan ng franchise value at magja-justify ng shift dun sa walang kamatayang advocacy ng transport sector panahon pa ng pandemic na service contracting kung saan yung gobyerno na ang mag-a-assume ng revenue risk, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, according to our secretary, they will really be very, very aggressive against these colorum vehicles. And currently, they are actually, they have already apprehended a lot, no? And they will be submitting a report regarding this matter. So that at least, I know that we know that this is a concern, so that at least the new operators will have a better income, no? Once the colorum vehicles and other illegal public utility vehicles on the road are apprehended, Your Honor. They will submit us a report on the drive against colorum vehicles.
I would appreciate that, Mr. President, at muli salamat sa in advance no sa department para diyan. Just to give broad strokes, pag sinasabi nilang marami na silang na-apprehend, maybe what percentage nung mga alam nilang mga colorum vehicles ang na-apprehend na nila mula sa mga rationalized routes, Mr. President?
This year, Honor, sir, for additional information, according to the Coast Guard and the LTFRB, they have apprehended about 2,000 buses and jeepneys, colorum buses and jeepneys.
From what percentage of the rationalized routes, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Secretary Lopez said based on the percentage of the rationalized route, they will be submitting again. They will complete. They will include this in their report that they will be submitting to Your Honor.
All right. Salamat, Mr. President. Dahil kung medyo marami pa sa mga rationalized routes ay hindi na clear yung mga colorum vehicles doon, kung mabagal man yung progress dyan sa kung anumang dahilan, baka pwedeng maging parte nga ng solusyon bukod sa expansion ng modernization program ay yung pagsama kahit ng component sa modernization program ng service contracting kung saan gobyerno na mag-a-assume ng revenue risk para mag-secure ng ganyang mas mataas na income sa public transport drivers and operators natin, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, yung pong service contract of about 1.3 billion in the GAB was not included in the Senate report, and it was transferred to the PTMP. But they are requesting that this will be a big leap, no, towards their for the route rationalization and their.
It helps, sir. The service contract helps the legitimate cooperatives that
And the service contracting will be able to help and support the legitimate cooperatives modernize. So they're appealing that we restore, if not add, no, ito pong natanggal na budget. Nandito lang po yung chairman natin. Hopefully, this will, we'll submit also our recommendation.
Salamat, Mr. President. Pag ginawa po yan ng ating Vice Chair, sasama po itong representasyong ito para suportahan yung appeal na ito ng department. Salamat, Mr. President. At yung high default rate, yun ngang 25% po, symptom din ba iyan ng badly designed routes mismo? We understand that the DOTR's consultants, TTPI and UP and CTS, and even after JICA, na binanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, even after JICA has also stepped up to help, DOTR's consultants are struggling to deliver accurate route plans because they're relying on obsolete data that ignores post-pandemic travel patterns. Paano nga ba pautang, Mr. President, ang bangko batay sa isang route rationalization plan na hindi po nakakapture kung nasa saan talaga yung mga pasahero, Mr. President?
Yes, Secretary Lopez said he agrees with your Honor's observation. No, that's why for PTMP, they would want to involve the consultant already. It's part of their budget, and they will now make use of the technology. No, it will now be technology driven, so that it will help in the improvement of the route rationalization. And also, last but not the least, they are coordinating closely also with the LGUs concerned.
Well, salamat, Mr. President. Sana po itong mas paggamit ng teknolohiya at saka koordinasyon ng LGUs, dahil yun din ang first line ng coordination ng mga public utility vehicle operators at drivers, no, yung Committee on Transportation halimbawa sa LGU, na ito ay makapag-deliver talaga ng mas maayos na mga ruta na mas magiging solid na basehan ng mga bangko sa pagpapautang sa mga kooperatiba. Huling issue ko po sa paksang ito, Mr. President, yung consequence ng delayed route rationalization plan. Mr. President, many consolidated cooperatives remain unbankable because the route rationalization plan, especially for Mega Manila, is severely delayed. Kaya wini-welcome ko rin po, Mr. President, yung sinabi ng good sponsor kanina tungkol sa target na makumpleto sa lalong madaling panahon nung plano para sa NCR. But ito, Mega Manila, severely delayed. And this prevents the LTFRB from issuing the necessary notice of selection to the cooperatives. However, DOTR's ongoing JICA study nga po for the route rationalization plan, which will provide the much-awaited official and, gaya ng nabanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, technically vetted 10-year ridership projections per finalized route, will not be completed until mid-2027. So magkikita pa po tayo ulit dito sa budget plenary interpellation, Mr. President, bago makumpleto yan. So this additional long wait means that consolidated transport co-ops, which have followed, they've followed the government mandate, are presently in financial limbo. So for the next 1.5 years, nasa financial limbo sila. Operators that have consolidated into co-ops are already married to the modernization mandate. But the absence of the notice of selection, the NOS, until route viability is confirmed by the DOTR, denies them the ridership guarantee needed for bank loans. So, ang hirap po, committed sila sa programa, uutang na sana sa bangko, pero madidelay ng 1.5 taon pa yung isang requirement. So, may 2 questions on this, Mr. President. Pwede po bang mag-provide ang department ng comparative matrix na pinapakita yung total number of cooperatives per city and province that are fully consolidated, how many among them have already successfully received a final NOS or Certificate of Public Convenience, CPC, based on an approved route plan, demonstrating how many of these entities are currently in financial limbo, Mr. President. So pwede po bang ma-provide yung matrix na iyon, Mr. President?
Yes, Secretary Lopez commits that they will submit the matrix and other pertinent documents that will be required next week.
Salamat, Mr. President. At sana nga po kasama doon yung ilan sa total number of co-ops na to per Political Administrative Unit or LGU ay may final NOS or CPC na base sa approved route plan. Para makita po natin ilan sa kanila ang in financial limbo nga po, Mr. President. And pangalawa at huli sa paksang ito, former DOTR Secretary Vince Dizon told this representation in April this year that one immediate way out of this financial limbo is increasing the roads where there will be dedicated lanes for consolidated co-ops, especially those that have already taken out loans for modern fleets. This can indeed increase the number of trips per day that they can make. Ito po bang setting up ng mas maraming dedicated lanes, ala yung EDSA, Bus Carousel, Mr. President, funded po ba ito sa 2026 NEP, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the EDSA carousel has funding. But for the other dedicated lanes that they have proposed in the other major arteries, unfortunately, wala hong funding. So it's just EDSA carousel that was given funding.
Hindi po ba nag-request ang department ng dedicated lanes para dito sa mga transport co-ops, Mr. President? Lalo na jeepney transport co-ops.
Yes, they did, Your Honor, Mr. President. Unfortunately, it was not included in the NEP.
I see. May plano po ba sila kung hindi man appeal ngayong taon para sa mga susunod na taon? Para maunahan naman yung 1.5 taon na in financial limbo pa itong mga jeepney co-ops, Mr. President.
Your Honor, again, the Secretary is requesting and appealing for additional funding for this. If given, I think this will really greatly improve ito pong dedicated lanes and others. Of course, this will also improve the the projected income of ito pa mga cooperatives if in case there will be a dedicated lanes. And not to mention that of course the traffic flow as well.
So therefore, Mr. President, achieving some of the objectives nung Transport Modernization Program in the first place. So muli, makikipagtrabaho po ang representasyong ito sa ating sponsor sa puntong ito, Mr. President. Salamat po.
We welcome the support of us, Your Honor,
Thank you, sir.
for this program.
Nga po. Dako na po ako sa DOTR Labor Management Dialogue Mechanism. My office has been in close coordination with labor unions and workers associations supporting construction workers in the ADB-funded Malolos-Clark Railway Project and South Commuter Railway Project. These projects, while critical to our national development, continue to face recurring and documented cases of labor standards and labor law violations, including delayed or unpaid wages, non-remittance of SSS and pag-ibig contributions, excessive working hours, unsafe working conditions, and poor living arrangements, especially among subcontracted workers. One concrete proposal repeatedly surfaced in these discussions is the adoption of a labor management dialogue mechanism. This mechanism will serve as a structured platform for regular dialogue between the Workers' Association or union, general contractors, and the OTR. A concept note has already been prepared, and I understand that DOTR, together with at least 2 joint venture contractors, had expressed willingness to pilot test this mechanism. So, Mr. President, ano po yung current status at internal decision-making timeline para i-institutionalize itong proposed labor management dialogue mechanism concept note, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Your Honor, feedback and suggestions from labor organizations are more than welcome. So we can ensure that the labor practices of their contractors are up to standard. In line with this, the DOTR is in contact with Building and Wood Workers International regarding the establishment of a labor management dialogue mechanism. DOTR discussed the proposal with BWI last 14 October 2025, and both parties are currently discussing next steps. The same proposal is being discussed in parallel with relevant contractors. The DOTR is fully supportive and committed to bridge the discussion between the contractors, BWI, and workers, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. President, at sa department muli. May internal decision timeline po ba sila para i-institutionalize yung labor management dialogue mechanism na ito, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. According to Secretary Lopez, by first quarter next year, they intend to enter into a memorandum of agreement already.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at sa Secretary. Pang Happy New Year ito sa BWI at sa mga partner unions at associations nila. Something really to look forward to in the new year, Mr. President. And huling tanong sa paksang ito, since the department and at least 2 joint venture contractors had previously expressed willingness to pilot the LMDM, so even before the first quarter next year, pwede po bang mag-commit ang DOTR ngayong araw na agad i-operationalize itong structured mechanism kahit dun sa dalawa munang kapilot nila, tapos periodically mag-ulat sa Senado tungkol sa progress nila, Mr. President?
Yes, Secretary Lopez is nodding his head, and he said that they will comply.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at sa good secretary. And huling tanong ko na lang po para sa interpelasyong ito, Mr. President, tungkol sa Philippine Coast Guard. The Senate augmented the budget of the PCG by about 8.6 billion pesos in the Senate version of the GAB for the purchase of floating assets. At narinig ko nga po si good sponsor, Mr. President, kanina may binanggit na 4.9 billion pesos para sa 4 million floating assets, if I noted these correctly. I welcome the much-needed and well-deserved additional support for the PCG. Pwede ko lang po bang tanungin kung bahagi ng amendment na ito ay para makabili ng unmanned surface vehicles? At kung oo, ilang units ng mga ito ang bibilihin sa 2026, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, we included in that purchase is a 97-meter MRV or multi-road vessel, response vessel, 97 meters. But most are smaller aluminum boats because of the current situation that we are always now being visited by calamity. So they will also use these aluminum boats, about 400 bill?
40.
About 40 aluminum boats that they will be used for search and rescue.
Okay.
But there is no unmanned vessel on the list.
Kung ganon, Mr. President, para lang i-put on record na I received a letter from the PCG asking for support for the purchase of this asset, yung pong mga USVs or unmanned surface vehicles, which I will forward to the committee. And I hope the good chair can consider augmenting their budget for this. These USVs are a necessity in protecting our territory and would help the PCG achieve this goal, Mr. President.
Tatlong 87.
And 197. Actually, the total, they concentrated more on the multi-role vessels.
Yes.
As I mentioned earlier, there's 197 meter. Medyo malaki po ito
Apo.
para hindi nabubuli masyado. And then there are 87 meters as well. So at least hindi naman again, we, just like the AFP, we do not have plans of matching Chinese Coast Guard, but at least that minimum credible posture na re-respetuhin naman. So hopefully we can already have this. So siguro in 2 to 3 years din po construction, even 4 years. So hopefully can have this as soon as possible as part
dito
of
po,
our West Philippine Sea protection.
Opo, dito po i-construct, Mr. President. Hindi po.
Your Honor, yung pong 97 meters will be from Japan.
Okay po.
And then the others will be a joint venture with Ostal. And it will be, meron pong one will be constructed in Cebu.
Salamat, Mr. President. That's good news also para dun sa overall na pagtaguyod natin ng self-reliant defense posture, whether sa Coast Guard or sa AFP. So gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, Mr. President, welcome ko po yung kailangan talaga at deserved na dagdag na suporta sa PCG. Sa pamamagitan man ng mga MRVs na ito, aluminum boats, and yun na nga, pag isasubmit ko na lang po yung sulat din nila tungkol din sa mga unmanned surface vehicles at sana baka magawan din po natin ng paraan. Hindi man yung kabuuan, kahit bahagi, simula ngayong taon, moving forward.
We take your honors to support for the Philippine Coast Guard, and likewise, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our chair of the Committee on Finance for approving most of the committee's recommendation regarding the Coast Guard because of the precarious situation in the West Philippine Sea. We really need to give our men, no doubt yung men and women natin of the Coast Guard will be willing to sacrifice even their lives. But we need to give them the proper equipment. Kaya nga po yung Teresa Magbanwa class, that's our biggest ship. We will be ordering one also. Yun po yung 97 meters from Japan.
Okay.
And then 3 more 87 meters. So, ang target nila is about 5 of these in the coming years. So kahit na hindi naman natin kaya, daan-dahan po, no? We will have a very, we plan to have a respectable Coast Guard fleet by in the next coming years.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Sumasali po itong representasyong ito sa pagpapasalamat ng Vice Chair sa ating Chair. Para sa interpelasyong ito, maraming salamat, good sponsor sa DOTR family at Mr. President or Madam.
We'd like to thank
Maraming
Senator
salamat.
Otiveros also for the support for the DOTR family, especially sa Coast Guard. No? We really appreciate the support for the Coast Guard and everybody for the DOTR family.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. We now recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo for the continuation of the period of interpellation on the DOTR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ang issue ko po, Mr. President, dalawa lamang po sa LTO and sa PPA. Umpisahan po natin, Mr. President, yung e-bike. Marami na po akong natatanggap na reklamo tungkol sa e-bike. Sila na po ngayon ang hari ng kalsada. Dati jeepney, ngayon ang e-bike na raw. Ano pong programa meron ng ating LTO para ma-regulate po itong pagdami ng e-bike? Again, don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against sa e-bike. Ito po ay ginagawang hanap buhay ng iba nating mga kababayan. Sabi nga nila, kaysa naman magnakaw, nakakapirwisyo ng konti, at least may kumikita, nakakatulong sa pamilya, etc. Pero lumalala po yung problema sa e-bike. And itong mga nag-e-bike, of course, nagsasakay sila mga pasahero, walang mga lisensya. At of course, dahil hindi sila rehistrado sa LTO, wala din po silang mga insurance, third-party liability. So kapag sila po ay nakasagasa, then sorry na lang. Ito ba, itong issue sa e-bike, ito ba ay binibigyan atensyon ng ating LTO, Mr. President and Mr. Sponsor? Ayan o, may video tayo.
Your Honor, Mr. President, tama po yung inyong obserbasyon. No? Ako rin po nakikita natin yung mga e-bikes, no? Kung saan-saan. But there was a memorandum circular issued by then Secretary Bautista requiring.
LTO issued the MC
Yung LTO pala nag-issue ng MC
for registration
for registration of the
and ng LTO
e-bikes.
sa lisensya ng magdadrive.
At saka yung mga lisensya ng magdadrive nito. But now, they are, but it was suspended by Secretary Bautista back then. But now, according to Secretary Lopez, pag-aaralan po nila, no, they will have public consultations regarding the, of course, yung safety, yung registrability, and the issuance of license, no? Para po dito sa mga e-bikes na ito. Tama po kayo. Medyo nakakatakot din po dahil magaan po sila. As of now, bawal po sila dapat sa mga main thoroughfares. So, ang kailangan nila paigtingin yung enforcement, Your Honor.
Pero nakikita pa rin sila sa mga main thoroughfare, Mr. President. Nakikita, in fact, coming here from my residence, binilang ko yung e-bike na nadaanan ko, siguro may mga 50. Very prominent na sila ngayon. Kumbaga, natabunan nila yung tricycle. ang concern ko rin, itong mga tricycle drivers natin, tricycle operator, dumaan sa butas ng karayuman halos kasi paparehistro sila ng tricycle nila, kukuha silang prangkisa, tapos magme-member sila ng TODA, kailangan meron silang insurance, tapos kailangan may driver's license sila and all. Samantala itong mga e-bike na mga operator, nada. Bibili silang e-bike, after that, pasada na sila, game na. So, nababawasan din ang kita nito mga legit na tricycle operators and drivers. Mr. President.
Your Honor, ang dilema po ng LTO at ng DOTR, ito pong mga napakita niyong video, ay LGU ang nagbigay po ng prangkisa, no? Pero as far as LTO is concerned, hindi po sila registered at hindi po sila dapat dumaan ng main thoroughfares. Pero for leeway, pinapayagan po sila sa mga barangay, sa mga subdivision, hindi po sila dapat dumaan ng main thoroughfare, Your Honor.
But that's main thoroughfare, Mr. President. Kasi kita mo naman, lahat ng whether light or heavy vehicles dumadaan, so that is considered as main thoroughfare. And tapos 1, 2, 3, 4. Pag 4 lanes na kalsada, that should be considered as main thoroughfare at dumadaan po sila. And then wala po mga driver's license yan.
According to LTO, they will now apprehend. Kasi po, LGU po ang nagbigay ho yata na pahintulot, pero as far as LTO is concerned, hindi po dapat payagan, no, sa main thoroughfares.
Maging fair po dapat tayo. Wala pong kontra dito sa mga e-bike operators. Pero bakit hindi ho tayo makipag-coordinate sa DILG para yung DILG kakausapin tong mga LGU, magkakaroon ng instructions, magkakaroon ng agreement between LTO and LGU para malaman nila, magdi-design sila ng programa na ma-regulate na maayos itong e-bikes na hindi naman po mamamatay yung mga traditional tricycles natin. Na itong mga tricycle drivers na nakausap ko, sila po yung nababawasan ng kita. And yet, sila ay magme-member ng TODA, tapos sila po may nag-iintriga pa sila ng kita, tapos meron silang insurance, driver's license, etc. Itong mga e-bike operators, bibili silang e-bike dyan and then after that, punta lang sa LGU and then pasada na. So siguro it's about time na pag-isipan po natin na obligahin natin itong mga e-bike drivers, operators, na kumuha ng driver's license. If not, siguro apprehend sila or pagsabihan po itong LGU.
Your Honor, according to Secretary Lopez, papasalamat po sila sa inyo pong paglabas nito pong sa inyo pong suggestion. They will coordinate with the DILG and the LGUs and they said that they will comply, no? They will apprehend ito pong mga e-bikes kasi tama po kayo, dapat maging patas lamang dahil yung mga tricycle may prangkisa, no? Meron po silang boundary at lahat sumusunod po sila. So at nababawasan din po yung kita. Dapat lang humaging patas and they have the commitment that they will comply yung pong inyo pong mga request. Nag-commit po ang ating bagong LTO head si Asika Lacanilaw that by December 1 huhulihin na po lahat po ng mga e-trikes na nasa kalye.
Ayan, kayo mga na e-bike, e-trikes, December 1, wag na muna kayo mamasada. Hindi, maging parehas na kayo. Kasi syempre, mahal ko rin mga tricycle drivers. Lumalapit din sila sa atin. Again, sabi ko ang kanina, itong mga tricycle drivers natin, matagal ng panahon, nagsiservisyo, kukuha muna sila ng prangkisa, tapos mag-register sa LTO para sa lisensya, at magbibigay ng boundary. So, ang dami nilang ginagawa, no? Kukuha ng insurance, third-party liability. Hindi basta-basta maging member pa ng TODA, samantalang itong e-bike o e-trikes, wala talaga eh. Tapos ngayon, pag nagka-disgrasya o gumawa ng violation, paano sila issuehan ng citation o ticket for traffic violation? Sino, okay, matanong ko lang, ngayon kasi December 1st, yung mga in the past and then in the coming days until December 1st, pag nagkaroon ng violation ang isang e-bike driver, sino ang magtitiket sa kanila at ano ang ticket na matatanggap nila? Wala naman silang driver's license, karamihan sa kanila. So ano ipapakita nila doon sa apprehending officer?
Your Honor, according to LTO and DOTR, automatic impound na. Kasi po yung nakikikwenta nyo, dilema po talaga eh. Minsan, hindi talaga sila lisensyado. Minsan, mga nanay-nanay pa ho ang nagdadrive. May mga kasamang mga anak na delikado, very light. So, yun po ang sabi ng LTO from now on. Talagang dapat ho, pag nasa main thoroughfare especially, talagang automatic impound na po nila.
Yun. Again, ulitin ko, wala akong problema doon sa e-bike o e-trike. Siguro sa loob ng subdivision, why not? Pero once na humalo ka na doon sa mga regular traffic, meaning sa mga kalsada na nandun yung mga heavy, light, and medium vehicles, dapat wag na silang pumunta doon. So starting December 1, ito'y para malaman ng lahat ng mga e-bike operator o driver o e-trike, whatever you call them, then by December 1, wag na.
Tama po.
Wag na
Basta
kayo
po, main thoroughfares, bawal na po talaga sila. Dahil siguro bibigyan natin ng leeway sa barangay o kaya sa mga subdivisions. Pero sa main thoroughfare ay talagang hindi na po sila papayagan.
So siguro ang LTO ay magbibigay ng notice sa LGUs through DILG para ipaalam, para hindi na natin magugulat. Baka magulat na naman itong mga e-trike o e-bikes operators o drivers. Teka muna, pinanghuli kami, hindi namin alam yan
Yes, Your Honor. Secretary Lopez said that they will comply by tomorrow. They will write the DILG and also inform the LGUs.
Okay. Gusto ko lang malaman, so after December 1, anong sunod na mangyari? Kawawa din naman itong mga bumili, nag-invest sa e-trike. So ano yung programa meron ang LTO for this group of transport operators?
Your Honor, according to LTO and DOTR, they have to study the registrability, no, and also yung safety, no, na kayo ninyo po binanggit. They will need to evaluate, magpa-public consultation sila if this will really be allowed. Kasi nga po, nakita natin yung inyo po mga video, nakakatakot po, no, napakagaan. Pag sinalpok, talagang, yung safety ng mga nasa loob, talagang dapat hong i-consider. So they will, ang dalawang bagay po, yung registrability, safety, and yung issuance of licenses of the operator, would-be operator, Your Honor.
And of course, insurance siguro din.
And probably insurance. Sige po, isasama na po natin.
Maybe I'll pass a legislation pertaining to the issue on this group of transport operators, ito mga e-bikes, kasama na dyan yung mga habal-habal para magkaroon ng strict regulation. Papayagan natin sila pero strictly regulated. Para na sa gayon, magkaroon ng safety nga sa kalsada at maging patas sa lahat.
Tama po. Sumasang-ayon naman ng ating DOTR family.
Kasi sa ngayon, dati di ba pag sinabi mong jeepney, ang king of the road, jeepney driver, ngayon ang king of the road, e-bikes na. May bagong hari na sa daan. Anyway, that's good news na starting December 1, may gagawin move ang LTO para dito sa mga e-bike operators. Pero kailangan po natin din sila maimpormahan. Pangit naman kung huliin sila tapos i-impound yung kanilang mga e-bikes. Hindi naman din ako sang-ayon dyan. Impormahan sila and then come December 1, makapag-ready sila. Hindi naman sila mamamasada until na magkaroon ng public consultation tungkol dun sa programa na fit o bagay sa kanilang ginagawang hanap buhay.
Yes, according to our secretary, by December 1, mag-i-info drive muna sila. Mag-iikot. Just to inform, sabihan po muna lahat na nakikita. So, bibigyan muna nila ng chance malaman po lahat, information campaign, bago po sila manghuli. No? At least, may warning po muna sila.
Easy lang yan. Ang gagawin ng LTO, pumunta sa LGU. And then yung LGU, impormahan yung mga traffic enforcers. May mga kanya-kanyang traffic enforcers sa mga LGU eh. And these traffic enforcers, these people in barangays, will inform naman itong e-bike o e-trike operators. Kilala naman ito ng mga taga-barangay at mga traffic enforcers kung sino yung mga e-bike, e-trike operators to let them properly know na meron ng bagong patakaran ang LTO tungkol sa pagmamaneho ng e-bike sa kalsada.
Yes, I honor Secretary Lopez that they will really coordinate with the LGUs as well, aside from the DILG.
Okay. Now, meron pa ko isang concern sa LTO. Ito siguro bago sa previous administration siguro ito na LTO. Matanong ko lang po yung sa command center system ninyo. Magkano po na budget doon?
Your Honor, it was funded 2020 with a budget of initially about 800, almost 900 million, and it's now it is already operational, Your Honor.
It is operational or it's half operational?
Partially operational.
Partially operational. At saan po yung mga CCTV nakapwesto nito mga... Kasi pag sinabi command center, that means may mga CCTV cameras sa mga kalye tulad ng sa MMDA na nagpo-monitor ng flow ng traffic in case of accident, in case kailangan ng tulong ang sino mang na-stuck na motorista, etc., etc. Then monitored ito ng kanilang CCTV at nakikita sa control center at agad-agad makapag-responde yung mga kawani ng LTO like flying squad, kung flying squad pa rin bang tawag dyan. Sa ngayon kasi, mukhang wala ako nakikitang CCTV, mga cameras nakapwesto sa mga kalsada sa iba't ibang lugar sa Metro Manila na pag-aari ng LTO o LTO nag-install. Kung nakikita niyo po sa screen, TV screen, sa kaliwa yung LTO Command Center, isang di pa lang ata yung laki ng computer screen. Sa MMDA, nakita niyo sa right side, napakalawak, napakalaki. Now, ito po yan. Yung sa LTO, ang presyo ay 900 million pesos. Sa MMDA na high-tech, top of the line, 400,000 pesos lang. 400 million pesos lang. So half the price. Yung kabila, LTO, na napakaliit at luma ang technology, 900 million pesos. Itong nasa sa MMDA na high-tech, top of the line, 400 million pesos lang.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ang nangyari po, yung phase 1 po, yung Puiting Command Center, yung nakikita nyo sa kaliwa, natuloy po yan. Pero yung phase 2 po, na, which includes procurement and installation of CCTV, nandun po, nakabit po yung iba. Pero hindi daw gumagana. Nagkaroon daw ng problema doon sa contractor since 2021. Nagkaroon ng problema sa contractor, hindi. And it is now being in the process of being terminated para may mag-take over para matapos po ito. So nagkaroon daw sila ng problema sa contractor.
Hindi ko pa mas maganda kung imbestigahan po natin kung sino-sino po ang may kagagawa nitong purchase nitong pagkamahal-mahal na control center na hindi naman pala gumagana, partial lang gumagana, and yet almost $1.9 billion pesos. Whereas sa MMDA, again, ulitin ko, for the end time, half the price lang, 400 million, and yet high quality at new technology. HD pa. Kahit na gabi, may kita yung plate number. Kasi itong sa LTO, pag nag-focus yung camera, kung totoo nga meron sila niyan, pag nag-focus yung camera ng CCTV ng LTO sa sasakyan sa gabi at nakabukas ang headlight, hindi na mababasa. Sa MMDA, mababasa mo pa rin kasi nga new technology at HD pa.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ako'y nagulat dito sa narinig ko. Project cost 900 million but overpayment of 36 million flagged by Commission on Audit. Ang contractor po, LDLA Marketing and Trading. And ito po, naku, kilala nating lahat. Sunwest Construction. Very familiar po. So kasama na rin po daw ito, sabi ng LTO, to isa sa mga kasong isasubmit sa ICI for investigation. So Sunwest Corporation din po ay parte nito. So kahit nasa iba't ibang ano talaga sila, sangay ng gobyerno.
Nasaan po nakapwesto ang mga CCTV cameras nitong control center kung saan ino-operate sa control center ng LTO? Where are these CCTV cameras? Kasi nag-imbestiga rin po ako at nagtanong-tanong ako, wala raw eh.
Ang nailagay lang daw ho ay 22 CCTVs. Yung iba po nawala na. Tapos, ang problema po, yung pong contractor, hindi po nakipag-coordinate daw with the LGUs. Kaya ang nangyari, yung mga lalagyan ng LGUs, hindi po pumayag. Kaya doon po nagkaroon ng problema. Hindi ho nila natapos. Kaya medyo malaking halaga rin po ito na talagang dapat maimbestigahan, Your Honor, dahil malaking pera po itong nawala, 900 million po.
So dapat siguro ibalik yung 900 million, Mr. President, kasi hindi naman napakinabangan pala.
Opo, nagulat nga talaga ako nung narinig ko na ang joint venture nitong LDLA Marketing, very familiar, Sunwest Construction po.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, expect ko po yan na magkakaroon ng investigation pertaining to that at yung pera na nagastos dyan, sana maibalik sa gobyerno at magamit sa mas maganda pang mga programa na kapakipakinabang. Okay? Wala rito yung PPA. PPA is here. Okay, very good. PPA. During the last hearing, pwede natin pakita yung video? Last hearing. Saan ba yung last hearing natin? This has to do with body-worn camera. Body-worn cameras.
Body-worn cameras noong 2020. Isang unit nagkakalaga ng 879,000 pesos. One unit ng body-worn camera. Noong August 19, 2021, bumili ulit kayo ng 164 units dito pa rin sa Boston Homes in the amount of 168,680,000. 1 million pumapatak bawat isang unit. Sobrang overpricing, immoral na ito. Iskandaloso na masyado ito. Secretary Lopez, imbestigahan mo to at sibakin dahil merong kakuntsabahan dito na para dugasan yung gobyerno.
Mr. Chair, I have my commitment that I'm going to look into this.
Secretary Lopez, I know na hindi mo pa panahon to, nangyari to. So, I'm not going to fault you on this one. But I did tell you during that hearing to investigate, and you said, yes, we will. So what happened to your investigation, Secretary, pertaining to this scandal?
Your Honor, Mr. President, last October 30, 13, a reply was already, the OTR, the secretary wrote, GM J. Santiago of the PPA asking for the documents and other pertinent papers. And now at present, ongoing po ang review by the USEC of Legal, who is here. And they are awaiting for the confirmation from other government agencies. No? Yung po may mga similar body-worn cameras. So inaantay po nila yung reply from the other agencies, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kasi nga po, itong body-worn cameras ng PPA, hindi ko maintindihan bakit super high-tech. Nandun pa yung night vision, kasama pa yung facial recognition. Ang dami, ano? So that's why lahat-lahat papatak ng 897,000 per unit kasi kasama din mga backup, the system itself. Pero same supplier sa MMDA, 345,000 lang. So talagang merong anomalya dito sa PPA.
Your Honor, according to Secretary Lopez, the USEC for Legal is now, yan po yung kanilang pinag-aaral ngayon, kung pareho talaga yung specs, yung pong scope of work. Kasi po ang sinasabi po ng PPA ay, ito po yung parang online. Kasama po yung yung back end, yung system,
Yes.
command center. That
Yes.
includes a command center.
Yes.
So they will be reviewing all of this and compare it doon po sa mga binanggit na mga ahensya that are using the similar or at least gumagamit din ng body-worn cameras yung nabanggit niyo po kanina na mas mura. They will compare kung pareho yung functions and yung scope of work.
Yeah, lahat naman po. Tulad sa PDEA, may back-end sila, yung sa MMDA, maging sa PNP, lahat naman to meron. Kaya lang pinagkaiba, itong sa PPA, napakamahal. Ngayon, nagtataka ako, ba't nila kailangan pa kunin yung feature na facial recognition? Samantalang yung PDEA, yung NBI, yung PNP, yung immigration, they don't need those. They don't need that feature. At saka isa pa, para gumana yung facial recognition, dapat may integrated system na kung saan nandoon yung system ng PNP, nandoon yung system ng NBI, nandoon yung system ng LTO para mabasa yung muka na nakikita doon sa camera kasi naka-integrate yung system ng PPA doon sa mga nabanggit ko agencies. Wala namang ganon. So hindi pa gagana sa atin itong facial recognition. Bakit kumuha na ng facial recognition feature itong PPA para sa kanilang body-worn camera? Halata talagang nangrarakit lang, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, Secretary Lopez has committed that the investigation will be thorough, and according to the USEC for Legal, they are just awaiting for the reply and report of the other agencies, and they will, as soon as they get hold of this, they will make the necessary, they will forward to your office, yung pong kanilang findings and report. They will try to submit within 15 days from the time they complete ito pong mga reply and other documents that they are waiting from other agencies, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Meron pa pala akong dalawa pang questions. Merong budget for 2025 ang DOTR para sa body-worn cameras, am I right? Sa Office of the Secretary? Meron. And sino pong gagamit nito? At magkano pong maging halaga nito per unit? Kasama na po yung back-end?
depende kung anong ibibigay ng...
Your Honor, Mr. President, it is still under procurement, and the agency for procurement and the agency that will be using these body-worn cameras are the Office of Transport Security. Yung po mga nagbabantay po sa airport, they will be the end users para po siguro at least mabantayan din yung mga mawala na yung mga duda doon, no? Yung mga tanimbala at iba pa, mawala yung duda. So all the personnel of the OTS manning the X-rays will have body-worn cameras as well.
Very good. So agree na agree po ako dyan. And that is a very encouraging information that I got from you. So akala ko yung body-worn cameras para sa mga traffic enforcer o sa mga enforcement personnel ng DOTR sa
Yes, we have
kalsada.
Senator Tulfo,
Sa airport,
we have a new head of the OTS. Si former USEC Gilbert Cruz is now the head of the Office of Transport Secretary.
Gilbert Cruz?
Yes, apo.
Wala na bang iba?
OTS po.
Seriously?
Yes po, I think he's here already.
Alam niyo ba kung ba't siya natanggal sa PAOK tapos ilalagay niya doon? Nyari. Hindi nga. Why?
That's
Yan ba'y dumadaan sa CA? Yung
That's
pwesto niya?
the point.
Kasi pag dumaan niya sa akin sa CA, hindi ko ipapasayan. Tapos ngayon, inabsorb ng ano?
naman si General Gilbert Cruz. Mukhang yung isang kasama si Casio po yung medyo magulo na konti.
Hindi.
Dito sa
Parang sila magulo, siguro. Maraming mga balita-balita pero this is not siguro the proper venue to tell you that. Hindi naman siya kasama sa committee na ito. Pero kung once nakasama na siya dyan sa DOTR, di marami ako masasabi about him. Remember yung mga raid na yan nung panahon? Naku po, Mario Josep Santissima, Madre de Dios, patawarin tayo ng Panginoong Hesus Kristo. Ba't yung kasi kinuha? Wala na bang iba?
It's a presidential appointment, Your Honor.
Yung muning dyan na gumagala-gala, baka mas qualified pa. No, I'm just joking. I'm just being sarcastic. But anyway, ako naman binabase ko yung aking sinasabi rito. Whatever I speak, whatever I say here, that's based on people who come to me to complain, to give me feedback about things that happens out there and anywhere. Ganun man po ako magsalita rito. Hindi yung personal opinion ko lamang. Meron po akong pinagbabasihan kasi for the past more than 25 years sa programa ko sa Wanted sa radyo, narinig ko na po ata lahat ng sumbong from A to Z, and then all kinds of people from different walks of life pupunta sa akin para magsumbong. So hindi ko gawa-gawa yung mga sinasabi ko rito. Yan ay base sa mga reklamong natatanggap ko. Okay, let's move on. Ano ba yun? Ito. LTO's okay. Wala akong problema sa PCG. PCG, kailan suportahan natin to? Kumusta na nga pala yung budget para sa hospital ng PCG personnel? Is that being taken care of?
We can consider yung report ng ARTA. They are the second most complained after FDA. After the FDA, sila po ang second.
Your Honor, Mr. President, for 2025, meron pong budget ng 1.1 billion po for the Philippine Coast Guard Hospital. So, and according to our Coast Guard Commandant, they are already starting construction of the Coast Guard Hospital.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So, DOTR, this is my recommendation to you. Alagaan yung ating mga taga-Philippine Coast Guard kasi sila po ang nagbabantay sa ating karagatan. Lalo na ngayon nagkakaroon tayong problema dyan sa West Philippine Sea. Sila ang frontline natin. They will be considered as heroes, itong mga personnel sa Philippine Coast Guard. So my recommendation to you, DOTR, and with my backing, me being your committee chair, public services, please help them. Make sure na all their needs are being provided to so that makapag-perform pa sila ng duties nila, lalo pagbabantay sa West Philippine Sea.
Yes, the Secretary Lopez is sending his appreciation of support for the men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard. And again, let me reiterate that with approval of the Chairman Committee on Finance, we have in fact increased the subsistence allowance of the Philippine Coast Guard from Philippine Coast Guard personnel from 150 pesos a day to 350 pesos. So mas dinoble pa ho natin yung kanilang subsistence allowance as a support to the men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard.
Very good. Okay. The last but not the least. May report ang ARTA, at least number 2 na lang ngayon ng LTO, dati number 1, na kayo daw po ay pangalawa sa the most complained agency. Mag-level up kayo, pagandahin yung inyong performance siguro. Yan lang. At least number 2 na kayo ngayon. Dati kayo number 1. Ngayon ang number 1, syempre sikat na sikat ngayon yung FDA. So yun lang, pagandahin niyo po yung servisyo niyo. Hopefully next year, baka from number 2, maging number 100 na lang kayo. Di ba? Mas maganda. Can you promise us na you'll do better? Mabawas-bawas yung mga complaints against you tungkol dun sa red tape at mabagal.
Yes, Secretary
servisyo.
Lopez, I honor Senator Tulfo, is committing to improve further the services of LTO para humawala na po sila sa top 2 doon sa most complained agencies, and they have that commitment to improve para po mawala sila doon sa top.
And then ito na yung gusto kong sabihin sa DOTR, you have my commitment na I will fully support lahat ng mga projects nyo as long as nakita ko na needed talaga ito. I'll back you up all the way. Just let me know sa mga hearing. Even kapag walang mga hearing, just come to my office, present itong mga maganda yung programa na kailangan ng budget o kailangan ng tulong ng Senado. I'll be on your side, through and through. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Senator Tulfo. As Chair of the Committee on Public Services, maraming salamat din po sa inyong suporta sa DOTR family.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you to the good gentleman from Isabela. Mr. President, next to interpellate will be the good gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
The gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ang tanong ko lang po, kung ito pong dito muna tayo sa MRT, LRT, gaano po kadalang na lang ngayon na masira po ang ating mga elevator dyan at escalators? Gaano kadalang?
Your Honor, Mr. President, ever since Secretary Vince Dizon took over now with Secretary Lopez, doon po mga panahon na yon, siguro mga 2 beses lang daw nagkaroon ng insidenteng na sira ang elevator escalator sa mga MRT.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Ang tanong ko naman po susunod ay magkano pong budget para sa maintenance po ng ating mga trains dyan po sa LRT at MRT? Kasi okay na ho sana pero biglang may mababalitaan tayo na tumigil yung tren, nagkaroon ng aberya. Gaano kadalang din masira po ang ating mga tren? Or kadalas?
Your Honor, Mr. President, yung pong pinakahuling insidente sa MRT, ito pong tumigil, was an electricity issue according to Secretary Lopez. But now, they are very positive mula ho nung nag-take over as a maintenance service provider, yung Sumitomo Corporation. Maayos po at naging maganda na ang maintenance at operation ng MRT3. Hindi po tulad nung Alam naman natin, few years back, halos araw-araw tumitirik po yan. Nung napalitan ng mga fly-by-night na maintenance provider. Pero upon our recommendation also here in the Senate, panahon pa ni Secretary Tugadi noon, sinabi natin, ibalik ang Sumitomo. So after that, halos minsan lang ho ito nagkaroon ng aberya, which is ito pa yung electricity issue according to our Secretary Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, moving forward, let's go to the airports naman po. Ito pong Coron Busuanga Airport sa Palawan, kailan po magkakaroon ito ng late afternoon or early evening flights para po maboost yung turismo sa lugar na yun? Parang pansin ko ho, umaga lamang ho at hapon Hindi na po makalipad pag ginabi na eroplano. Pag mga turista po, gusto ho nila kahit na late night dumating ho dahil galing po sa flight overseas, dumidiretso na ho sila, sumasakay ho sila ng aeroplano para pumunta doon sa destinasyon.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ito pong tungkol sa Busuanga Airport. Unfortunately, sa ngayon, wala pa ho siyang night rating. No? But in 2026, all of the tourism areas, na mga airport, ay sisikapin po ng DOTR na gawin pong night rated para mas ma-increase po yung flight. So, 2026 is the target completion of for the Busuanga Airport to be night rated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next question po, sa Palawan pa rin po, ito pong El Nido Airport. Private po ito may plano po ba nilagyan po ng commercial airport itong El Nido na ito? Kasi hinihiram lang po natin yung maliit na airport po doon. Ano po ang plano dito sa El Nido? Abay, ito po ngayon ang dinadayo ng mga turista, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, tama po kayo. Yung pong nasa El Nido is a private airport owned by Ayala. No, ito po yung Leo Airport. The closest airport is under the DOTR or CAAP is San Vicente. No, yun po, but it needs to be upgraded. So, yun po ang sitwasyon ngayon. San Vicente po ang pinakamalapit na airport.
Okay. Very well. Anyway, isa pa po, Mr. President, yung mga pupunta ho ng Palawan, sa El Nido, nagbabaylan po sila. Ito pong Puerto Princesa Airport, ano po ang category nito? Is it an international airport? Is it anong classification po nito na airport?
Your Honor, Mr. President, Puerto Princesa Airport is classified as an international airport. So pwede ho dumiretso yung international flights po sa Puerto Princesa.
Ang tanong po natin, Mr. President, sinong buang ang nagplano nitong airport na ito na wala man lang tube, wala man lang bridge? Kaya pag umihi po yung matching, kailangan nakapayong, kailangan po pag umaambon, perwisyo po sa mga pasahero. Sino ho ba nagplano nito at international pero walang bridge, wala ho mga tube? Ano ho nangyari dito?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the one who undertook the project is Exim of Korea. Kexim Bank of Korea. Pareho ang ating observation during the committee hearing. Tinanong ko rin po yan Sabi ko, bakit international airport? Wala hong tube. So, ang sabi nila, because the design was only 1.5 stories, So hindi ho pwedeng lagyan ng tube talaga. Kaya yun po ang sitwasyon. Talagang natapos po, it's an international airport but without the tubes, Your Honor.
Hindi po man lang naisip kaya ng mga tiga-DOTR dati, I'm not faulting our good secretary here, yung mga during the 2022 na administrasyon na. Pero yung previous ho kaya, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, hindi man lang nila naisip na dadami ang tao. Panay ang punta ngayon sa El Nido, yung turismo, pupunta ng Busuanga, kung saan-saan, sa underground river. Wala po bang plano, Mr. Chair? Wala po bang plano, Mr. Chair, na gawa ng paraan na ayusin, i-renovate yung airport na yan? At dumadami po eh. Ang dami na hong flight ho dyan. 4, 6, hanggang gabi ho sila.
Tama po kayo. Considering sa international airport, dapat pati yung standards. So according to DOTR, with this, they will revisit, they will reassess, and siguro propose in case there will be, yun po, pag magdadagdag ho tayo ng tube, magdadagdag ho kasi ng floor para maging ka-level po siya nung aeroplano eh. No? So we need to add a floor for that, but I think it's really worth visiting because as you pointed out, Your Honor, international airport to, dapat international standards, dapat to may tube talaga.
Thank you,
Same
Mr.
observation actually. Sabi ko, paano
Your
tayo
Honor.
nagkaroon ng international airport na walang tube?
Your Honors, if I may interject, will the DOTR be familiar with the Riyadh International Airport? Any of you have been to Riyadh? The reason I ask is that I was there many years ago. As a matter of fact, perhaps about 20 years ago, because of a bowling tournament. When I was there, it is one of the largest and most beautiful airports in the world, but no tube. I asked them why. They could not answer, but that was the design, they said. But I found out the real reason later on. The American company who built it sold buses. So if they place the tubes, they will not be able to sell the buses. So Riyadh Airport many years ago, but I don't know now if they've sold that. But perhaps you can look into this airport. Baka naman may mga binenta mga bus dyan, kaya ayaw lagyan ng tube. Because that happened to Saudi Arabia. I can assure you that. I was there personally and I asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, ako po halos sa buwan-buwan sa Puerto Princesa nga po. Naglalakad po yung mga tao pagbabaho ng eroplano. Pag umulan, ang binibigay ho payong. Pag mainit, payong pa rin o sombrero. So kung may dala ka pong anak, may sanggol kang dala, may stroller pa, hirap na hirap po. Kailangan ho talaga siguro i-revisit. And I think that airport po, may kumita ho dyan eh. May kumita ho dyan sa lintik na airport na yan. Because it's really disgusting. Anyway, moving forward, Mr. Chair. Tanong ko naman po, marami po mga pasahero nagre-reklamo ngayon, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Yung turbo prop na flights, yung mga DLC, inilipat po sa Clark. Yung mga gustong pumunta ng Busuanga, yung gustong pumunta sa Batanes, from Metro Manila, BBI pa po sila sa Clark. O from dito sa mga Quezon Province, pupunta pa sila sa Clark para lamang makasakay po ng eroplano. Ito ho, parang nate-turn off sila, tinatamad sila sa layo. Ang tanong ko ho, anong ginagawa po ng ating Sangli Airport? May plano dapat dyan na gawing domestic ho. Mas malapit po sa Metro Manila yan. Ferry lang ho, Roro ho yan po, pwede na eh. Bakit ho sa Clark tayo napunta?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the reason why the turboprop planes were now transferred to Clark, ito po kasing natin, no? Ito pong Manila International Airport or the NAIA is over its capacity. So they are prioritizing, of course, the international flights, the bigger planes. Kasi po, pag yung, ano po yun parang may nakaprogram ho yun na pag nagla-landing, pag mga jet, at least they will be able to program. Pag pumasok po kasi ang turboprop, nasisira ho yung flow ng air traffic. So I think that's the primary reason why the turboprop aircraft flights were now transferred to Clark. Kasi po, yung pong problema ng NAIA right now is yung ating pong very limited slots. Kaya po kinikater na lang yung mga international flights, the bigger planes, and also not to disrupt the air traffic flow. Kasi nga po pag pumasok ang mga propeller, nagugulo po yung sequencing ng landing and takeoff and landing po sa NAIA.
Tama po yun, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, as a matter of fact, I would like to commend the team of Mr. Ramon Ang for doing so. Wala na po masyado tayo mga delayed flights or cancellations because nagkakaroon lang po ng delay. Talaga pag severe po yung lightning, thunderstorm, nagkakaroon ng delay. Pero my point, Mr. Chair, is bakit hindi po dinevelop yung Sangli? Wala naman pong gumagamit doon. Mas malapit po yun Siguro, kung sa Sangli na lang, mas madali hong pumunta yung mga tao kaysa pupunta pa po ng Clark. Kung tiga-south po siya, Cavite, Quezon, mahihirapan ho Mas malapit po kasi ang Sangli Airport sana.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the problem with Sangli right now, nilipat na ho yung mga general aviation aircraft. Nandiyan na po yung ibang mga private jets. Kaya lang ang problema po nila, hindi pa nila magamit for commercial use for the turboprops because of the flooding problem. Medyo nagbabaha po doon sa Cavite City papunta ho sa Sangli. So, number one, yun po yung gusto na ayusin. Pangalawa, yung connectivity, yung pong transport services that would lead to Sangli as an alternate airport. So, talagang ang pinaka-key talaga rito, Your Honor, Mr. President, sa nakikita ko, we really have to rush the NSCR, yung po North-South Commuter Line, to Clark kasi magiging very convenient for Metro Manila and everybody else. Kung yung Clark po makonect na sa railway system natin, mag-online. Kaya nga talaga pinupush natin na huwag na magkaroon ng delay. Clark Airport is really a very beautiful airport, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I agree.
Napakaluwag, napakaganda. Ako nga sabi ko, yung mga taga North of Metro Manila, mas maganda gamitin po ang Clark. Mas mura pa ho ang pamasahe doon compared to NAIA. So I think that's the long-term plan of the OTR, really not really to rush NSCR para po maging convenient na po even for turboprop aircraft passengers pag naka-online na po yung NSCR.
Opo, maganda ho yan, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Pero yung problema ho kasi medyo malayo. Kailangan lang ho talaga ma-develop ho yan para mas maging convenient, ika nga. But anyway, moving forward, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, lipat po tayo sa Philippine Coast Guard. Narinig ko po kanina yung mga assets, meron po tayong sea assets, pero doon po sa air assets natin, meron pa, kasama ba sa capital outlay ng Philippine Coast Guard ang pagdadagdag ng helicopter? O di po kaya aeroplano? Kailangan po para medyo advantageous na para sa Philippine Coast Guard pasyalan niyang napakalawak na West Philippine Sea. Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, for next year we will be funding additional for the additional purchase of our vehicle, yung po vessels po natin for the West Philippine Sea at least na masayahan mo po ang Coast Guard. Ang problema ho natin sa mga aircraft. They have a total of 7 fixed wing for patrol, 4 lang ho ang lumilipad. Doon sa rotary or yung pong helicopters, 2 lang po ang choppers nila, 1 lang po ang lumilipad. So I think ito yung dapat natin tignan. I think it's really standard for a Coast Guard to really have a rotary and aircraft among their fleet. So maganda hong matulungan po natin sila, madagdagan po ito.
Nakita ko po last year, as a matter of fact, I went to these Airbus companies sa Europe. Sabi mag-order daw yung Coast Guard ng mga helicopters. Whatever happened to that, yung plano po? Hindi po nagkaroon ng kuan. Is it on the way? Yung 2 o 3 yata ng mga Airbus na chopper? long range?
According to Secretary Lopez, the TOTR is currently talking to the government of France for an overseas development assistance for the purchase of about 7 Airbus helicopters, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kasi dalawa lang ho ngayon, isa lang lumilipad.
Napakaganda
So,
po, Mr.
hopefully matuloy talaga ito para ma-augment naman po natin. We really need those choppers for the surveillance. And of course, yung pong, because of the situation in the West Philippines, kailangan po natin po ito for reconnaissance and surveillance.
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Nakapunta po ako doon sa planta at nakita ko na pang reconnaissance at saka ika nga yung distance. Napakaganda po. Flying from Puerto Princesa all the way po doon sa Pag-asa Island, kaya po niya. Anyway, another question po for under sa Philippine Coast Guard. Narinig ko rin po na under construction na po yung hospital po ng Philippine Coast Guard. Kailan po matatapos ito?
Yes, you're correct, Your Honor. It's already, the construction has started and their target completion is in 3 years' time, Your Honor.
3 years' time. So, ang tanong ko po next, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ano po, pag nagkasakit po ang ating Coast Guard, meron po bang mga medical benefits, coverages ang ating mga tauhan? Alam mo, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, mahirap po yun. Nasa karagatan ka, tatawag si misis mo, magte-text, si Bunso, may sakit, anong gagawin ko? Medyo madidistract ka ho eh. I mean, yung moral mo from mataas, biglang babagsak dahil iniisip mo yung anak mo, walang coverage. Tapos wala ka naiwang pera doon sa asawa mo. Humiram ka muna kay ganito, humiram ka muna kay ganon. Wala po bang some form, DOTR, ang Philippine Coast Guard para sa medical coverages ng ating Philippine Coast Guard? Lalo pat sila po nasa front line, nagbabantay po sa West Philippine Sea. Don't we have something to protect them and their families, Mr. Chair, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, nakakalungkot man, pero tama po yung observation nyo. Dahil wala pa po silang sariling hospital. They are relying now solely on PhilHealth, just like any other Filipino. Tapos nag-request din po sila ng emergency medical fund. But unfortunately, hindi po ito na-aprobahan ng DBM at hindi na-asama sa National Expenditure Program.
Yun ho, malaking problema, Mr. Chair. Naisip ko lamang po na they're working out there nasa West Philippine Sea. Binabangga-bangga yung kanilang mga barko. Baka madisgrasya pa. Pero yung pinaka-problema po dito, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, pag yung pamilya ng isang sundalo, personnel, ay may sakit po dito sa Metro Manila or in some parts of our country, siya ay nakadeploy sa West Philippine Sea. Mahirap po yun, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Madidisgrasya pa yung sundalo dahil panay ang isip niya paano paggamot yung asawa niya, yung anak niya, yung kaanak niya, kung wala po siyang medical coverage. We really have to address this, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. This is a serious matter. Kailangan po siguro talagang gawan po natin ang paraan na mabigyan po ng medical coverage po ang every Coast Guard personnel. Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Senator Tulfo. Maraming salamat sa iyong concern. No? Tama lang po na mabigyan natin ng tamang pangangalaga ang ating mga Coast Guard who are risking their lives. Talaga nagsasakripisyo. No? Mabantayan lamang ang ating teritoryo at soberenya. Nakikipag-git-gitan. Halos araw-araw habang binubuli tayo ng mga Chinese Coast Guard, sila po ang talagang humaharap. So any additional benefits that we can give them will be very much appreciated. Siguro ang magagawa na lang natin, we really have to talk also to PhilHealth dahil tayo rin naman ang nagpondo sa PhilHealth na malaki na to give special attention sa ating mga men and women in uniform, lalo na po yung ating mga Coast Guard, no? That they can be accommodated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mas maganda siguro kung makausap natin yung ating chairman ng finance through you as the sponsor. Medyo mabigyan po ng pansin kasi ilang taon na po yan, hindi po nabibigyan ng pansin. Maswerte po yung ating armed forces po. Meron silang Viluna at may mga hospital sila sa every region. Ito po, paano kung naka-assign sa Mindanao? Pupunta pa po ba ng Maynila? Paano kung yung lugar na kinaka-assign na ng Coast Guard personnel natin, wala pong public hospital? Medyo mabigat po yun. Anyway, Mr. Chair, allow me to move now to the Marina. Ito mo, Mr. Chair, matagal na pong inireklamo sa akin. Mga seaman po natin, nauubos yung kanilang oras sa mga refresher courses, pag nagbabakasyon sila, theoretical courses, pwede naman po sa online ito. So may mga kilala po ako, yes, tama po, ang bakasyon po ng mga seaman, 2-3 months, 1.5 months, 2 months po nauubos sa online class. Tapos dagdag gastos pa. Hindi naman po ang kumpanya nagbabayad. Sariling bulsa po nila para lamang may rating, para lamang may bigyan na naman extend yung kanyang lisensya, etc. etc. Pwede ho ba? Pinag-aralan na ba? Pwede mapag-aralan na baka pwedeng gawing online na lang yan kung this is theoretical, kung this are refresher courses? Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary?
Secretary Lopez is now committing to allow online classes. Tama po kayo kasi kawawa naman seafarers natin. Konting panahon na lang babalik dito, mauubos pa yung oras nila sa refresher courses. So, yung inyo po suggestion is well taken at nag-commit na po ang ating DOTR family na to have it online.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you po for that. At sa Marina po natin, nagawa po ito, Mr. Chair, noong panahon po ni Marina Administrator Empedrad, online po. Well, sinasabi niya kasi daw, sabi nila, dahil pandemic. Pero pumasa naman po yung mga seaman natin. Nakapagtrabaho pa rin. Hindi naman po kailangan nandun sila sa classroom. May theoretical lamang ho. Yung iba, refresher courses lamang. But anyway, thank you in advance, Mr. Secretary, for doing so. It will really make happy a lot of our seamen and women, Mr. Chair. Panghuli na lamang po, Mr. Chair. Kanina po, I don't know, we have a video here. Meron po kaming operation dito po sa Empire Center Mall sa Pasay. After receiving reports that there are continued operations of colorum UVs. Nireklamo na po ng mga jeepney ng mga buses. The team coordinated with LTFRB, LTO, PNP, HPG, and PAOCC to apprehend the said colorum. After briefing po session, all things were set. However, on the day of the supposed apprehension, it appears that the LTFRB personnel mismo gave the tip to the colorum drivers about the said raid, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Here's po the video. Kanina lang po ito. Play video. Baka po pwede po, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, maimbestigahan po ito.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DOTR Secretary and the LTFRB head, they will now investigate ito pong nangyaring leak na sinasabi niyo po.
Thank you. Anyway, with that, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I support the budget of DOTR. And also, possibly, kung madagdagan po natin, bagamat wala po sa NEP, yung ating pong Coast Guard personnel and their dependents, yung kanilang pong healthcare. I don't know how we'll do it, but it is very, very needed and necessary. Kasi 3 years pa pala bago mataas ang ospital nila. Mas maganda siguro parang health card. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you'll agree with me. Mabigyan po itong mga Coast Guard personnel natin ng mga parang health card para naman po may peace of mind yung mga sundalo po natin habang nandoon nakadeploy sa West Philippine Sea, habang nagbabantay po dyan sa EDSA bus carousel, habang nagbabantay sa mga pantalan natin. At least nakakasiguro siya na safe ang pamilya niya. Kung may nagkasakit man, madadala sa ospital. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Secretary, thank you very much po. Magandang hapon.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate the budget of the DOTR is our distinguished colleague from Tarlac and Pampanga, none other than Senator Rodante Marcoleta.
Senator Dante Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the head of the LTO was recently replaced by a new one. May I know the name of the current head of the LTO, Mr. President?
Assistant Secretary Marcus Lacanilao, Your Honor. He's the new head of the LTO.
May we know, Mr. President, if the current LTO head has been trained in the transportation sector to merit replacement of Attorney Bigor Mendoza, the last one that I knew to be the head of the LTO.
Your Honor, Mr. President, he is beside me right now. He said that he has been active in the motoring sector and at one time part of in one of the investigation in one of the issues in the LTO in sometime 2008-2009.
May we know, Mr. President, how active or to what extent he is so active in the motoring sector?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the LTO head, he was active in the motorsports before, car racing and motorcycle racing, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Mr. President, pagka ikaw ba ay nasa car racing or anumang klaseng racing yan o horse racing halimbawa, does that qualify you automatically as head of the LTO? Alam po ninyo, Mr. President, doon lamang po sa mga core functions ng LTO, to name a few, issuance of licenses and permits, motor vehicle registration, enforcement of LTO laws, adjudication of traffic cases, collection of revenues for the government. Nandiyan pa yung napakarami po. Why do you think he merited to be the head of the LTO by being a car racer, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the LTO head said that he was formerly an ASEC of the civil defense and also was involved in yung pong kanilang family was part of had a bus company. And his previous jobs, he said that he was really active in the motoring industry and also importation of cars. So more or less yun po yung kanyang knowledge po about itong mga vehicles and all, Mr. President.
I can sense the difficulty, Mr. President, in trying to show some credentials to relate himself to the transportation sector. O dahil ba you own a bus company, for example? O nasama ka sa mga car enthusiast? O nakapanood ka ng pelikula about the vehicles? Kasi po ang pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. President, napakalaki po ng problema ng ating transportation industry. Hanggang ngayon po, without belittling the efforts of the previous occupants of that office, Mr. President, hanggang ngayon po talaga, pagka po pinag-usapan ng EDSA, EDSA lang po. Sasakit na po lahat ang ulo natin. Pagkatapos, ngayon po, meron na namang mag-ahead. Hindi ko nga po alam kung bakit tinanggal yung dati. Bakit po ba tinanggal yung dati, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, they bow down to the wisdom of the President. No? There was sort of a rigodon within the DOTR family, yung pong LTO head dati. Si Atty. Vigor Mendoza is now with LTFRB. Si current LTO Director Lacanilao came from the Office of LT Cooperative Office of Transportation. Si Guadis napunta po sa Office of Transportation Cooperatives. Dati po si Director Lacanilao po yung nanggaling doon. So, ay di ba?
Si Director Lacanilao, saan naman po galing?
Ay, sorry. Ambassador pala siya ng transnational crime pala. Ito si Marcos Lacanilao, Your Honor. The current head of LTO. So, it was the decision of the President, prerogative of the President na nagkaroon po ng rigodon doon po sa DOTR attached agency, Your Honor.
Mr. President, siguro po hindi na-advise na mabuti ang Presidente kasi kung galing pala siya sa transnational crimes, ano naman pong connection nun sa transportation? Ang alam ko po, the present occupant of that office is Special Envoy for Transnational Crimes. Tama po yun? SETC.
Tama po.
Kayo po yata yung naghatid sa dating Pangulo nung siya po ay nasa Villamor Air Base. Kayong sumama para sa dalhin sa The Hague. Tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
O yun lamang po siguro yung transport-related activity na pwede nating isangkot sa inyo. Other than that, wala. At ang mahirap pa po, Mr. President, hindi naman kotse ang ginamit mo, aeroplano ang ginamit mo, so hindi ka rin dapat sana ron eh. Kung tricycle ang ginamit mo para dalhin mo si dating Pangulong Duterte sa The Hague, mula nung March hanggang ngayon, baka hindi ka pa nakarating. Sa layo nun. So wala din eh. Mr. President, ako po nangangamba lang sapagkat napakalaki ng problema ng transport sector natin. Licensing na licensing lang. Yung pag-i-issue lang ng plate ng mga sasakyan. Registration. Enforcement ng ating LTO laws. Paano niyo po i-undertake ang napakarami pong sagutin na ito? Wala naman po kayong training. Ano po ba yung academic discipline ng ating bagong ASEC ng LTO, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our LTO Director, as additional credentials, he's a road safety advocate and he is a civil engineer by profession, Your Honor.
Ano po?
Civil engineer po.
Ang dami pong civil engineer sa Pilipinas. Nang dahil po ba safety engineer kayo, ang gusto ko po sanang malaman, ano po ba yung mga naging katangian ninyo, ang training ninyo, ang mga credentials ninyo dahil hindi po biro-biro ang opisinang pinasok ninyo? Nang dahil lamang po sa rigudon, gano'n lamang po. I don't think the President was advised very well. Marami naman po siyang pwedeng ilagay eh. Bakit po kayo nagaling sa Set C? Kaya ang nilagay. O sige, nirigudon sana kayo. Baka kayo na po siguro ang naging executive director ng PCTC. Kasi, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, yun ang Philippine Center for Transnational Crimes. Parang magkalapit. Pero para dalhin po kayo sa LTO, masyadong malayo po yun eh. Is my observation valid, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, we just defer to the wisdom of the appointing authority, Your Honor. So, hindi rin naman daw nila, they were also caught by surprise daw nung nagkaroon po ng rigudon. So, they just have to follow orders, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I will not question the wisdom of the appointing authority, Mr. President. I never will. Only the President can appoint anybody, nobody else. Ang problema lang, baka hindi siya in-advise ang mabuti. Kasi kung halimbawa, dadaan yan sa Commission on Appointments, siguradong hindi siya papasa, Mr. President. Because meritocracy, I think, is fundamental. That is the only way wherein the checks and balances of the legislature will come in. Without questioning the appointing authority, but we can assess the competence, the merit and fitness of the appointee. Now we're talking about the budget, Mr. President. We're going to entrust to the head of the LTO the budget that they required to execute the programs for 2026. The concern is, kung wala naman po kayong training sa gagawin ninyo, baka po, may papangako po ba ninyo na ang budget na ibibigay sa inyo ay talagang magagastos do sa kanyang dapat nakapuntahan, considering na hindi naman po kayo talaga nakaakma do sa posisyon na dapat sana ay naibigay do sa talagang karapat-dapat, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, since the LTO will be directly under the OSEC, they will really monitor and make sure that they will function and the reforms that need to be instituted will be done. So yan po ang commitment ng Secretary Lopez natin. In fact, meron nga akong ditong side. Meron din pong appointee ron na hindi ako pabor no, na political appointee. Na we should appoint people who have the technical skills and know-how and knowledge para hindi masayang. Not political appointees. I'm talking about the PNR chairman who was recently appointed. Sayang po ang ating pong PNR. Yan po ang advocacy natin, railway system. Nag-appoint po ng isang dati naming konsihal na who had a lackluster record kahit bilang konsihal. Kaya nga, minsan nasasayang, minsan nakakapagtaka rin. Ako rin, Mr. Chair, nagtataka rin ho ako minsan. Nangihinayang po ako sa posisyon. We should be appointing people who have that capability and knowledge in position para hindi ho nasasayang.
Salamat po sa sagot. Ako naniniwala talaga ako na yung meritocracy, yung merit po talaga, importante rin yun. Halimbawa po ako, na-appoint ako na secretary ng DOH. Hindi ko po tatanggapin dahil hindi naman ako doktor Kung magicero po siguro, tatanggapin ko. Magic lang naman yun Ang ibig ko po sabihin, Mr. President, nang dahil ba kayo po ay inihatid nyo ang Pangulong Duterte sa The Hague? Ito po bang kabayaran, Mr. President? Ito po ba'y premyo? Kasi kailangan nating ma-disabuse po ang pagdududa ng mga kababayan natin. Hindi naman po kayo ang dapat na maghatid sa kanya ron Tama po, Mr. President?
Your Honor, sabi po ni Asik Lacanilaw, siya nga po, he confirms that he was one of those on the plane with the former president.
Opo,
Hindi na po
wala
siya-
namang pagdududa doon and there's no debate in that. Ang tinatanong po, kayo po bang authorized na dapat sumama na maghatid sa hindi tamang pagkakahatid sa dating Pangulo? Under what authority did you accompany the former president to The Hague, Netherlands?
According to Kaninalaw, being with the OSCE, they are on top of the Interpol po. Kaya po sila po kasama. Kaya
What
po
do
siya
you
po
mean
kasama.
they are on top of the Interpol, Mr. President? Does he mean, Mr. President, he is the local counterpart of the Interpol in the Philippines?
Yung pong PCTC daw po is that's Interpol NCB Manila.
Yun nga po.
Yan po.
The PCTC is the Philippine Center for Transnational Crimes.
Opo.
Kaya hindi po totoo na sinasabi niya na he is on top of transnational crimes. Kayo po ay special envoy, but the local counterpart of the Interpol is the PCTC. It should have been the executive director of the PCTC who should have accompanied the former president, even if we assume that that was regular.
According to Asik Lacanilaw, that meron po daw siyang dokumento that he was well documented for him to be able to accompany the former president to The Hague, being the head of OSCE. Tapos yung PCTC po is the operational arm under OSCE, Your Honor, Mr. President. So yun po yung kanyang personality or credentials for being the former president.
Can you give us a copy of that document, Mr. President?
According to Sikla Kanilaw, it's with the Office of the President, Your Honor.
Ano po?
Nasa OP daw, sa Office of the President. Or the Office of the Executive Secretary. Can you get about that copy? He will try to request for a copy, Your Honor.
What does the document say, Mr. President?
According to Asik Lacanilaw, he doesn't know exactly the contents of the document, but he was just informed that there was a document that designated or allowed him to accompany the former president, Your Honor, being OSCE.
Why do you think, Mr. President, I should believe that statement? He referred to a document which content he doesn't know. Ang alam niya lang niya, pinasasama sa kanya Pangulong Duterte. What kind of reasoning is that, Mr. President? Sabihin niyo na yung totoo para matapos na ako kasi sandali lang naman sana ako eh. Kung hindi lang paligoy-ligoy kayo, tapos na ako eh.
Well, according to him, it was in the nung nagkaroon daw ng investigation dito regarding that, according to Secretary Remulla of the LG, that yun lang po na sinasabi that he was well documented when he accompanied the former President, Your Honor.
Sinabi mo na naman si Secretary Remulla eh. Puro kwentong kutsero naman ang... Ganito na lang. Kung sakasakali, Mr. President, kung sakasakali lang naman, ano, ito po kasi, tama naman yung aking suspecha, Mr. President. There was already an admission on the part of Ambassador Lacanilao then nung nag-hearing ang isang committee in the Senate on the arrest of FPRRD, na nag-volunteer ka lang eh. Because there is no available official of PCTC o walang personnel, kaya ikaw ang nag-volunteer. There is a transcript to this effect that you just volunteered. So there is no document. So, which is very, very clear, Mr. President, that he himself volunteered due to the unavailability of personnel from PCTC. So he arrogated upon himself something that was not lawfully delegated to him. Sa makatid, talagang parang bayad lang. Parang papremyo lang sa kanya ito. Kaya pala hindi niya maipaliwanag kung bakit siya. Alam mo, Mr. President, ganito po yan eh. Lahat po ng notice ng isang korte, lahat ng subpoena o anumang klase ang ipatupad ng korte, yung sheriff po ang nagdadala. Kumbaga, yung PCTC dapat ang nagdala sa Pangulong Duterte. Pero kayo po nag-volunteer. Tama po. Ito
Yes,
po
Your
ang
Honor,
transcript.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Inaamin po ni Secretary Lilaw na siya po ay nag-volunteer.
Oh, nag-volunteer. So wala na yung dokumento, ha? Wala na yung dokumento, eh. Hindi mo nga maipaliwanag kung ano yung content ng document. Eh. Kwento lang yun. Kwentong kutsero lang. Yes?
Well, sabi po kasi niya, yun daw yung nabanggit nung sa Senate hearing na he was documented.
You were documented as what? Kanina dokumento yung sinasabi mo, ngayon ikaw na ang dokumento. Ano ba yun?
Nung siya po ay nag-voluntaryo, kinakailangan daw mabigyan ng dokumento para po siya po ay makaalis. At
So,
makasama.
okay. The document says that you volunteered. Kasi nasa transcript talaga ng Senate, ano eh.
Yes, Your Honor. He confirms.
So the last question now, since you volunteered to accompany the former president to The Hague, kahit na irregular, illegal lahat ang mga proseso, will you also volunteer kung sakasakali na babalik na ang dating Pangulo na ikaw rin ang mag-uwi sa kanya?
He says that if there is an order for him to do so, he will volunteer to bring
Paano
him back.
magiging voluntary yung kung ordering ka pa? Kaya nag-volunteer ka kanina. Mario Joseph naman na usapan ito.
Kung may order daw, siya po ay susunod, Your Honor.
Hindi na voluntary yun. In-orderan ka na. Mandate na yun eh. Salamat po, Mr. President. Pasensya na po at tumaba lang ng konti. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you rin po.
Right. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of Senator Lauren, is it all right if he has only one question, Senator? Yeah. By age. Mr. age before beauty. Mr. President, may we recognize for a few questions our Senate President Pro Temp, with the permission, of course, of Senator Legarda.
All right, Senator, the President Pro Temp, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with the kind permission of the beautiful lady from Antique, Senator Lauren Legarda, I only have two questions. First, how many district offices have no permanent offices? Yung mga nag-i-squat.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our LTO Executive Director, yung pong mga created by law baka less than 10, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Less than 10 are still squatting or renting.
Opo, Your Honor, that's correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Out
President.
of how many district offices in the entire country?
Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, they do not have the figures right now and they will submit as soon as possible.
Yeah, we can allow that, Mr. President. How many regional offices still don't have permanent offices?
All regional offices have their own homes already, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Are you sure, Mr. President? I know one at least na wala. Car.
Yung car daw po kasi, Your Honor, Mr. President, is under DOTR.
Yeah, pero LTO is under DOTR, di ba? LTO Regional Office, di ba, under DOTR lahat yan?
So when it comes to car and Caraga, all the different agencies, no, yung pong LTO,
Directly.
LTFRB,
Directly under DOTR.
they'll be directly under DOTR, Your Honor. Regional Director. Which reports to that DOTR Secretary.
Yeah, so, pero yung car, wala silang permanent na office. They're still squatting, di ba?
Tama po. That's why they're
The
asking
reason
for
I asked
additional budget.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, kasi yung regional office ng LTO sa CAR, meron silang lupa, no? Meron silang pwedeng pagtayuan. And I submitted a recommendation to the Chairman of the Finance Committee kung pwedeng mapondohan. Kumpleto po sila. And through you, probably with your assistance, baka pwedeng mapatayuan na sila ng, kumpleto po sila, meron ng program of work, meron ng plano, lahat nandyan na. Hindi lang nasama sa NEP. So during the period of amendments, probably, and in fact, I already submitted among my amendments, kasama yon yung sa CAR. Para hindi naman sila naka-squat sa ibang opisina.
Well, this is very much welcome, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So you will assist me,
Papasalamat po
Mr.
ang
Chairman, you will
DOTR.
assist me. You will endorse it?
Of course, we will endorse it, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you, the distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize now our distinguished lady senator from Antique, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to manifest my support for the budget of the agency, and please be assured that my questions are merely for clarification and for information so that we can further enhance the budget of the DOTR and attached agencies. So the first is involving the transport mobility and solving the first mile and the last mile dilemma. The premise is the Philippines' transport crisis stems from decades of car-centric planning that favored road widening and expressways over walkability, cycling, and integrated public transport. I wish our colleague and my seatmate, Senator Pia Cayetano, was here because I'm certain that she would agree with my statements. Metro Manila now endures some of the world's worst congestion, with travel times reaching 25.5 minutes per 10 kilometers in 2023, and daily economic losses estimated at 3.5 billion pesos, projected to rise to 5.4 billion pesos by year 2035. A key barrier is the first mile, last mile dilemma. The first mile is a trip from home to a transit hub. The last mile covers the final leg to one's destination. When these links are unsafe or unreliable, commuters avoid public transport entirely. Filipino commuters often spend excessive time and money just reaching MRT and LRT stations due to many factors: broken sidewalks, disconnected bike lanes, unreliable feeder services, fragmented land use planning. I think the good sponsor is also an author of the Urban Walkability and Safe Pathways Standards Act. It's still pending. This aims to establish safe pathways networks nationwide. And these networks shall consist of, first, bicycle lanes that are protected and accessible, pedestrian walkways that are wide, continuous, and shaded, and slow streets that prioritize non-motorized users. Now, my question is, Mr. President, what is the vision? What is the current national strategy to close the first mile and the last mile gaps in Metro Manila and in our major cities like Cebu, Davao, even Cagayan de Oro, Iloilo even? And what concrete milestones have been achieved to date? May we know the status of the efforts to build active transport infrastructure such as continuous sidewalks and protected bike lanes. I hope that the acting secretary will not give me run-of-the-mill answers to my questions, because I've been asking these questions almost every year in every administration, but we do not see any improvement in our transport facilities.
Your Honor, you're correct in your observation that we have become a car-centered society for so long. Right now, there will be a shift, as you know, that the DOTR has finally, we have refocused on commuter-based, no? Yung magiging commuter, car-centered, no? Not airborne car-centered, with the North-South commuter lines, Metro Manila Subway, and with your concern with the safe pathways and bike lanes, they plan to add additional 1,000 kilometers of bike lanes and safe pathways along our newly constructed roads, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes. May this representation, Mr. Sponsor, be enlightened, where in the Senate committee report is it carried that the 1,000 kilometers will be built, and where does it begin? Where does it end? What are the LGUs that will be traversed by the 1,000 kilometers?
Your Honor, Mr. President, with the Senate intervention, Senate committee report, we have allotted 105,576,000 for active transport.
Yes. May we know where in the island of Luzon? Because I can't imagine, let's say, Metro Manila and the greater Metro Manila area, which would include 4A and Region 3, to have this. It would be ideal. It would be ideal. And I don't think it would cost much. It's a matter of getting the LGUs together and them allowing us to have a continuous bike lane and safe pedestrian access. May we know, where is this 1,000 kilometers? It's good news to hear. I would like to be enlightened so that people can prepare for this.
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, with what was given to them, they said that the DOTR said that they will be able to have have presence of bike lanes in about 9 regions, no, with what was approved. They were actually asking for about 2.4 billion to cover the whole country, but unfortunately only 105,576 to our intervention was given. At least there is something. No, kung wala po yung Senate, there will be zero.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor. May we know, let's say in the National Capital Region, how will the DOTR put the bike lanes, let's say in EDSA, where will the bike lanes traverse? In Metro Manila. Let's say from Valenzuela, where the chair of the Finance Committee is from, and that is near Malabon, where I was born, up to Pasay, where we are right now, or even Makati. May we know, where will you put the bike lanes? Will it pass through EDSA? Will it pass through the C5? Will it pass through Manila, Abad Santos, and the Old Manila? Where will it be? If it will go in 5 regions, let me just try to understand it.
According to, since it will be a challenge, kasi po yung Metro Manila's roads have been long constructed already, and it was not really designed for bike lanes. It was they only tried to squeeze in the bike lanes during the pandemic. But nonetheless, LTO said, DTOTR said that they will concentrate, improve the sidewalks, so that it will be a walkable city. And those newly constructed roads definitely will have bike lanes. No? So it's a challenge. Medyo mahirap po. It's complicated in Metro Manila because all the roads are already have been constructed. Na it will. It's not. But if it's wide enough, then they will try to squeeze in or put bike lanes, Your Honor.
So thank you for your answer. So the 9 regions would not include the National Capital Region?
They said that NCR is already included. That's about 473 kilometers po ito with the budget that we have allotted, Your Honor.
NCR is not included. Your Honor,
Included.
Your Honor mentioned that it will be difficult because the roads are congested, and so does it mean that it is not included? But I am told now that NCR is included. I want to understand if NCR is included in the 100 million provision of the 1,000 kilometers, where will it traverse in NCR? Can you compute the 100 million divided by 1,000? Magkano per kilometer? Tignan natin.
They have a different program.
Your Honor, Mr. President, they are not concentrating EDSA alone. No? There are other main roads that are wide enough, like Katipunan, Commonwealth, even Rojas Boulevard, that they can have bike lanes installed. And also, meron pa akong bago. Innovation, they will have an entry facility at the end of this thoroughfare so that pwede ho mag-shower and refresh if you go to bike, if you bike to work, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. President. The fact that we are discussing it today and we will pass their budget, perhaps even enhance it or increase it, but may I know at least for 1 or 2 regions, this is specific location of are these only bike lanes or also pedestrian walkways? And if it's in Metro Manila, I want to have that vision in my mind. Because if they're not even certain if it will traverse Katipunan, not EDSA, C5, saan ba? Ross Boulevard, there should be a plan. How can we give funds to an agency which is not even certain where it will traverse in the National Capital Region? Because I am so much in favor, just like Your Honor, of having this. I'm not even a cyclist like you are, like Senator Pia Cayetano, like the others here, but we would be so excited to tell those who bike to work, which was happening partially at least during the pandemic. So may we know where in Metro Manila and how many kilometers in NCR?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I can tell you the bike lanes here because I bike to work. No, EDSA has, but I don't take EDSA because
Yes.
it's polluted.
So we want to know from the agency. They said that they have 1,000 kilometers covered in 2026 GAA, which we will approve. They said that we have 100 million. But then I'm wondering, Mr. President, if they claim we will have 1,000 kilometers for 100 million budget we place, that's only 100,000 pesos per kilometer. Ang galing nila magtayo. Ang baba di hama kaysa sa DPWH. Parang imposible po ito na meron pang 100,000 pesos per kilometer. Siguro isang metro lang ng kalsada ito. There's something wrong with our mathematics or science, Mr. President. So, in short, wag po tayo magpapabola kasi maganda pakinggan at advokasya talaga po natin ito for sustainable pathways. Pero wag sasabihin na 1,000 kilometers o sige, kung di ako nag-persist sa tanong ko, maniniwala ako, tinignan po natin 100 million lang bigay natin sa House Committee Report or sa Senate Committee Report. So 100,000 pesos per kilometer, mirakulo po ito.
Ma'am, yung Mr. President, Your Honor, the one that I mentioned, yung 1,000, 982 is the existing bike lanes right now. The one that they will do with the budget that we have given them of 100 million will be good for 400 kilometers, Your Honor. Yung pong 100,
that,
105 million.
How much, because we would imagine this is not the creation of new roads, right? This would be innovating existing roads to have bike lanes, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, just so that we have an idea, because we know more or less how much a road would cost, an FMR would cost, but an innovation from an existing road to have a bike lane, mga magkano po per kilometer so that we understand? Assuming the road is existing and you just lalagyan mo lang ba ng isang puting linya dyan, bike lane na yan, paano ba ho? Will they expropriate on both sides or on one side so that there would be a bike lane? How will they do it?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it depends. No? If the bike lane will be constructed not in the carriageway, meaning not on the road, it will be about 40,000 to 50,000 per kilometer, Your Honor.
40,000 per
40
square
to 50,000.
kilometer.
Yes.
Assuming it is
Not on the carriageway.
not on the main road itself.
Not on the main road.
Meaning they will expand the road.
That's
Not-
correct.
Yes.
If it's on the carriageway, kumbaga improvement lang po ito, it
Yes.
will only be 15,000.
Okay.
Per
so,
kilometer.
15,000 meaning malapad po yung kalsada, lilinyahan lang siguro ng puti o dilaw, pero kung iwa-widen po nila ay 40,000, yung isa 15,000.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oo. Tatanong po mo ng muli, yung 400 kilometers, hindi pala 1,000, ay saan po sa Metro Manila ilalagay po yan? Hindi ba dapat may plano? Humihingi ng budget eh. Dapat may plano.
Your Honor,
Dapat
they said
meron
that they
kayong
can
breakdown.
submit. So with that 473 kilometers, it will be in Caloocan, in Katipunan, in Muntinlupa, Valenzuela, and Marikina, Your Honor.
Ah, very good. So, Caloocan and Valenzuela.
That's
Ibig
correct.
sabihin ba ho, ang Caloocan na pupuntang Maynila sa may Abad Santos, magkaka-bike lane, tagos sa monumento. Tapos yung kalsada papuntang Valenzuela, anong pangalan ng kalsadang yon? Papuntang Valenzuela, saan si Chair? MacArthur Highway, magkakaroon din hanggang tumagos hanggang Bulacan sa dulo. Ibig sabihin, sa dulo ng Caloocan hanggang sa Abad Santos na yung boundary ng Caloocan at saka ang Maynila, tapos tatagos ng Bonifacio Monument, tapos MacArthur Highway hanggang dulo ng Valenzuela. Magkaka-bike lane next year. Totoo ba yun? Kasi grabe ang traffic doon. Anong gagawin nyo? Mag-e-expand kayo? Puro yan, sidewalk yan na may vendors? Or is it within the road proper? Kung
It will depend, Your Honor, depending on the road condition. So if the road is wide enough, if the carriageway can accommodate, it will be in the road. But in other areas na meron po mga sidewalks and others, they need to do a lot of improvement, Your Honor, to accommodate the bike lane.
Magkano po ito? Kasi I'm confused with the numbers. Can you please help me? If it's 100 million and they claim now it's how many? 470
kilometers.
470. Magkano po yan per kilometer? Magkano? Kung 100 million divided by 470. Magkano per kilometer gumawa? 212,000. Kaya nga po I'm confused eh. Kasi po sinabi po nila na pag dun lang po sa kalsada ay 15,000. Pag labas po sa kalsada, 40 to 50. Pero pag i-compute nyo po yung budget na hinihingi nila, na don't get me wrong ha, sinusuportahan ko eh. Tapos 470, magiging 200 plus thousand naman. So, ang gulo-gulo, yan ang problema sa ahensyang ito eh. At saka nothing personal ha, hindi ko kilala yung mga taong kinakausap nyo. Panahon pa ni Sec. Abaya, Aquino administration pa, ganito na ako magtanong. At mula sa hearing, because I used to defend this agency when I was vice chair like Your Honor. So, I would seek the patience of our subcommittee chair. My questioning is based on my passion to have sustainability in our pathways. So, kung 15,000 tapos 40 to 50,000 outside of the road, bakit naman ito 212,000 pag i-compute mo? Bakit nag-iba po ang presyo? Parang hindi tama ang costing nila. Or baka naman humihingi sila sa Kongreso na wala naman silang plano. At yan ay problema ng maraming ahensya ng gobyerno. Hingi ng hingi, wala namang plano.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our secretary, that the amount they requested initially is 2.4 billion. Is based on a master plan. Since it was not granted, they have to make do with what was given of 105 billion. That's why they have to make adjustments.
Understood.
Sa prices,
Understood.
Your Honor.
Siguro po, pag ganito kayo mag-defend sa DBM, talagang hindi kayo bibigyan ng 2.5 billion. Eh kasi nga, 100 million lang hindi lang, malaki to. Tapos, pinapaliwanag nyo, hindi nyo alam po what roads it will traverse. How can we support it? Because I was going to make a manifestation because I know your ask. I know I researched that you ask for higher and only one. I was going to make a manifestation to increase it. Maybe not restore it in full, but how do you restore if you can't even explain what it would traverse in Metro Manila? And please explain to me why it would be 212,000 per kilometer when you said that if it's within the existing road and Caloocan and Valenzuela are existing roads there where you will build it, it would only be 40 to 50,000. So overpriced po yan by quadruple. Quadruple po. Kasi kundi mukhang patsi-patsi na naman tayo nito. Walang plano.
According to the OTR, that's why if it's class 1, they have to fix, they have to repair and improve the sidewalks, the walkways, sometimes expand to accommodate the bike lane. Kaya daw po minsan ganun tumataas yung cost per kilometer. If it's class 1. For class 2, that will be the one in the carriageway or in the road itself. So it will be just paint and improvement of the surface and bollards, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa sinabi po nyo, Caloocan City and Valenzuela, right? Ilang kilometro po yun? You said you had the master plan, so you would probably have the drawings, the idea, the kilometers. In short, where does it begin in Caloocan City and where does it end in Valenzuela City? I'm excited because I'm from there. Napanganak po akong sa Malabon City. Magkapit-bahay po kami ni Senator Sherwin. My playground was Monumento. Figuratively speaking, of course.
In Valenzuela, Your Honor, Mr. President, it will traverse Daang Uldog in Valenzuela, C5 in Quezon City, C3, Monumento in Caloocan, Malabon, P. Aquino Avenue, and nearby roads around the City Hall of Valenzuela, Your Honor.
Oh, so hindi po ito yung main thoroughfare. Hindi po to yung anong pangalan ng kalsada sa
MacArthur?
Caloocan. Hindi MacArthur Highway sa Valenzuela. Hindi din yung kalsada ng Caloocan papuntang Abad Santos. Hindi yung main thoroughfare. So pumili po kayo ng ibang mga side streets.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Yes.
President, because they coordinate with LGUs, and these are the roads that the LGUs recommended for the bike lanes to be installed, Your Honor.
So hindi po pwedeng magbisikleta mula sa Caloocan hanggang Valenzuela dahil putol-putol. So iikot-ikot lang siya doon para siya nag-practice ng biking. Hindi tuloy-tuloy. Hindi tuloy-tuloy.
According to them, if the master plan were followed, it will be connected, Your Honor. But again, it's subject to the fund availability again.
Okay, I'll leave NCR. What's another region you are competent to discuss, Mr. President? Banggitin lang po nyo yung isang bihasa po ninyo. Region 3, 4A, saan po? Region 6, saan kayo? Iloilo?
They said they have in Zamboanga and Iloilo, Your Honor.
O Iloilo. Saan, ilang kilometro po sa Iloilo? Saan po magsimula yung bike lane? Hanggang saan po?
According to them, about 16 kilometers. Unfortunately, pag tinatanong ko yung point A, point B, they do not know. But they will provide, Your Honor. Because according to them, this was recommended by the LGU.
Um,
16 kilometers po.
16 only?
Yes, apo.
Just in the city? Yes.
This in addition to the existing, Your Honor. Meron daw existing in Iloilo.
So, okay, wag ko na pong pagpilitan. Maybe just show us
They will submit the master plan, Your
the
Honor.
master plan,
Yes.
so we see, for
So that
example,
you can, for your appreciation.
I'll just talk about, again, the region I know, which is Region 6. Nakapunta na kayo siguro naman ng Iloilo at Antique. Atin nyo yung boundary. Maganda mag-bike ka doon, Senator JV. Sa boundary ng Iloilo at saka ng San Joaquin at saka ng Hamtic. Tapos scenic yun. Bundok, I don't know if it's safe. Then you go, Hamtic, then hanggang San Jose, capital town. That's a South Antique. You go through the towns, seaside, up to my hometown in the north of Pandan. Scenic yun. Again, just do your investigation or what you call it, not investigation, but ocular inspection, whether it would be feasible to do something like that. Napakaganda. It's by car, it's around 3.5 to 4 hours. But it's beautiful scenic view. You cross from Iloilo to Aklan, even drive up to Malay, to Katiklan. Pwede yun. From San Joaquin, Iloilo, you cross through Antique, scenic route, 3.5 hours, then you go to Nabas, hanggang Katiklan, pwede ka. So, ano yan, pang expert bikers na yan, like Senator JV.
Your Honor, Your Honor, Mr. President, your idea is very nice. So that will be good also to attract cyclotourism. No?
Pero sabihin naman nyo, kasi taga doon siya. Hindi, tingnan lang nyo.
Di ba,
Or ibang region na may scenic roads na ganyan.
yes, those are good ideas. And they said that that's what they planned also. But the only dilemma is that in the GAA, there's a restriction that that the bike lanes be prioritized in the highly urbanized areas. Probably we can make an amendment so that we can have bike lanes in the
Yes,
beautiful
yes.
places.
Of course, I leave
Especially
it,
the tourism areas,
yes,
Your
I
Honor.
leave it to the better judgment of the OTR. And yes, maganda nga sa highly urbanized areas to decongest the car-centric kind of thinking, the roads, and we can have bike lanes which are safe and accessible so that Senator JV, who risks his life every day riding a bike, will be safer. Maybe, old as I am, you can teach me how to bike at this age. Pero kailangan po, maliwanag ang master plan. Hindi pag tinatanong po, parang nangangapa, parang di sigurado. Because I was ready to introduce an amendment to increase the budget. Pero mukhang hindi kayo sigurado, hindi naman rin ako ang chairman. Pero natutuwa ako, narinig ko may Valenzuela, kapitbahay namin yun sa Malabon. Narinig ko may Caloocan, taga dun po. Kaya lang, sana mas maliwanag. So, sa pagkaintindi ko ay parang patsi-patsi, putol-putol. Pero maganda sigurong makita ko, matutunan natin ano yung master plan na yan. Okay. I will leave it at that. So, are there any active efforts to integrate feeder networks and local transport services with major rail and bus systems? Again, the chair is an advocate of rail, the use of rail. So, may we know what are the efforts of a DOTR to connect the major thoroughfares with our rail and bus systems? We know the feeder networks connect the remote and smaller locations to major transport systems. So, please show me in the 2026 budget which allocation is it for the first mile, last mile connectivity improvements and active transport, if any. Kung wala, then I think you have to plan it for next year's budget.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to His Excellency Batan for railways, all the existing, all the upcoming stations of the North-South commuter line will have a station plaza wherein the transport hubs, the transport services, no, yung mga buses, modern jeeps can already use it as terminal, no, as feeder line. And likewise, doon po sa Navotas, we added, through our committee amendment, we added 800 million for a feeder line going to the North-South commuter line station, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Siguro pag plano nyo, o tignan yung master plan, si Senator JV would know kasi he's a cyclist At saka gala yan, ikot yan ng ikot. Kailangan yung talaga nakakaintindi at alam yung sikot-sikot talaga. At palitan na natin ang ating thinking na car-centric. Masyadong car-centric, oo. Remember, these are public areas, yung tinatawag na commons. It should belong to the people, not just those who can afford vehicles. And when we make it safe and accessible, then more people would ride bikes, would even walk, which is healthier, if we provide the safe pathways. But if it's not provided, or if it's unsafe, and knowing some drivers, I'm not saying all, parang walang pakialam, bubunduling ka na lang. Walang disiplina. Diba? So if we have the change of mindset, I think it could be better. Yes, I hope that the secretary, who's just in an acting capacity, would understand this. Yes. Are you all new? May I know? Bago pa lang sila lahat sa DOTR? They're all new. No one has been here, let's say, through the 3 administrations. Wala. Kasi, para kong broken record dito, since 2015, panahon ni Sec Abaya, ganito rin mga tanong ko. Tayo, no? 2013, nagtatanong na ako ng ganito.
A lot of our DOTR officials have been there for quite some time. like Secretary Lopez was there during the time of Secretary Art Tugade. Yusek TJ Batan has been there since the time of Secretary Jun Abaya. So,
O di alam na nila yung
medyo
yung
matagal na rin po
frustration
yung
ko
iba.
sa kanila, ba't di sila nagbabago ng pananaw? Kailang sekretaryo na ganun pa rin. Oh, yan palagi. Yan pa. Hindi magbago mga pananaw. Nagbiyahe naman siguro sila. Nakikita naman nila kung paano yung mga kalsada, let's say, in Germany. Yeah. Ang aliwalasas, may bike lane, tapos napakadisiplinado, alam ng pedestrian kung saan siya. Yeah. Anyway, so I go now to, I will leave it at that, not because I'm content with the answer, and it is not the fault of the good sponsor. I express my frustration, nothing personal, because I have expressed this 10 years ago when I used to defend the budget. Anyway, at the 45th ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group meeting 2 years ago in Vietnam, the Philippines, through the Maritime Industry Authority, the Marina, presented its efforts to align with the International Maritime Organization's revised strategy on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from ships. The Philippine delegation then highlighted the drafting of a national strategy and action plan for green shipping and decarbonization, even amidst challenges in meeting these ambitious targets. In their submitted presentation for the 2026 budget last September 29, Marina noted benchmarking activities in countries like the UK, Norway, Singapore, nagbiyahe kayo, to study maritime autonomous surface ships, alternative fuels, and green technologies. These steps signal intent, but questions remain about the actual implementation and progress. So, may I be updated, please? What is the current status of the National Strategy and Action Plan for Green Shipping and Maritime Decarbonization? And when does Marina expect it to be finalized and implemented? What are the concrete projects being pursued to advance green shipping in the Philippines? Kung merong bang output talaga mula noong 2023. Kasi palagi tayo attend ng conference, benchmarking, capacity building, biyahe. Nasaan ang impact, ang output?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the Marina, there's an ongoing study and evaluation, and they would want to
Study na naman.
consolidate and get the best practice, no, that they can apply.
Nagbiyahe na
Your
nga
Honor.
sila. 2 years ago po yun. Sinabi ko na po, meron na po silang commitment nung 2023 sa Vietnam. At meron po silang strategy, etc. Yung Philippine delegation. Tapos nag-draft na po sila. Meron na sila. Meron silang, sabi nila, nag-draft ng National Strategy and Action Plan. Meron na daw. Ngayon, study pa rin. Ba't ba ganun? Puro study, tas nagbiyahe na rin. Aral ng aral, benchmarking, etc. So, puro ganun. Ano ba nangyari? Kailangan ulit magbiyahe sa Europe?
According to Marina, there's already a draft for the National Action Plan, and they will be submitting. What they are awaiting is for the consolidated reports
Ano ba yan?
from those who have traveled. You will travel din. Those consolidated report from those who traveled as well. Para travel po.
Parang yung sinasabing walang nangyari. Yun ang hirap eh. Sino bang head ng Marina ngayon? 2023 yun. Tapos sabi nyo, actually, I'm quoting you Dito, marina.gov.ph. Sabi nila, Philippines shares efforts on green shipping decarbonization. Maganda pag basahin mo. Kaya excited ako sa mga tanong ko eh. Kala ko may output na kayo eh. This was 2 years ago. At sinabi nila, meron silang National Strategy and Action Plan for green shipping and decarbonization. Hindi ko po imbento ito. Kayo po ang nagsabi, even amid challenges in meeting these ambitious targets, ang ganda. Now you're telling me, whatever is written on your website, which I quoted, you're still studying it? There is no such action plan?
Your Honor, Madam, Mr. President, they said that they will be submitting.
Ay,
Meron na raw
naku.
silang national action plan that they will be submitting.
In gist, I want to know, in gist, what are the items needed for green shipping? I want to understand from Marina. Nag-commit kayo eh. Sabi nyo sa inyong website, meron kayong green shipping. And what are your efforts towards decarbonization? So don't use those buzzwords if you're not ready. I'm using your report. I'm quoting from Marina. Sa website nila. Sa website po nyo. Sa website po nyo nakalagay. Kaya nga excited ako. I really thought this was going to be a very pleasant interpellation because I read it and it was good. And then and in the budget hearing, they said that they had benchmarking activities in the UK, in Norway, Singapore. I wanted to understand. Now, first, they said that they had the National Strategy and Action Plan. And second, in the hearing, they said that they had benchmarking activities in Norway, in Singapore, and the UK, model countries for sustainable transport. So I wanted to learn from you what else I do not know about green transport, specifically green shipping, and the road towards decarbonization as author of the Low Carbon Economy Bill. Ba't nyo linalagay sa website kung di pala nyo naintindihan? Nakaka-frustrate ang gobyerno talaga. Nalagay nila.
It's a press release po.
Yan na nga, alam ko. Kaya gusto ko maintindihan eh, hindi pala alam. Ba't ilalagay? Sino bang head ng Marina? I just want to be educated. Ano pong ginagawa ninyo tungkol sa green shipping? Ang gandang pakinggan eh. Binasa ko, ang ganda-ganda eh. Kala ko. So wag kayo magde-declare sa website nyo na ginagawa nyo. Parang naman DNR ito. Sino? Sino dyan?
Then they issued a memorandum circular for the shipping for this law.
I'll repeat po.
Your Honor, Mr. President,
Yes.
they're already on the phase of capacity building, and second, they already issued a memorandum circular
Domestic shipping.
to the domestic shipping lines for low emission regulation. For low emissions of ships, Your Honor.
Yes. May I know, issuing a memo is easy. So just please tell me what are the action items towards decarbonization and green shipping. Gusto ko lang po maintindihan. Kayo po ang nag-declare sa website nyo. So pag meron po kayong action plan, sabi nyo for green shipping and decarbonization, what are these? Just 1, 2, 3. Ayan. Towards green shipping, 1, 2, 3. Towards decarbonization, 1, 2, 3. Just like if you ask me, what are the climate adaptation measures that I can advise local governments? I'll tell you right now. So please educate me, for green shipping, ano po ito? Yun lang naman. Sasagutin ko yung tanong ko. For example, solid waste management. You don't throw out na the sea. Fresh cleaner source of fuel.
Your Honor, Mr. President, they said that they are complying for the net zero by 2050.
Net zero, tatanong ko, how will they net zero? Okay, net zero by 2050.
By 2030, 70%. And by 2030, 40%, sorry. And by 2040, 70%.
And 2050
By
net zero.
2050, net zero, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. Because I also, in my office, we are calculating our GHG, and I will be a net zero office. I want to be negative. I want to be a negative person. Negative in terms of emissions. May I know then, if you aspire to be net zero by year 2050 and at least 40% by year 2040 or 2030, what are the offsetting mechanisms that Marina is doing to reach this target? Just an example of an offsetting mechanism.
They have already started using alternative fuels. For the Philippine registered ships, they're using alternative fuels. They are already introducing the e-boats, electric boats. Those are the two. Sorry po.
Electric boats?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Which boats are
Unfortunately,
these?
sorry for the delay. No? Wala po kasi yung head ng Marina.
Oo.
She is abroad, so.
Bakit ganyan ang mga tao?
IMO,
Kasi?
may IMO daw. May excuse letter.
Kasi hindi
That's
dapat
why
ganyan eh.
kaya po nagkakagulo. Pasensya na po.
Oo, hindi. It's not your fault, Mr. Chair. In fact, I apologize to you. You just happened to be defending it, just like I was frustrated when I was defending PCO. Pero yan na nga, once a year lang ang ating budget hearing. Dapat naman yung mga heads of agencies, nandiyan yung secretary, pero yung attached agencies, nandiyan naman sila. Yung mga komperensyang yan na nga biyahe ng biyahe ang mga tao eh. In fact, I'll tell you this, maybe, I don't know if I will be sustained by the body. Because we're always funding the MOE in the travels of everyone, dapat man lang, may report sila. May report sila sa head of agency, copy furnish Congress. Because we're funding it. And umuutang pa tayo para sa MOE ng Executive Department. Ng mga hindi pang capital outlay, utang na, umuutang tayo pang sweldo at pang biyahe, pang hotel, na mahalaga naman siguro yung mga komperensyang yon, pero dapat sinasabi sa atin. So, I will introduce the amendment only if it will be accepted by the chair. I tried to introduce that in previous years, where all the official travels, of course, they clear it with their head of agency, and there should be reports to the head of agency, copy furnish Congress. Actually, meron na yun dati, natanggal. That's a requirement. So, anyway, I'm happy to know about alternative fuel, and you mentioned e-boats. Saan po itong mga e-boats na ito? Magandang sumakay ng e-boat kung talagang ginagawa na ba yan?
They're starting a pilot
Wala pa.
testing
Sige.
in Pasig River together with UST. Your Honor.
Yung sa ilog lang. Sige. So, kung nandyan yung head of Marina, sasabihin ko sana, ano bang example ng green shipping? Sinabi nyo, alternative fuel, cleaner fuel, okay. And energy efficient ship design. Regulations requiring slower speed, air lubrication, etc., and sustainable operations, considering a vessel's life cycle from the construction to the decommissioning. For those lang who will build, di ba? Kasi we have to start We have to start with the mindset na from the time it's built, from the design to the kind of materials. And then emissions control and mandating new tech phasing out of old systems. These are just some of the examples or action items for green shipping. And may I request Marina to do a memo and strict monitoring, again, correct me if it's not Marina or what agency and DOTR would do this, to check vessels if they really do not throw solid, liquid, infectious, human, or non-human waste into our waterways, our bays, our rivers, and our oceans, and our seas. Tita natin, panahon ng habagat, no? Depende kung saan. Talagang grabe, maski malinis ka dun sa lugar mo, talagang grabe ang dumi ng plastic at ng lahat. At galing yan sa ibang parte ng arkipelago, pero hindi natin alam kung galing din sa ship. So, ano pong ahensya ng gobyerno, marina ba, ang magtatalaga sa ating mga ships, vessels, para po makita kung talagang hindi po tinatapon sa karagatan habang walang tumitingin?
Your Honor, but Mr. President, there's a shared responsibility between Coast Guard and Marina. Both agencies
Are under DOTR. Yes.
under the OTR, they check yung pong mga vessels, all ships and all the seacraft and vessels that transcend our sea lanes. So tinitingnan po nila. They make sure that nobody dumps ito pong mga any waste, no, on our seas.
Ganong kadalas po sila nakita ng violations? Both Marina and Coast Guard.
Your Honor, Madam President, Mr. President, unfortunately, they said they don't have the records right now, but they will submit.
Sana wala. Kung hindi nila maalala, ibig sabihin wala na nag-violate. At sino po ang nag-check kung nandun pa ba yung basura mula sa pag-alis hanggang sa pag-traverse niya ng karagatan hanggang sa destination niya or sa destinations kung nandyan pa. Or kung malinis, ay tinapon yan sa karagatan.
According to our Coast Guard Commandant, Your Honor,
Sa Coast
there are
Guard.
violations.
There are
No, and
violations.
there are corresponding penalties that have been...
Ano po ang penalty pag makita niyong nagtapon kasi walang laman yung kanilang lagayan?
Meron daw fine, no, and penalties, pero they will just check the amount. They don't have the exact amount right now.
Okay. But I hope it's a joint task between Marina and the Coast Guard. Sana po stricto tayo dahil una, yan ang buhay po ng ating mga mangingisda at almost kalahati po ng ating mga mangingisda. Ang mga pamilya nila dyan nakasalalay ang kanilang kabuhayan, yan ang ating mga kinakain. At pangalawa, paano tayo magkakaroon ng turismo kung mukhang basurahan ang ating karagatan? So that's a very important responsibility. Thank you for that. I now go to the high commitment fees due to undisbursed loan funds and the slow right-of-way acquisitions. Again, during the DOTR hearing last September 29, it was reported that the government has incurred $6.5 million in commitment fees for the Malolos-Clark segment of the North-South Commuter Railway because loan funds from the Asia Development Bank could not be disbursed on time. These fees mount when loan proceeds remain idle. The main cause is slow and inconsistent right-of-way acquisition, driven by land valuation disputes, negotiation challenges, and dependence on unprogrammed appropriations that cannot be released without meeting revenue targets. So all these reasons and more push back the project timelines, increase the costs, and expose the government to avoidable financial penalties. Oversight is needed to clarify the real status of right-of-way acquisition, the financial impact of the delays, and the reforms necessary to prevent further losses. So, having said that, may I know, Mr. President, what are the concrete steps that the DOTR is taking to resolve the persistent right-of-way bottlenecks, valuation disputes, negotiations with landowners, and all of that? Kasi sayang naman yung interest, yung commitment fees in the millions of dollars. Parang matino lang ahensya NCCA. Oo, walang kurap doon. At saka, maganda. Kasi konti lang budget. Tapos pinapanood ko sila. Maayos. NCCA.
Your Honor, Mr. President, what will be a big help to resolve the right-of-way issues is the passage of the Right-of-Way Act, the new law that was recently passed, and also they have a budget now of at present of 2.75 billion, hopefully to be able to pay obligations no doon po sa right of way. But as you mentioned earlier, one of the things that really delayed the North-South commuter line in particular was lodging the funding for the foreign assisted projects, especially the GOP portion in the unprogrammed funds, no? And that really had disastrous results, no? Nagkaroon po tayo ng delays because for the first few months the progress billings was not paid. Yun po, that's one of the reasons why, as I mentioned earlier, before, that JICA went to the President himself to complain about the delays in the project. So now, what we did we made sure, with the help of the chairman, with the approval of the chairman of the Finance Committee, we made sure that the government participation and the majority of the foreign assisted funds will now be lodged under the program appropriations. And whatever is left in the unprogrammed appropriations, we will have a special provision, hopefully with the consent of the body, that once the loan, there's a billing, immediate priority will be it will be released in unprogrammed funds, Your Honor, to make sure that it will not happen again what happened in the past, that there will be delays, so as to
Expedite
prevent,
the process, yeah.
to expedite, and also to prevent the commitment fees that are very expensive, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Now we go to the uneven distribution of regional budget and the congestion spillover. According to the roadmap for transport infrastructure development for Metro Manila and surrounding areas, prepared by JICA in partnership with NEDA, and this was long ago, 2014 and 2019, NCR, Region 3, 4A, so Central Luzon and Calabarzon, are collectively referred to as the Greater Capital Region, as you know. Collectively, GCR accounted for 56.1% of the country's economic output in real terms in 2024, based on data from the Philippine Statistics Authority. In 2026, however, the National Capital Region, NCR, will again dominate the DOTR budget with 181.6 billion, or 92%, leaving only 8% for the other 17 regions, and poorer regions such as BARM, Region 5, Region 9, Region 8 will continue to receive very minimal shares. So NCR's chronic congestion, as we know, doesn't stop in its borders. It spills into Cavite, Laguna, Bulacan, and Rizal, where millions commute daily. Without upgraded infrastructure in these feeder regions, congestion in NCR cannot realistically be solved. Kung again, puro Metro Manila-centric tayo, hindi po natin iniisip yung mga nagtatrabaho dito pero nakatira sa Cavite, meron sa Laguna, meron sa Bulacan, sa Pampanga, maaring Tarlac. Paano po yun? Ang concentration ng alokasyon natin ay NCR pa rin. 92% po ng budget. So may I be enlightened, what is a DOTR's basis for allocating 92% of its 2026 budget to NCR, despite a documented need for regional transport development in the greater capital region and the rest of the Philippines? Pagod na ako. Ayoko nang tangin yung flight time dito. Pero siguro para may on record. No?
Your Honor, Mr. President, kaya po mukhang malaki po yung sa NCR because we are currently the biggest projects that are ongoing is the North-South Commuter Line and the Metro Manila Subway System. But the North-South Commuter Line passes through 3 regions. It's not just NCR. It starts in Pampanga, in Clark, traversing to Metro Manila, and then ending in Laguna, in the south. No? And then the Metro Manila Subway System, ongoing. And also, through your intervention, yung pong mawawalang budget for infrastructure in the flood control, part of it, with the permission of the chairman, we propose that it be used still for infrastructure projects. That's why we will have airport improvements in various areas. No? Yung po mga bago, Mati, Airport, Camiguin, Daet, and then improvement of Siargao Airport, about 100 million. That's because it's a tourism center. Legazpi, about 1 billion. And other projects, no? Improvement of ports and airports all over the country. Marami ho tayong upgrading of airports to make them night rated, and also ports improvement. So you can say that probably yung pong concentration looks like it's just in Metro Manila because it's in the central office. But there are a lot of projects now ongoing in the different parts of in the different regions in the country, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I'm happy to hear that, and we would be happy to receive the allocation of the both airports and ports that you mentioned, so that we can tell the people that it's not just Metro Manila-centric or Luzon-centric. Yes, so who was here during the Abaya time, the Aquino administration? Because I remember during that time, there were so many regional airports that were promised, and the committee hearing, they just admitted that they had the funds. I think para ma-obligate, they put it in CAAP, then it was probably never built. So that was 10 years ago. If you can just kindly look at your files, bagamat bago kayo, you don't have to answer it now, ano yung mga airport noon na pinangako, nag-antay ang tao, may lupa, o baka sinimulan, hindi ginawa, hindi natapos, nag-iba ng administrasyon, hindi na nangyari. Buti na lang si Senator JV, talagang he's for regional development, nasimulan, pero ang liliit naman ng mga pondong linigay nyo sa airport, baka naman pagkatapos, pag hindi na kayo chair or ibang administration, makalimutan. Tapos, may mga bakal na nakalabas dyan, tapos wala nang airport, o maliit yung runway, wala naman makalanding, maikli, ganun. So, I don't know if you have the list now, but during the time, I remember 10 years ago, I asked these questions in a hearing when I used to chair the budget. O siguro naman by now, natayo na lahat ng pangako noon.
I have an initial list of the airports promised. No? Like San Vicente Airport in Palawan, supposedly communications equipment for control tower. Funds were reverted. Naga Airport.
Sayang naman, like San
Opo.
Vicente. Bakit sa gitna po ito, ha?
Opo.
Kasi yung El Nido is a private airport.
Yes.
Puerto Princesa, yan lang ang commercial airport.
That is
Bakit
correct.
sinimulan, tas hindi ginawa?
Yes,
Anong
that's
dahilan po
2016,
yun?
Your Honor.
2016, bakit po?
Sayang.
Sayang.
Anong reason?
Because
San
it's
Vicente.
around
May
2 to 3 hours from Puerto Princesa
That's correct.
to San Vicente. And from San Vicente to El Nido, what? Another 2 to 3 hours. Bakit hindi ituloy yun?
But now, Madam, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to CAAP, San Vicente is now completed. It's now operational. 2016 na po nakalagay reverted, but it was now completed.
pero turboprop lang ang pwede. Turboprop.
Yes, that's correct. Turboprop. Naga Airport, site development 2016. Funds reverted due to issue with right-of-way being undertaken by LGU. I don't know. Provincial government.
Sige, you can just submit the list, but
Yeah.
maybe they should update it. Kasi I think this is a similar list.
There are a lot of airports, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Pero
But the
natupad-
others are, nakikita ko po, have been done already. May mga natigil
Nangyari
noon,
na.
but
Siguro
nangyari.
naman 10
Like Kawayan
years.
Airport is already close to being nitrated, no? Yung Ozamis po, Pagadian. So there are a lot of, some of our...
Kasi nakatatlong administration na
being,
siguro
ano
naman
na.
naitayo na. Yeah.
In Siargao Airport, which to our intervention, we will have 100 million for the upgrading because it's a tourist area. So marami naman ho tayong improvement with the airports, Your Honor.
Siargao, turboprop lang, no? Hindi pa pwede ang jet.
That is
Maikli
correct.
pa yung runway. Bakit hindi habaan yung runway assuming may lupa para pwede ng jet?
The CAAP is studying it for full extension of the runway. Baka kailangan mag-reclaim because of the limited
yun ang
space.
problema. Huwag na natin bagitin yung reclamation. Okay. Since I will end with the cost of flying, no? At alam nila ito, airfares from Manila, okay, I'll sound parochial but I have to set an example, to Antique are consistently 2 to 3 times more expensive than flights to nearby hubs like Iloilo or Caticlan. Let's say Manila to Antique, Manila Iloilo or Manila Caticlan ticket can cost 1,200 to 1,700, while Manila Antique tickets often sit at 3,000 to 5,000, even higher on peak season. So, yun, mas mahal. Alam ko sasabihin nyo kasi bihira lang ang flight dahil sa ikli ng runway, hindi pa sapat. I want to understand that. So, what are the either operational reasons, commercial reasons, while the flight prices to San Jose Antique are significantly higher than those to Iloilo or Caticlan? And is it the current aircraft type? Is it the frequency, dahil 3 times a week lang? Or the load factor affecting the cost? And what are the options to scale service and to lower the fares?
Your Honor, Mr. President, since Antique, San Jose Antique is being serviced by a turboprop aircraft,
Yeah.
according to them, the cost of operation of a turboprop and the jet is almost similar. Halos pareho lang po yung gastos, but the capacity, passenger capacity of turboprop is only about 70 passengers as compared to about almost 150 to 200 pesos, 150 to 200 passengers for an A320 jet, Your Honor. So yung cost niya talaga is very
What is-
expensive if it's turboprop, Your Honor.
Thank you for your answer. Ano po ang length ng runway para po pwede na ang jet? And what is the length of the present runway of the Antique Airport? Just so that in context na makita nyo, Kasi po, 3 oras at kalahati kung nakasasakyan ka from Iloilo Airport to
1,600
Antique.
Antique.
And then, from South Antique to Katiklan Airport, mga 5 hanggang 6 na oras. So, kailangan talaga ng airport doon. Pero ang mahal naman ng pasahe. Doble o triple ang presyo.
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, Antique San Jose Airport, the runway length is 1,600 meters.
Meters, yes.
What is the minimum needed for jet aircraft to be able to land and take off or operate is about at least 1,800. Konti na lang po.
200 meters
But
na lang.
safer kung 2,100. Yes.
We don't like any risks. How long is the Katiklan Airport runway?
Katiklan Airport is about 1,800, Your Honor.
So, safe naman nag-landing doon, oo. So, we need 200 meters more so that it is as long as the Katiklan Airport.
At present, Antique Airport is being extended to 1,800.
So, magiging kasing haba na po ng Katiklan.
That is correct. So it can accommodate Airbus jets already.
It can accommodate jets by what month or what year po?
Kailan ba matap?
Right now, turboprop lang.
Third quarter of next year, Your Honor, is the target completion.
Okay, thank you for that. So by next year, the length of the runway of Antique Airport in San Jose, the capital town in the south, will be as long as Katiklan Airport, 1,800. Pero sinabi nyo, for safety reasons, dapat 2,100. Does that mean hindi po safe lumipad sa Katiklan ngayon? Na 1/8 jet po?
It is safe, Your Honor, Mr. President, but it's payload limited, meaning hindi ka po pwede mag-full
Mag-full.
fuel capacity or fuel passenger
At nagbabayad
passengers.
ng mas mahal, no? Yung airline.
That is
Diba?
correct.
Oo, nagbabayad ng mas mahal. Kaya mas mahal din ang presyo ng ticket.
That is correct.
Oo. So pag i-extend ang Katiklan ng Tuwan at ang Antique ng Tuwan, bababa ang presyo ng ticket. Tama ba ho?
Optimum, madam, because they can already be maximum
Oo.
capacity.
Ang Siargao, ilang meters po ang runway? Kasi turboprop din. 1.6 lang?
About 1,600.
Also 1.6. Bukidnon Airport of Senator Miggs. Ay, buti pa si Senator Miggs. Jet. Iba talaga. Magaling talaga. Ako nagsimula. Why does it take you 10 years to build an airport? Yeah. Why does it take forever? Ano po ang challenges? Bakit? Parang 10 years yata bago. Hindi pa rin tapos yung completion ng runway.
Presyo next year. Ilan?
Your Honor, for Bukidnon Airport, partial operations targeted by next year is about 1,600 meters for turboprop. But once fully completed, to 2,100 meters, so it can accommodate safely Airbus jets with
That's
full
exciting.
capacity.
Very good. Yes.
That's the
because right
legacy
now-
of our majority leader.
Yes, and it started in 2018 when I was chairman of the Finance Committee, and it was a Senate amendment. Ayun. Thank you. Marinduque Airport, for example, ilang kahaba po ang runway?
Marinduque is about 1,500 meters.
Pag 1.5 po, turboprop, pwede.
That is correct.
Ang San Vicente, ilan? 1.6 ba? turboprop? Yes. Ang San Vicente po, ganong kahaba?
Chairman, Mr. President, may I interject with the permission of the two, the sponsor and the interpolator? Mr. President, if I may, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to, can I, bit of restraint to the DOTR because yung turboprop, masyadong mahal ang turboprop.
Yeah.
The
Mahal
flights,
talaga.
Secretary, Mr. Sponsor. So whenever they build something that's 1,200, 1,400, pwede na po yung turboprop. Alam mo, yung ticket ng turboprop times 2 sa Airbus 320. That is the complaint of all the tourists in this country, both local and foreign. My staff do not want to go to Siargao because it is cheaper to go to Hong Kong, to Taiwan, to Korea, to Japan. With $400, you can go abroad. Because the complaint of Cebu Pacific to us is that a turboprop, Mr. Secretary, is very expensive to fly. Masyadong fuel dependent kasi yan, turboprop eh. And then, ang capacity pa nila, 80 passengers lang maximum. So, yeah, and ano pa yan, that's also weather dependent. Pag medyo masama yung weather, mahina. So, wag tayo po proud na we're building airports at 1,500 meters because you're not going to get the tourists. They'll never, wala eh. Mahal, tapos na yun yung turboprop pa, balita ko, you have to fly away, you have to fly from Clark. Diyos ko Lord. That means, if you want to go to Siargao, you're an Australian, you fly Sydney, Manila, Clark to, saan ba to? To Siargao. That's three stops. 2 stops to 3 spots. The DOTR has to help the tourism industry. Ako naiiyak na talaga ako. What's wrong with our country? You should see Da Nang, Vietnam. All the areas in Vietnam now. Chiang Mai. All the areas of
okay.
dapat i-tour natin sila. Siguro Senate na magbayad ng budget nila para
Teka,
hindi
ano
sila
nga ang
matamaan.
solusyon? Ang solusyon nga ay
I-tour natin
kailangan
sila lahat.
habaan ng runway, di ba? Yun eh. Sinagot
Kailangan
ko
talaga
kanina.
habaan ng runway because it's too expensive, Your Honors,
Yeah.
to maintain turboprops. And you can't blame the airlines for charging more expensive tickets unless we can get the three Airbus 320s to land there. Our tourism is in the doldrums right now. And they're complaining that we'd rather fly one stop in a nice place nearby, Thailand, Indonesia, instead of the Philippines. FYI lang po. So we should
I
veer
agree
away
with
from
you.
that. We should no longer be proud. The DOTR should no longer be proud that we're building small runways and airport. No, we should do it at least 2,000 meters. That's why we're improving Camiguin. Because Camiguin, the A320s cannot land there, and therefore it's stunted. It's a beautiful province. My
So I'd like to
goodness.
know then,
Thank
will
you,
you
Mr.
still, thank you for pointing it out again, does it mean that you will no longer build just 1,600 meters airports and only build 1.8 to 2.1?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the thrust of DOTR right now is to upgrade all airports, especially in the tourist areas, and to target about 1,800 to
Minimum
2,100
Okay.
so that Airbus jets can be accommodated and to upgrade the airports so that they can be night rated,
Okay.
so that they can accommodate flights even at night.
Okay. I will stop at that. And on that high note, that commitment of the OTR through the chair, so improve all the runways, yung mga 1.6 or 1.5, magiging 1.8 or 2.1, right? And then they will give me the list of those which are, Palawan is touted as the best island in the world. So, kung Puerto Princesa lang ang entry, tas ang mahal-mahal ng El Nido, kasi naman private airport yon, pero yung San Vicente, maganda sana.
Actually, Your Honor,
habaan
Mr.
naman yun to 1.8 para
that's
pwedeng jet.
1,800 already.
1.8 na siya.
Yes, so
Pwede ng jet.
probably just improve the terminal and
Bakit
pag
walang-
nagkaroon na siguro ng
Bakit walang
traffic.
jet na nag-fly doon? Bakit turboprop lang? Huh?
Your Honor, they claim that there's still not much traffic, so not lack of siguro facilities.
But it's already 1/8.
Yes, it's 1/8
Can-
already. It's ready. Kung meron na facilities and probably passenger traffic, then it can accommodate already Airbus
Can we
aircraft.
request DOTR through CAAP? Is it CAAP or CAB to help us also invite where you have already successfully completed runways which are either 1/6, 1/8, or 2/1 to have a marketing to invite promotional campaign AirAsia, Cebu Pacific, not just Philippine Airlines, so that they can have air connectivity in these areas, in these destinations.
Yes,
So-
the Secretary Lopez said that they will coordinate.
Hihingin po natin yung
with the
listahan, yung
Department
mga
of
tapos
Tourism.
na as of now, at yung mga sa 2026 ay meron naman provision for 1.5 or 1.6 to 1.8, magiging 2.1, para may antabayanan. Maplano na rin nila ang mga pag-enlarge ng kanilang destinations.
Yes,
Okay?
Your Honor, Mr.
Yes.
President. With our interventions here in the Senate, we are prioritizing the tourism areas.
Okay, sabi ko last na yan, pero last na to. Coast Guard. Kasi tayo ay, okay, Coast Guard. Sino pong head ng Coast Guard ngayon? Yes, po.
Admiral Gavan is
Okay,
here.
Admiral, hi. Alam naman nyo, bilang advocate ng ating karagatan, kalikasan, at proteksyon din sa seguridad ng ating bansa. Ilan ba tayong kilometro? 36,000? 36,000, ha? Okay, 36,000 kilometers ang ating bansa.
That is correct.
Okay. 7,641 islands, 36,000 kilometers of the Philippine archipelago with 112.7 million population. Ilan po, last na, ilan po ang ating Coast Guard stations sa ating coastline ng 36,000 kilometers? Main stations and substations, if any, and what are our assets in those Coast Guard stations?
We have 96 Coast Guard stations and 644 substations.
Nakapaligid po yan. Sa 36,000 kilometers, pero baka iba inland. Ito po, sa 36,000 kilometers, ilan po ang main Coast Guard stations and substations? Because when you say 600, the others may be inland waters. Yes. Sa ano po? Exterior, what is the right word, of our archipelago?
Majority are outside, nasa mga ano po, no, nasa coastal, no. The only inland substations are in the lakes, in Taal and Lake Cebu
Okay.
and Laguna.
So we have 600 Coast Guard stations sa 600 ba?
644 substations
And how many-
96 stations.
What is the ideal for the 36,000 kilometers? And are these stations in good shape? Do you have the equipment needed? The sea vessels, the trained personnel, the technology?
The ideal ratio is about 3 personnel per kilometer. Yeah,
3
per
personnel
square kilometer.
per kilometer.
Yes, yeah.
And do we have that? But we have the auxiliary corps.
They will be needing about 108,000 personnel, ideally. So at
100?
present, 108,000
8,000 Coast Guard
Personnel.
stations.
Personnel.
Personnel.
At present, they have about 36,000.
Okay. So we're short We're only one-third. We're only one-third of what's needed.
Yes, they're short
Yeah.
of 70,000. Your Honor.
You're talking about personnel, but not yet the stations. So if
Yes,
we
personnel.
have the stations, the 600 substations, and how many main? Is it 90, you said?
96.
96. So sub and the main stations, say mo na 400, no? Both the main and the substations. What is the ideal number of stations for the 36,000 kilometers? Last na. May pagod na rin nga ako eh. Oh, sige. Bakit pag si Alan hindi mo
You are just talking about stations. You know, the shoreline of the Philippines is longer than the shoreline of the United States. But the Coast Guard capability of the United States, we're about 40% of what they have, especially in equipment. I think you should concentrate on that also.
Yes, in fact, I have many more questions. I wanted to know the stations, the personnel, and the capability, and the assets, but the majority leader is asking me to wind up my interpellations.
The ideal, Mr. President, Your Honor, is to have one Coast Guard station in all the municipalities in the coastal areas. All coastal municipalities. That's about 832
We
municipalities.
have 832 coastal municipalities.
That is correct.
Yes. And it would be ideal to have a Coast Guard station in every coastal municipality.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many
That's the
Coast
ideal.
Guard stations do we have in the 832? Sana meron silang plano, maski timeline. Suportahan natin. Sige, ibigay na lang nila. Kasi it's not a matter of building a station. Pero do we have the trained personnel? Do we have the equipment? What are these basic equipment?
They need about 188 more stations and substations.
O, kaya yan. So, I would be happy to receive a basic briefer from the Coast Guard sa 36,000 kilometers, sa 800 plus LGUs in the coastline, and the need for 118 Coast Guard stations, and the need for X, how much would that cost? And it's not just a matter of building the infrastructure, but also do we have the trained personnel and the equipment needed, and what are these basic equipment? So I would be happy to be briefed about that. I do not commit. It will be carried in 2026 so that we have a plan for the next, even just 3 years, so we know how we will equip and guard our coastlines. Not just from external intrusions, but also guard it environmentally. Yeah. Okay, I will terminate my interpellations and would want to express my sincere gratitude to our very hardworking chair of the committee, and would request for the inputs that we discussed today. Thank you.
I'd like to thank also Senator Legarda for the support for the DOTR family, especially for the Philippine Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Before you call on the next interpellator, I would just like to place on record a statement that I think should be given as an information, not only here, but also to our counterparts. Because it has come to my attention that several members of the House of Representatives, and they have called my political officer, especially district representatives. They are anxious in saying that the budget for their districts are being slashed here in the Senate, specifically by Senator Lacson and myself. This is unfounded. We have not touched the budget of the districts. Our finance chairman can confirm this. I suggest that to our counterparts and asking that you discuss your apprehensions with your chairman of appropriations. Tanungin ninyo because there's nothing happening here. Wala kaming ini-slash or ginagalaw sa mga districts ng GAB. As a matter of fact, we have not touched anything yet. These are all period of interpellation. So, yung mga sinasabing kami ni Senator Lacson, kinat namin lahat yung mga budget daw nila at yung ano nila, ayan po yung maliwanag na black propaganda po yan. Just for the record. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yeah, and it would be good that our chairperson, Senator Gatchalian, could come down from his office and then at least confirm the statement of the Senate President that there is no truth to that news.
He
Mr.
can
President.
confirm that. In fact, I asked him earlier, is that possible? And he said, it's not possible, and we have not done such a slashing that they're talking about.
So while we await maybe the entry of Senator Gatchalian to the session floor, we'd like to recognize, to continue the interpellations,
Yes,
Senator
please,
Joel
continue.
Villanueva, Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized, and I yield the chair to the President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished Majority Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. President, may I be allowed, Mr. President, to maybe know if the distinguished sponsor, our seatmate, our brother, and the hardworking Deputy Majority Leader and the Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator J.V. Ejercito, would yield to these representations a few questions, Mr. President.
Yes, absolutely. Your interventions are always welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. I was listening attentively to the interpellations of our Tita Ganda, Senator Lauren, and we have learned a lot, and also will no longer touch on some of her questions. And it's just that I'm also a bit concerned with regard to continuity of the programs of the department. Every time po nagpapalit ang administrasyon, nagpapalit ang presidente, nagpapalit ang secretary, minsan nagkakaroon ng disruptions. Hindi pala minsan, parang almost sure nagkakaroon ng disruptions, no, Mr. President. Kaya I share the sentiments of Senator Ligarda. Mr. President, Uno, at the onset, may I just put into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our chairperson, Senator Gatchalian, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for sponsoring the budget of the OTR. We examine one of the largest increases in the entire fiscal year 2026 budget of the government. Ang total budget po ng DOTR is set to receive 189.3 billion pesos, or a 115% increase from last year. Is that a correct figure, Mr. President?
That's the correct figure, Your Honor.
Yes, so malaking pondo po ito, and with the budget this big, of course, we also expect big results. And not only in infrastructure, but also in job generation. But before I go to job generation, maybe this figures would help, as the Senate President a while ago made mention. For 2026, ang total expenditure program ng DOTR sa committee report po natin sa Senado ay 189.289 billion, which is higher by 8.51% from the GAB na 174 billion, 174.436 billion, but lower by 4%, 4.08% from the NEP level, which is 197.331 billion. Is that the correct figure, Your Honor, distinguished colleague?
That is correct, Your Honor. That's the correct figure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe it would also help and give light to what the Senate President made mention a while ago. No, so mas mataas po yung binigay ng ating committee report mula po doon sa GAB level, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to the meat of this representation sa advocacy, which is job generation. Alam natin yung departamento ng Department of Transportation ay napakalaking sektor para po tignan ng ating pamahalaan when you look at job creation and job generation, Mr. President. May we know, first question, may we know how big is the sector in terms of employment at ano po yung percentage nito sa ating gross domestic product? I have some figures but I'm not sure if this is correct figures na isinabmit po sa atin. Just to put on record, Mr. President. Employment po ng sector ng transportation.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, based on an ADB study, the South Commuter section of the South Commuter Rail System alone is expected to generate a total of 350,000 direct, indirect, and involved jobs, Your Honor. In the north segment of NSCR, is if it's included in the Metro Manila subway, MRT7 and LRT1 Cavite extension are included, the number will easily exceed 1 million jobs created.
That's direct and indirect, no? Mr.
Direct and
President?
indirect, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, yung sa buong sektor ng transportasyon, we're looking at dito lang ho, no, sa binanggit po ninyo, about 1.3 million sa dalawang proyekto lang. But in the totality, Mr. President, we have gotten this data that states right now the Philippine transportation sector is employing 3.7 million workers. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if these figures are inaccurate. 3.7 million workers as of now, and if that is the case, then that is 12.7%. That's 12.7% of our total labor force, Mr. President. Malaki po. In fact, there's also a report that the Philippine transportation sector covering yung rail, yung roads, aviation, and maritime, it's rapidly growing. It's a rapidly growing industry, contributing to 13% of our GDP. Would this be an accurate or at least close figures, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, according to Secretary Lopez, that is the correct estimate.
That's
Your
a
Honor.
correct estimate.
Yes.
So yung 3.7 million workers, binabanggit nyo po, yung dun sa dalawa na binanggit nyo po, madadagdagan pa ng 350,000 direct and indirect jobs dun sa MRT7, etc., another 1 million. Dagdag po yan, hindi ito kasama na cumulative ang lahat, Mr. President, ng sektor, ng buong sektor, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, that's additional, especially once operational already, this existing railway lines that are being constructed.
Malaking bagay po, Mr. President, and the distinguished sponsor would attest to this. Ever since we became friends and seatmates and brothers here in the Senate, we always talk about this particular topic of infrastructure in railways, in roads, etc., especially railways because that's very close to the heart of the distinguished sponsor. We always talk about job generation, Mr. President. So I think it is important also from this representation's point of view to look at the proposed budget of the department and say, how many jobs are we looking at? How many jobs are we projecting to generate by the transportation sector? Perhaps ataduhin po natin, no, in this particular budget that we are discussing, maybe we can find out, meron po ba tayong tina-target or committed job targets per sector? For instance, railways, sa road, sa maritime, sa aviation. Meron po ba tayong ganitong mga pag-aaral as to how many jobs will be created, Mr. President?
Usually, Your Honor, Mr. President, that for example, they will submit a study. For example, we're applying for an ODA or that's for or any requirement. For example, with JICA, ADB. That's part of the feasibility study. Yung pong jobs that will be created or be generated because of the said project, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. And you know, I asked that question because I found out, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that the DBM only approved 158.294 billion under the NEP out of the 464 billion requested by the Department of Transportation and Railways. Is that a correct figure, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. So, Mr. President, having said this was further reduced to 135 billion under our very own Senate committee report on the GAB, with cuts heavily affecting capital outlays, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, itong mga nakat po na ito, at kanina tinatanong ko po, binanggit ng ating sponsor, meron silang mga pag-aaral, meron silang mga preparation tungkol dito, yung trabaho para sa Bayan Act is already a law, yung master plan, employment master plan ng pamahalaan ay gumagana na. So gusto nating malaman sana, Ginoong Pangulo, maapektuhan po ba yung naging target, naging, I don't know if you already had a commitment with the DepDev and DOLE and the council that is taking care right now of our employment master plan. Mag-a-adjust po ba dahil dito sa mga kaganapan na ito, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, through the Senate's intervention, the major priority programs or foreign assisted projects, especially the North-South Commuter and Metro Manila Subway system, will be assured that it will be full blast from now. Unlike when 2 years ago, when, as I mentioned earlier, that yung pong funds nito were lodged in the unprogrammed funds and really had disastrous consequences. Nag-delay po, and then we had commitment fees, which resulted in JICA going to the President himself to complain about the delays. So medyo nakakaya
Because it was transferred from the regular GAA to the unprogrammed. Is that
is correct.
Accurate, Mr. President?
From a program appropriation, it was lodged in the unprogrammed appropriation.
You and I, Mr. President, distinguished
We know that. We
colleague,
know the reason.
know very well the reason. Yeah, as you mentioned.
That is correct.
And you also, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, you also know very well that this representation is allergic to that unprogrammed funds. And the chairman of our Senate Finance Committee, who just stepped in, know very well the challenges and the hocus-pocus happening with the unprogrammed funds. But I will not go there, Mr. President, but I'm more interested, again, in the job creation, in the commitments, probably if there's a commitment from the department as to how many jobs will be created. Because you made mention, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that with the 3.7 million employed Filipinos in this particular sector, you're looking at additional 1.3 million just with the two projects that you made mention a while ago. So that would increase the number of employed workers in the Philippines, in our country, by at least 1.3 million, and that will reach at least 5 million workers in the sector, Mr. President. Is that a correct statement? Despite the fact that the request made by the department to the DBM ay hindi po naaprubahan, Mr. President.
Yes, that's a correct figure or estimate, about 5 million, but it will just be delayed a little considering that the project will be delayed from 2028. It was pushed back to 2032. So
2032.
Apo, 4 years in the delay as a consequence of that by lodging it in the unprogrammed funds. So ganun kagrabe, yung naging epekto. So they are still confident
I'm a bit confused, Mr. President, dahil parang 1 year lang naman yung difference, but naging 2032 ho?
Because the reason being that the billings or the progress billings during that year, that it was lodged in the unprogrammed funds, was not only for 1 year. It was an accumulation of several years. Nagkaroon pa ng suspension of works. So nagpatong-patong talaga. So sad to say that the project has been pushed back by 4 years.
So, Mr. President, the additional 1.3 million jobs that we were supposed to generate and create through the two projects that the distinguished sponsor mentioned a while ago, i-distribute din po yan in the next 5 years. Is that correct? Or it will be achieved by next year, Mr. President? Kasi ongoing naman eh. It is possible, right?
The direct employment will be distributed, Your Honor, Mr. President.
The direct.
What we have to wait for is the indirect.
Siguro,
Yun ang
Mr.
hintay
President,
natin.
I will no longer belabor the issue. Perhaps if we can also just get this data from the department to be submitted to this representation or to the committee at least, yung pong projected jobs that will be generated in this particular sector. Kahit po yung subsector na natin, railways, roads, maritime, and aviation, Mr. President. That would be good, Mr. President, so we can monitor and kung may kailangan tayong gawin, whether legislation or legislative action, we can help in any way we can, Mr. President.
Yes, the OTR Secretary said they will comply.
Mr. President, hindi ko lang makaligtaan yung pong requested capital outlay. Medyo mabigat din po ito yung capital outlay na hindi po binigay, and at the same time kinat sa GAB, kinat pa rin sa ating Senate Committee report. Na ang nangyari po ay na-reduce ito ng 135.572 billion under the Senate Committee report. So ito hindi po ito makakaapekto, especially na mostly capital outlay po ito, Mr. President.
What is more important, Your Honor, Mr. President, that yung pong foreign assisted projects natin, the main priority programs, masigurado na malagyan ng pondo. So that's why we put it in the program appropriations. So malaking bagay po yun. And that will be our main growth driver for the DOTR. And then yung pong malalagay portion will still be placed in the unprogrammed appropriations. But hopefully, with the support of Your Honor and the body, I will be proposing a special provision wherein once meron pong progress billing, meron immediate release already para wala hong delays, because this was a concern raised by JICA and the Japanese
embassy. So yun po ang ating
Yes,
pong...
Mr. President, just for the record also, Mr. President, this was also discussed last year and this was also mentioned last year na ito po ay nandun mismo sa General Appropriations, the Senate Committee Report, Mr. President. And nawala po ito eh. Napunta po sa program, hindi ho ba? So ngayon, Mr. President, ano yung assurance natin na by the time na aprubahan natin ito, pagdating po sa BICAM, hindi na mapupunta ito sa program, Mr. President. Kasi binabanggit nyo, may ilan po na mapupunta pa rin sa program, Mr. President. Is that correct, Your Honor?
We discussed this already with the chairman of
And
Committee
it's
on
good that the
Finance.
chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance is with us right now, listening, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, can we also get an assurance, Mr. President, that this will no longer be boxed out from the Senate Committee report until the BICAM, until it becomes a law?
Yes, we discussed this already with the chairman of Committee on Finance, and we both agreed that the bigger portion will now be lodged in the program appropriations, including the government participation. Pero po kasi para hindi naman po masayang yung pondo, those that will be lodged under the program, as I mentioned earlier, pumayag din po ang ating chairman to have a special provision that once the progress billing arrives, priority po talagang tuloy-tuloy.
Ano po yun? Once
the progress billing is due and demandable, there will the release will be expedited as soon as possible without delay.
So ibig
Maglalagay tayo ng special
ibig
provision.
sabihin po ba, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, kung may capacity sila at meron ng progress billing, pwedeng ilagay na rin dun sa regular program? If. Tama po?
Pwede rin.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mas
Mr.
maganda
President.
sa program, but
Yes.
there's an assurance naman, and with this, the chairman of the Committee on Finance assured that there will be no delay. So kahit na nasaan program, talagang
By
priority.
the way, Mr.
Tsaka
President-
wala na siya kaagaw eh. Unlike before, meron nung, alam niyo na po, yung sagip at yung mga siningit-singit, may kaagaw. Pero ngayon po, wala na siyang kaagaw sa program appropriations.
And saan program, Mr. President, just to put on record, saan program, Mr. President, ano yung mga prerequisites, Mr. President, bago mag-release mula po doon sa program funds, Mr. President? Tama po ba na sabihin na kailangan may bagong buwis? Tama po ba na kailangan may overcollection sa ating mga government-owned and controlled corporations? Dapat po ba ay ito ay sertipikahan ng iba't ibang departamento ng ating pamahalaan? Is that correct, Your Honor, Mr. President?
There's no need for new revenue generating or any taxes, but those are excess revenues or excess funds that will be collected by third quarter or the end of the year, Your Honor.
And the Department of Finance participation would be...
The Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor,
What? The Bureau of
will
Treasury.
certify.
Through the Department of Finance.
That
And
is
the
correct.
Department of Finance must issue a...
Certification.
What's that? Certification. And then after the Department of Finance issues certification, the Department of Budget and Management would have to assure that the funds are available. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct. Through the
So,
SARO.
you know,
They have to
merong
issue the
prerequisite,
SARO.
no? Kaya ho sinasabi nyo, mas maganda na nasa program.
That is
Wala
correct.
dun saan program.
Ideally po, it is
Dahil
it will
saan
be better.
program, marami pong cheche-bureche. Hindi ho basta-basta...
And we will still wait if there are additional revenues, Your Honor.
Exactly.
Tsaka third quarter na. We can only avail of the funds by the third quarter.
And not one person, not one entity in the government can actually access or release the funds. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy for the answer of the distinguished gentleman from Saman. Mr. President, let me go to another topic that I'd like to raise. But anyway, I will be awaiting for the the report and the projected job generation creation for the 4 subsectors, Mr. President, that mentioned by this representation a while ago. Mr. President, yung DOTR po, as the good gentleman from San Juan would know, over the years, no, lagi nating tinatalakay dito sa Senado yung tinatawag na low disbursement rates, Mr. President. In fact, as of December 2024, nasa 54% yung disbursement rate and 48.94% naman as of 2025 in July, Mr. President. So itong delays in fund utilization, naniniwala po ba kayo, Ginoong Pangulo, na pagka merong delay sa fund utilization, meron din pong delay sa job generation? Would that be a correct statement, Your Honor?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, what accounts for the low disbursement rate, Mr. President? And perhaps the more important question would be if we would know whether in this particular budget that we are deliberating upon, meron na po tayo, if there are measures, initiatives that are in place to ensure that budget delays do not translate to job losses or missed employment opportunities, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the obligation as of October 2025 is 79.27% and the disbursement rate is 53.41%.
53.41%. So,
That is
Mr.
correct.
President, obligated na po yung 79.27%. And may we know, 53.41% po yung disbursement po, no? And we are targeting by end of the year, next week po, December na po, no? Halos December na. Ilan po yung mapapataas natin dito sa percentage na to? So, yun yung magandang itanong po natin. Kasi baka yan din po yung gamitin sa atin pag sinabi natin na kaya binawasan, tinapyasan ng DBM, tinapyasan ng GAB, buti na lang, tinaasan pa ng konti ng ating Senate Committee report.
The projection of the OTR Secretary is that the obligation rate will be about 85% by the end of the year and disbursement rate of about 75%.
So may catch-up plan na po tayo, Mr. President.
They have both catch-up plan and a cash disbursement plan, Your Honor.
Sige, baka pwede lang makahingi po ng copy nun para makita natin how they're going to do it, Mr. President. Mr. President, puntahan po natin yung PUV modernization. And then I'm sure this is also close to the heart of our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the budget of the OTR. Lagi yung tinatanong sa atin tuwing napag-uusapan yung modernisasyon ng PUV. Ang tanong ho lagi, ito bang modernisasyon ng PUV ay nagbibigay ba ito ng tunay na bagong oportunidad sa ating mga jeepney at bus drivers? O ito ba ating pag-uusapan binibigay pangamba sa ating mga jeepney at bus drivers? Paano natin masisiguro, Mr. President, na pag ito ang usapin, kasi pag ito yung usapin, lumabas po kayo sa kalye, dyan sa Quiapo, dyan sa kung saan po, pag lumabas po kayo dyan, ang usapin na PUV modernization, hanggang ngayon po, hindi ko po nakikita na kasiyahan or joy yung mapi-feel mo sa ating mga drivers, jeepney at bus drivers, but more of being anxious or nangangamba po sila kung ano ba yung mangyayari dito, Mr. President. So, may we know the plan and the strategy now of the department with regard to this, Mr. President? I actually remember, Mr. President, when Secretary Vince Dizon assumed office in the Department of Transportation, may isa pong execom, Mr. President, na bigyan ako ng pagkakataon na maupo kasama ang ating mga top leaders ng ating DOTR at nabigyan po tayo ng pagkakataon na makapagsalita doon, maging resource person ng ating mga kasama, Mr. President. So I'm really interested kung ano na po yung update tungkol dito sa PUV modernization.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOTR, the Jeepney Modernization Plan is a good concept, a good program, and has to be prioritized, implemented. Nagkaroon lang ho talaga ng setback because of wrong implementation in the past, but now they are intensifying their efforts to improve the route modification and also operational consolidation. No? Magsasama-sama na po yung iba't ibang operators, no? They will try to resolve. And then when it comes to the jeepney, yung acquisition, DOTR has been negotiating with DBP and Land Bank to restructure the debt para po maging mas magaan po, no? To at the lowest interest possible. And they are now opening the project for tour players to come in to lower the cost of the modern jeep, no? Kasi ngayon po nasa 2.5 million pesos. Medyo may kamahalan if it becomes an open po nila ito for players to come in, then bababa lang ng konti ng standard. It may go as low as 1.2 million pesos per modern jeep, Your Honor. So mas magiging madali and hopefully with the equity subsidy, yung pong itutulong natin, it will even help the potential operators at least to pay for yung kanila pong modern jeeps, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Especially nung marinig natin sa distinguished sponsor na inaamin ng ating departamento na mali yung mga nauna nang nais i-implement at nais i-force na lunukin ng ating mga jeepney at bus drivers, Mr. President. Natutuwa din po tayo na inaamin ng ating departamento na totoong pinipilit
Hinog sa pilit noon. Hindi handa.
Hinog sa
pero pinilit po.
Hindi handa. Imagine ho, pinipilit, walang ruta. Doon sa Bulacan sa amin, ay, babanggitin ko sa inyo mamaya kasi halos 7 taon na ho ako dito. Taon-taon na tumatayo about it. Kasi parang ang dami ho doon ng mga nabudol. Mga co-ops, transportation co-ops, Mr. President, na pinabili ng mga sasakyan. So parang mayroong mafia na nakakopo, ito lang ang pwedeng bilhin na sasakyan. Dapat ito lang. And bumili ho, hindi nangyari yung modernization, nasira mga ulo ho nila. Wala na ho ngayon. Wala na ho sa transportation sector, Mr. President. And nakakalungkot lang, Mr. President, na hindi napapag-aralan pero ipipilit, kagaya ng sabi ng distinguished sponsor, hinog sa pilit. Kaya I hope and pray, Mr. President, na bago tayo magpilit ng proyekto, iba yung political will eh. Pagka tama naman yung gagawin, yeah, do it. have that political will to implement. Pero pag alam mong mali, yung ruta nga, alam mo nang walang ruta, bakit mo ipipilit? Bakit mo ipipilit kung napakataas noong kailangan nilang bilhin? At walang option yung mga drivers, Mr. President. Mahirap naman po yun. By the way, Mr. President, how many drivers and operators will be affected with this PUV modernization? O meron bang, of course, may risk yan of displacement. Meron na po ba tayong concrete numbers, figures, para masiguro, masabi natin sa taong bayan na this time around, ready na tayo, this time around, napag-aralan na natin, this time around, maraming options available para sa ating mga kababayan at hindi sila talaga pahihirapan.
The target is about 190,000 jeepneys, Your Honor, for modernization, Mr. President.
And we look at the drivers, operators, Mr. President. May we know if there are studies or assessment made by the department to ensure na hindi masyadong tatamaan yung mga may risk of being displaced, Mr. President, once we implement this program.
That's about, if 190,000 jeepneys times 2, about 300 to 400,000 drivers.
300 to 400,000 drivers. Anyway, Mr. President, how many are already, I'm sure mayroong mga nag-ano na po di ba? Ilan na po ngayon yung figures natin na nag-modernize, Mr. President? Out of the universe na target na 190,000?
At present, there are about 12,000 modernized jeepneys already.
12,000. Wala pa palang 10%, Mr. President, no?
Wala pa.
At pag tinignan lalo natin yan, yung mga ruta, mas lalong bababa yung porsyento, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, you made mention about financing. Ano ho yung bagong tinitignan ng ating department para masiguro na mas madali na itong magiging modernization? Kanina, nabanggit ng sponsor natin, if I'm not mistaken, from 2.5 million, ibababa ng 1.2 million. And what about the financing, Mr. President? And will there be other options, Mr. President? Because I remember last time when they were forcing the issue, and I will use that word, forcing the issue, iisa lang yung dapat bibilin na brand para magamit at ma-implement yung modernization, which is ridiculous, Mr. President.
Your Honor, that will not happen again, as Secretary Lopez said that they will really open already the market so that other players can come in to lower the cost, to make it more competitive, and at the same time, they have lowered the standards already para nga din bumaba pa yung cost. Kasi from 2.5 million, target po nila bumaba ng 1.2 million. And also, if you would add the subsidy of about 400,000, dati 200 lang yun From 260,000, they have increased the subsidy to 400,000. So at least 800,000 na lang po yung pag-uusapan, no? Yun na lang po yung ilalabas. So 1/3 of the cost will be shouldered by the subsidy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President. I remember in the discussion about modernization, PUV modernization last time, even our government banks are already questioning, Mr. President, yung plano noon, no? So I hope by this time, even our land bank, our local banks would support this particular program, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, what about yung mga locally made jeepneys, Mr. President, like Sarao, Malagueña, Mr. President? Naisip po ba natin whether or not pwede silang itap, pwedeng magamit, Mr. President, and part of this PUV modernization, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the reason why they are relaxing the standards so that the local players, no,
Can
that,
also come in.
so that the manufacturers that you mentioned, I think even Francisco Motors, meron na po silang modern jeep, no, that they have offered already.
So that's an option now.
That is already an option.
Thank you,
Hindi na
Mr.
yung dating
President.
ini-import.
Yes, yes. And that would mean job creation again for our kababayans. So hindi natin bibigyan ng...
So maganda po, 56 out of the 94 models are locally manufactured and assembled.
Ilan po, Mr. President?
56 out of the 94 models
56.
or 60% are locally manufactured
Nice.
and assembled.
That's good news, Mr. President, and music to the ears of our people who will benefit, Mr. President, from this program. Mr. President, let me go to another topic, Mr. President. You and I authored, Mr. President, yung Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law, and again, we thank the gentleman from San Juan for his support. Mr. President, gusto lang nating pag-usapan yung workplace safety and labor standards across DOTR sector. Ano po yung mga konkretong hakbang ng departamento to ensure their occupational safety? Perhaps my question would be how many inspections were actually conducted in a year? O for example, last year across rail, across the country, yung mga road inspection, aviation, and the maritime sectors, Mr. President. At gusto nating malaman, Mr. President, kung ito'y yung mga mananakay natin na masisiguro that they are safe, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our Secretary, when it comes to the two ODA funded or the foreign assisted projects, ito pong dalawang railway natin, very strict po standards, no? Every time there's an part of submissions, kasama po yung ano, no? Ang nagche-check the consultant, JICA, the funders, ADB, and even the contractors, no, are being checked, Your Honor, and DOTR also checks, Your Honor. Medyo very strict and very regular po yung kanila pong checking and compliance.
So it's the different stakeholders who are inspecting, Mr. President.
That is correct.
Wala ho bang on top of it na from the department para masiguro na may accountability, Mr. President? Because safety is non-negotiable, especially, Mr. President, not just to the passengers, but even for the workers, the transport workers, drivers, mechanics, baggage handlers, airside workers, maritime personnel, who we believe face daily risk just to keep our transportation system running.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the DOTR Secretary said he's welcome to any suggestion from Your Honor, but he said that given that the Japanese, this is an ODA, and the Japanese consultants or contractors are in the management team are involved, they are very strict, Your Honor, when it comes to safety. So, but if there's a suggestion that DOTR how the OTR can better participate to make sure that they are on top of the safety procedures that will be folled. They are open to any suggestion.
Under the law that we pass here in the Senate, yung occupational safety and health standards, may inspectors din naman ang DOLE, no? Sila yung i-inspect ng mga workplace, Mr. President. But for me, I feel na yung workplace na pinagtatrabahuhan, yes, pero yung public areas where our passengers go, mga parokyano, nung whether doon sa mga pantalan, DOTR po yun, di ba? DOTR ang may jurisdiction po sa mga yon. And so, Mr. President, for example, may mga corrective actions na ginagawa po kayo kung hindi ito safe or may mali or may pagkukulang yung isang lugar, Mr. President. Sinasanctions niyo po ito, hindi po ba, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, itong mga bagay na ito, Mr. President, merong particular bureau ang departamento para masiguro ang safety nila. Is that correct, Your Honor? Kasi for example,
Your Honor, Mr. President, ito po ay delegated to the attached agencies. For example, for bus terminals, it will be LTFRB. For the ports, it will be PPA, Your Honor. Airport CAP. For the airports, of course, it will be CAP.
Yeah. Yeah, for example, yung mga mananakay, yung safety, I remember there was a news report doon sa walang life vest. Di ba? Sa DOTR po yun.
Marina po yan.
Marina, Mr.
Yes.
President. Yes. Mr. President, itong mga Coast Guard natin, and I'm glad that the Senator Lauren made mention about this. Yung mga Coast Guard po natin which is receiving 44.6 billion next year, and I'm glad na nasusuportahan po natin yung ating mga Coast Guard. Sila po, alam natin, they face not just harsh weather but geopolitical and maritime threats. And siyempre, kailangan nila ng protection at kailangan nila na masuportahan. How exactly are we improving our Philippine Coast Guard staff's welfare, benefits, and field safety on this particular budget for 2026, Mr. President? Example, Mr. President, do we have updated provisions for hazard pay habang tumataas yung tension dyan sa West Philippine Sea? Updated provisions on their proper equipment, mental health support, and rest protocols for overstretched crews, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, through the Senate's intervention with the recommendation of this representation and approved by Chairman Gatchalian, we have increased their subsistence allowance from 150 pesos a day to 350 pesos a day at par now with the members of the armed forces. And also, yung po mga may uniform personnel under DILG, PNP, BFP. We have also increased. That's the Senate intervention.
Finally, Mr. President, because I have heard personally from Your Honor, the sponsor of the measure, about this plan, Mr. President.
That's
so
correct.
finally, it's
yes, we more than doubled their subsistence, daily subsistence allowance. And then next will be the Philippine Coast Guard Hospital, which has been started. Hopefully, it will be completed in about 3 years. That will cater to Coast Guard personnel. And then,
Sama mo ba yung families, immediate families nila dyan? Or just the
yes,
person?
definitely. The
Yes.
families
Thank
will be
you.
included.
Thank you.
And then yung pong sayang po, hindi po na-aprobahan sa NEP, but we'll try again next time, yung emergency medical funds. No? Hopefully, we can approve this and allocate some portion for our Coast Guard personnel emergency medical funds for their for them. And siguro what we can do right now is, sabi ko nga, yung PhilHealth is, we almost doubled the subsidy. No, since all Filipinos are automatically members, we can also make interventions with the PhilHealth president or officials that ito pong mga Coast Guard be given priority also.
Thank
Just
you.
in case, kasi we given the nature of work, yung kanila pong exposure and the risk that they are taking by guarding our sovereignty, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I'd like to put on record that this representation together with then Senate President Mig Zubiri and Senator J.V. Ernesto went to Kalayaan Islands. And we have seen the efforts and sacrifices of our men in uniform, especially our Philippine Coast Guards. And I'm happy to hear the report and the figures given to this representation by our dear colleague. Thank
Your Honor,
you.
if I may add, they are also receiving high-risk duty pay, hazardous duty pay, hazard.
Bago lang po
Hazard
yan, Mr.
duty pay.
President. Bago lang yan, Mr. President.
Existing po. This is
Existing.
existing. And the sea duty pay, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Let me go to another topic, Mr. President, so I can finish early. Yung JICA po estimated an increase in the losses per day due to traffic congestion in Metro Manila. Yung 2014 to 2022, binabanggit po ng report nila, 2.4 billion lang nun, Mr. President, nagsimula. 2014. Tapos 2018, naging 3.5 billion. A day po ito, daily losses po ito, no? But in 2022, nag-jump na po to 4.9 billion pesos. And because of the high volume of private cars, Metro Manila has become the world's worst traffic in metro area, topping the 2023 TomTom Traffic Index of metro areas. Drivers in Metro Manila lost the most time due to traffic congestion. Ang pag-aaral po, 117 hours a year, the worst among ASEAN countries. Yung volume of motor vehicles in NCR has increased by 1.1 million in a decade, 2013 to 2023. Average annual daily traffic rose to 3.6 million in 2023 from 2.5 million in 2013. Now you look at the reports being given by the Chamber of Automotive Manufacturers of the Philippines, o yung CAMPI. They already forecasted that 500,000, at least 500,000 new cars will be sold in the country every year. 2025 po, tingnan natin, no? 500,000, 500,000 new cars. Pero ilan ba yung bagong roads? Ilan ba yung bagong bridges? Ilan ba yung bagong daan na po pwedeng paglagyan nitong kalahating milyon? And I'm only talking about new cars, Mr. President. Parang dito sa Pilipinas, hindi yata wala akong nasisirang sasakyan dito dahil magagaling yung mga TESDA graduates natin Mr. President. So anong balak ng DOTR, Mr. President? Meron ho ba talagang plano? Lagi ho ito every year, no? Talagang napakabigat na usapin, pero kailangan ho nating solusyonan, kailangan nating hanapan ng solusyon at makita ano ba talaga yung plano natin when you talk about traffic congestion here in Metro Manila, kahit itong Metro Manila lang po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Your Honor, probably we have been a car-centered society for so long. Nakalimutan na po natin yung mass transit, no? But now, because of the growing population and what really worries me, no, yung pong what you mentioned, is the volume of yung car sales natin every year. Dati po 300,000 lang, now it's 500,000. So if you add that in 3 years' time, that's 1.5 million vehicles that will be added to our streets. So the only solution that that's why I've been really passionate about this, is really to fast-track all the railway projects. We have to move from a car-centered society to a mass transit-centered society. Otherwise, kahit na anong dagdag natin ng kalye, I don't think we will be able to keep up with the number of vehicle sales that is added to our streets. So 500,000, dati 300 lang, now it's 500,000. If you add po yung mga EV ngayon na nauuso ngayon, BYD alone was able to sell about 10,000 units. Kaya ang daming BYD. Ngayon, around, na exempted pa. So, we're hoping that we can fast-track the South Commuter Line, the South Long Haul. The MRT-7 hopefully can be operational soon. Add more coaches in LRT-2, MRT-3. Hopefully, we can pursue again yung pong South Long Haul, yung pong papuntang Bicol, and the other railway system, Your Honor, Mr. President. That's my my appreciation, Your Honor, because not unless we really shift from a car-centered society to the railway mass transit, talagang magiging giant parking lot tayo in a few years' time with that much volume of vehicles that we have right now. Total. Ito po yung total, oh. Nasa 3.8 million na po yung total yung mga bagong sasakyan to the years, no? So, and 500,000 a year. So that's it. I think we really have to fast track the railway system. Kaya nga, with the intervention of the Senate, like to thank everyone, our colleagues, that again, we were able to lodge the foreign assisted projects and the program appropriation to ensure their funding that will not be delayed anymore.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I cannot agree more, Mr. President. And having said that, the only solution that we are looking at is mass transit. There's no way. I don't see any other solution, Mr. President, and I have to agree with you. But before I dwell and emphasize more on the importance of our mass transit system, for the meantime, what can we do? What can DOTR do in order to address this situation, Mr. President? Walang bagong daan, pero kalahating milyon. Ngayong 2025 lang, at binanggit ng ating distinguished sponsor, na halos 1.5 million cars, vehicles, ang nadadagdag. Meron po bang makapagsabi sa atin dito? Kung alam natin, kalahating milyon ang bagong sasakyan, ilan naman yung bagong daan? Huwag yung dating daan, ha? Yung bagong daan. Ilan yung bagong daan compared sa kalahating milyon na bagong sasakyan? Pag total po natin ito, yung EDSA lang ho, tuwing rush hour, napapagkamalang longest parking lot in the whole world. Kasi hindi umaandar ito ba yung goal natin dito sa Pilipinas, sa Metro Manila? Gawin nating parking lot ang buong Metro Manila. Yun ho yung mangyayari kung hindi tayo kikilos, hindi din tayo naghahanda. I'll go to this later, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that when you talk about mass transit, where are we, Mr. President? I think all of us would want to try na maging part nito, Mr. President. Pwede tayong lahat mag-trend, etc. Pero, siyempre gusto natin maayos. Tuwing nakikita po natin yung rush hour na pila doon sa EDSA, doon sa mga railways po natin, na pagka umuulan, lumulusong din sila sa baha. Napakahaba ng pila, kulang yung bagon. Talagang madi-dissuade, demotivate na gumamit ng mass transit. But again, Mr. President, before I go there dun sa mass transit, ano yung ngayon na pwede nating gawin, Mr. President? Nakukonsulta ba ang DOTR dito sa mga bagong sasakyan na binebenta left and right? Of course, I understand, Mr. President, the importance of balancing, di ba? Kailangan natin ng ekonomiya, pumasok dito yung mga mag-i-invest, magbebenta ng sasakyan. Magbebenta ng sasakyan, kalahating milyon na bagong sasakyan, pero wala namang daan. So saan gagamitin yung sasakyan? Punta nga ho kayo dun sa Metro Manila, dito lang, sa Maynila, Mr. President. I grew up in UST, Mr. President. Pag tinignan niyo po yung lugar dun sa area na yon, sa paligid, lahat ho ng paggabi ho, napakadami yung sasakyan na nakapark. So nag-file ho ako ng bill, no parking, no car policy. Pag wala kang parking, hindi ka pwede magkaroon ng sasakyan. Ako, napakadami kong nakaaway, Mr. President. Kasi halos lahat pala ng tao doon sa area, halos lahat, wala ho talaga silang parking. Pero pinapark nila yung sasakyan nila sa kalye, Mr. President. But these things, Mr. President, itong nararanasan natin, it's gonna get worse, Mr. President, if we are not going to step up our game or do something, Mr. President. I know long-term solution yung mass transit, but what about this time, Mr. President? Tatanggapin na lang po ba natin ito? Ngayong Pasko, magpapasko, talagang tatanggapin na lang natin na parking lot na ang buong Metro Manila.
Well, the dilemma of DOTR is that they can only talk about the ito pong mga rail projects, no. Sabi ko dapat wala talagang delays because this is the only way. As I will time and again say that railway is the only way to really solve all of this. But at present, siguro po yung deep roads kasi we are DPWH, the enforcement are LGUs and MMDA. Napakahirap po talaga no with the present situation right now, no. Especially very alarming is what you mentioned, yung pong 500,000 vehicle sales every year. So again, we will just have to fast track and improve the rails para po we really have to have a shift from a car-centered society to a mass transit. And I think that this will have a lot of benefits, Your Honor, Mr. President. Hindi lang po ito convenience, hindi lang po traffic congestion. It will create, it will spread out the development, Your Honor, Mr. President. Pag natapos yung NSCR, for example, South Long Haul, we will create growth nodes and growth areas in different parts of the country and creating jobs in that area and thereby decongesting Metro Manila as well. So I think yun po ang solusyon by laying down the tracks. We create growth nodes, growth areas, we decongest Metro Manila, and we create jobs in the other parts of the country. Mahabang matagal na proseso, pero that should have been done 30 or 40 years ago, Mr. President, Your Honor. And that's what our ASEAN neighbors did when they invested heavily in infrastructure in the 90s. And now they are reaping the fruits of their labor. Pumunta lang kayo ng Bangkok, na Indonesia, na Malaysia, nako, nakakainggit. Sobrang nakakainggit yung kanilang infrastructure. And it's not rocket science. So we should have done that 30, 40 years ago. And hopefully we can now fast track and play catch up this time. Pakita natin na meron naman tayong positive, hindi pa nai-scandal. We are told we cannot just go on crying over spilled milk all the time. Kailangan may pinapakita rin tayong ginagawa, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gaya ng kasabihan ng mga matatanda, laging nasa huli yung pagsisisi. And that's the main reason why we wanted to raise this issue kasi kung hindi tayo mag-step up, wala ho talagang mangyayari. Now, with regard to the mass transit, Mr. President, where are we now when you talk about mass transit? Ilan po yung mananakay natin ngayon? Ilan yung target natin para mapagsilbihan po sila sa darating na taon 2026, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, ang immediately na naantay natin yung MRT-7, yung pong papuntang from Quezon City to San Jose to Bulacan.
At 1 milyon na trabaho,
Yes.
direct and indirect jobs ang kayang i-generate nito, Mr. President.
Yes, the projected operation will be first quarter 2027 with the 12 stations. So 2027 po ang target nila.
First quarter of 2028, full 14 stations.
And then by first quarter of 2028, the full 14 stations.
Yung first quarter of 2027, ilan pong stations? Sorry.
12 stations.
12 stations,
stations.
Your Honor.
Kasama na po dyan yung sa Bulacan, no, Mr. President? Sa second pa.
Hanggang Sacred Heart pa lang daw. So yung 2028 para po
Sorry,
yung sa
na-carried
Bulacan.
away, Mr. President. Bulacanyo. So 2028 po ay ilang stations na po?
14 stations complete.
14 stations complete. By first quarter din, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. First quarter 2028.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, that's, at least may good news tayong aabangan, Mr. President. But,
Sayang nga po kasi kung hindi na pushback, even partially operational sana yung Metro Manila Subway and NSCR by 2028.
You mean hindi na pushback at di napunta saan program?
Saan program po? Na-delay tayo na 4
Ayoko
years,
nang
Your
balikan,
Honor.
Mr. President. Masyado nang masakit yung salitang unprogrammed. Mr. President, last point na lang po na gusto kong maitanong, Mr. President, yung pong digitalization ng LTFRB. Sorry, kanina nandyan na po kayo eh. Balikan ko ulit si Sir. Kasi And then, Mr. President, kanina binabanggit ni Senator Loren, every time magpalit ng administrasyon, nag-iiba, nagpalit ng secretary, nag-iiba. Babanggitin ko ho, no, yung mga tinutulungan natin na mga co-ops sa Bulacan. And some of them are here, by the way, Mr. President. Let me acknowledge them. Some of them are here. For the past 6-7 years, Mr. President, gulong-gulo sila dun sa modernization, Mr. President. Pero ito po, ang gusto kong tanong yung sa digitalization. May we know how will LTFRB's digitalization and expanded route monitoring activities improve yung pong accuracy of route rationalization nationwide? Ito ho kasi very important key element na would enhance our public transport efficiency, would reduce corruption through automated processes, and improve yung monitoring ng mga provincial, intercity, and last mile routes, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, LTFRB is now undertaking ambitious digitalization program. Unang-una po, online filing na. Pangalawa, they will already have digital mapping of the routes. So yung pong mga overlapping...
Matagal na nating inano yan sinuggest, si Senator Grace Poe pa yung chair nun ng Public Services. Sige po, please.
Ngayon po, gagawin na po. Attorney Vigor Mendoza has committed.
Tatandaan ko yan, Brad, anong pangalan po, Mr. President? Next year,
we have confidence with Attorney Vigor Mendoza because LTO naman po yung kaniyang pong commitment when he was LTO head. Yung pong 12 million backlog na plate numbers, ngayon po 1 million na lang.
Yes,
no? So,
I remember that.
I think he delivers.
Yes.
So
thank you.
I am confident that with the LTFRB under Attorney Vigor Mendoza will be able to deliver ditong digitalization program, Your Honor.
Kaya yung LTFRB is set to receive 912 million representing 22.74% increase from the current year's budget of 743 million. So yung total amount po, yung bulk 357 million will be dedicated to the board's MOOE, including expenses for the conduct of route monitoring, validation, and surveys, inspection and of units and garages and other administrative activities, as well as expenses to support its digitalization initiatives. Ito po yun, no, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. President, yung last question ko na lang po. How will this translate to job creation for inspectors, survey teams? Nakita ko may mga survey teams, IT personnel, and regional staff. If available lang po, Mr. President, if we can request your estimate number of jobs that will be created out of this program of LTFRB.
Your Honor, Mr. President, they are now in the process of reviewing their organizational chart and they will be submitting ito pong yung bagong rationalization, sama na po yung mga bagong their expanded manpower.
Meaning tatanggalin na yung mga mafia doon. Dami doon.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. President, I will end my interpellation by again thanking our dear colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for sponsoring the budget of the OTR. We are in full support of their budget. We as mentioned earlier, I sat with then Secretary Vince Dizon and the entire team during their executive session, and we support also our Secretary heading the DOTR. So maraming salamat po sa DOTR family. Senator JV, maraming salamat. Mr. President, maraming salamat po.
Thank you also, Senator Joel, for the support, especially for our program, especially po sa railway projects natin. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, yes, I believe Senator was next. We just want to say that it's been 6 hours and 48 minutes Very popular pala talaga tong DOTR, Mr. President, department. But we have a couple of more members who are... yes, while we are waiting for the next interpellator, may we recognize the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Finance to respond to the manifestation made by our distinguished Senate President earlier about any sort of mangling of the budget by the Senate, which there's no truth to it, Mr. President. If we can recognize our distinguished chairman of the committee, no other than Senator Wing Gatchalian, Mr. President.
Senator Wing Gatchalian, the chairman of the Finance Committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I heard the Senate President earlier mentioned about projects that were allegedly removed in the GAB, Mr. President. So for the record, wala ho tayong ginalaw na project sa GAB. No? So lahat po ng ipinasa ho sa atin from the House of Representatives, inadapt po natin except for 28 projects out of the 6,113 projects. Itong 28 po, nung pag-review ho natin, kasama po yung DPWH, meron po mga duplicate projects, may repetitive projects, may mga projects po na red flags. So tinanggal po itong 28. Ang halaga po nitong projects ay 1.2 billion pesos. So other than that, we adopted the projects under the General Appropriations Bill that was transmitted to the Senate. So wala pong katotohanan na tinanggal ho natin yung projects. Ang nakita kong dahilan, Mr. President, is for the first time, in-upload ho natin yung Senate Committee Report together with the annexes in our website. At yung committee report po and the annexes will only reflect projects that we deleted or we added. Hindi nila kung hindi natin ginalaw yung projects, hindi ho nila makikita doon sa committee report kasi nasa GAB pa rin ho siya. No? So tingin ko ho, nung tinignan ho nila yung committee report, wala yung projects doon, inakala ho nila na dinelete natin yung projects. That's not the case. I think my assumption is they misread the Senate committee report. No? So ulitin ko po, the Senate committee report only contains the projects that we have deleted or we have added. Kung wala ho doon, ibig sabihin na-carry po yung GAB. No? So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for clarification, I believe these projects are the infrastructure projects of the DPWH in the different districts. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? That's already through the NEP. NEP yun.
Tama, NEP po yun.
NEP, galing sa NEP yun,
Yes,
National
correct.
Expenditure Program.
Correct. And then, meron pong mga adjustments sa GAB ang House na hindi naman natin ho ginalaw. No? We didn't touch that.
Mahaba ba yan?
Hindi pa nagbabaykan, bakbaka na.
Okay, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate the measure is our distinguished senator from Davao and Batangas, no other than Senator Christopher Bongo. Huh? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, the sponsor is not here yet. I like the suit of the the good sponsor, Mr. President. He reminds you of the COMELEC chairman in his outfit. Naka three-piece suit siya, Mr. President. Maybe you now recognize Senator Christopher Go, Mr. President.
Senator Christopher Bongo, gentleman from Davao, is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor and to the DOTR. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Mr. President, transportation has always been the backbone of our economy. It fuels growth, connects our communities, and allows our people to have access to education, work, and opportunities. Yet, despite the progress in recent years, our country continues to face challenges in the transport sector. Among these is the worsening traffic congestion in Metro Manila and other highly urbanized areas. Halos araw-araw, milyon-milyong Pilipino po ang nasasadlak sa matinding traffic, causing not only lost productivity but also robbing our people of precious time with their families. Ang nakakalungkot, Mr. President, traffic congestion has been identified as costing our economy billions of pesos daily. Mr. President, we must build on the momentum of the previous administration's golden age of infrastructure. Projects such as the North-South Commuter Railway, the Metro Manila Subway, and the rehabilitation of MR3 are concrete steps that gave our people hope for a better transport system. Let us continue expanding our railway network, modernizing our airports and seaports, and investing in sustainable mass transport systems that will not only ease congestion, but also create safer, more reliable, and more efficient travel for all. Short questions lang po ito, Mr. President, lalong-lalo na po dito sa status ng mga infrastructure projects which were approved during the last administration of former President Duterte. Na-implement pa ho ba ito sa ngayon at ilan na ho ba ang ongoing at tapos na po, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I agree with you. No? In fairness po, these major infrastructure projects were started during the time of former President Rodrigo Duterte, and I was also a witness, when the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was a friend to the Philippines, committed that they will undertake the North-South Commuter Line, nandun po tayo sa dinner, and Metro Manila Subway System. That was 2016. I was so happy, excited. Sabi ko, finally, matutuloy na itong mga pangarap natin. And but in line with that also, sana meron po South Long Haul. Ito po yung dapat Bicol Line and the Mindanao Railway System. Unfortunately, these two projects did not materialize. It is put on hold right now. But the NSCR, or the North-South Commuter Line, which stretches from Laguna, Metro Manila, and up to Clark in Pampanga, is ongoing and full blast. The Metro Manila Subway System is also ongoing in full blast. MRT7 will be online by 2027, hopefully, and completed by 2028. Then the MRT rehab, it's still, it's still because of the Sumitomo. When Sumitomo re-entered as the maintenance provider, the operation has been improved immensely. So yun po ang natin, hopefully under this administration, yung pong pangako kasi dapat build better more Sana po ma-pursue yung South Long Haul and Mindanao Railway System, which has been put on hold. But the two which were started the previous administration are now full blast, the NSCR and the Metro Manila Subway System.
Hindi naman naapektuhan sa mga controversies ngayon, Mr. President, ang inyong implementation ng mga proyekto?
It's not affected in the sense that because these are overseas development assistance, these are foreign assisted projects. So tuloy-tuloy naman po siya. Ang magandang ginawa lang po natin sa Senado ngayon ay nilagay na po natin sa program appropriations, yung pong foreign assisted yung loans and yung government participation. It was lodged, kanina matagal namin pinag-usapan ni Sen. Joel na nailagay po ito sa program appropriations 2024 yata, kaya nagkaroon po ng problema and delays na nagresulta rin na kung bakit ang JICA ay umangal na mismo sa Pangulo. But through the Senate's intervention, we made sure this time that it will now be lodged under the program appropriations, both the GOP portion and the foreign and the loan proceeds. And yung pong merong may iwan saan program appropriations pero malita porsyento na lamang, but there will be a special provision that I will be proposing, which Senator Gatchalian agreed, that in case yung pong billing, for example, yung loan releases are demanded
priority po ito, talaga release para wala hong delay, Your Honor, Mr.
So,
President.
ibig mo sabihin, Mr. President, mas stricto po itong mga foreign assisted projects, minomonitor po ng mga foreign counterpart na maiwasan po yung pinagsasamantalahan po ng ilan, Mr. President?
Very strict po because it's ADB funded, JICA also. Napaka-stricto po ng project management team. Composed of composite, no? May Japanese, meron pang Pilipino. Pero alam naman po natin pag Japanese po yan, iba ang quality, iba rin po yung kanilang pagiging stricto sa pagbabantay ng mga proyekto, Your Honor.
Salamat at bawat sentimo po ay dapat accounted po. Dahil pondo rin po ito ng bayan, yung counterpart po ng budget po ng Pilipinas. Anyway, the DOTR previously announced that the launch of the pilot operations of Cebu Bus Rapid Transit, no? Ito pong Cebu BRT. Natuloy ho ba ito last September? Ano ang status po nito, Mr. President?
It was about to be launched, Your Honor. Ito pong Cebu Bus Rapid Transit. Unfortunately, two major calamities struck Cebu, yung pong earthquake and itong recently, itong bagyo, yung flooding. No? So, na-push back lang po but it is ready for launching already and I think it was na-resolve na rin po yung ilang issues. No? Dati sa Kapitolyo, may magano, pero I think it has been resolved. So, na-push back lang po.
Ito rin pong 2.5 billion was allocated for fuel subsidy to transport sector affected by rising fuel prices. Ano na ang status ng programa? Malaking tulong po ito sa ating mga public utility drivers. Ika nga, bawat piso, bawat sentimo ay napakahalaga po nito. Pambili na yun ng pagkain sa kanilang mga pamilya, baon sa mga anak. So, pinatuloy ho ba itong programang ito?
Your Honor, Mr. President, meron ho kasing requirement to. We have to reach the $80 per barrel, no? Para ito po yung magiging trigger para ma-release po ito. So not until we reach this limit, hindi po magagamit ito pong subsidy, Your Honor.
Ano ang status na po sa improvements ng NAIA and of course during the previous administration to decongest our airports, especially NAIA, the DOTR led by then Secretary Tugade, constructed new airports and improved existing ones. Dami na po magagandang airports tulad ng sa Legazpi, sa province ng Albay. They were able to complete more than 200 airport projects including long-delayed international airport projects. Kasama na po dyan yung Bohol Panglao International Airport. Ito pong Mactan Cebu International Airport. Clark, napakaganda po na inumpisahan rin po noon ni na BCDA Chairperson, now Secretary Vince Dizon. At marami pong mga rehabilitation of airports severely damaged by natural calamities in previous years. At interesado rin po ako na malaman ano na ang development sa sinagawang mga airport. I also wrote a letter to the committee to support and push for the funding of the Mati Airport. It will help decongest the Davao International Airport, no? Dahil 3 hours po ang biyahe. Ito po isa rin po sa iyong sinuportahan na Mr. Sponsor. Sana po tuloy-tuloy na po ito at maging operational po itong airport na ito dahil sa ngayon, minsan naglalanding doon, merong tumatawid na mga aso. Sana maging operational na po ito. Sayang naman po. And it will help boost the tourism in Davao Oriental. Malaking tulong po ito. Sana po tuloy-tuloy rin po ang pagpupondo nitong Mati Airport na dati pa nating pinaglalaban, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, thank you for your questions and also concern on the airports. With NAIA, I think there has been considerable improvement. One of the more successful PPP ventures, no, with San Miguel. Right now, I think with only 1 year, no, malaki na po ang na bago po sa NAIA, and we can see bigger, more improvements coming in the years. No, we're very optimistic of that. When it comes to the other airports, the upgrading of airports and improvement are continuous. No, like for example, in our Senate intervention. Upgrading of of other airports, regional airports to ang target ng DOTR is to upgrade almost all airports to lengthen the runways and for most of the airports to be night rated para dumami po ang flights, no, ma-spread out yung flights. Nabanggit niyo po yung Legazpi, the Senate allocated 1 billion for its improvement. Siargao Airport, we allocated 100 million. For the regional airports, the one we will be improving at Camiguin, Bukidnon, Catbalogan, Daet, and even yung pong binanggit nyo kaninang Mati na airport, we also put funding for initial fund. It will be multi-year, Your Honor, Mr. President, because we want to open that side of Davao, no? Yung Davao Oriental, magaganda yun eh. Davao Oriental, Davao Occidental, and it will improve even Surigao and Caraga region. Kasi magandang area yun. Kaya lang, as you mentioned, it's 3 or 4 hours away from Davao City. So hopefully in 2 or 3 years' time, if we can complete the airport, mapapahaba natin yung runway, we'll put the terminals, it will be operational by that time. So it will open a new gateway for tourism and for commerce, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. Sponsor, sa yung walang sawang suporta sa mga airports natin. The NEDA DOTR road crash costing model estimates that road crashes cost our economy about 105 billion annually due to productivity losses, hospitalizations, and infrastructure damages. How does the department intend to address the rising number of deaths and injuries on our roads? Bilang isa rin pong motorcycle rider, tulad po ng sponsor na motorcycle rider din po, paano po natin na-address ang road safety risk na kinakaharap ng ating mga motorcycle riders? May budget po ba para dito, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, earlier, Senate President Soto interpellated and he was proposing to add a budget for the road safety action plan, no? Kasi po wala pong budget 'yon. And this will help a lot in terms of road safety, no? Kasi alam niyo si SP po natin, sabi ko among us, siya lang talaga yung nagda-drive araw-araw, no, na walang driver, walang backup, wala lahat. So he knows the real score in our roads to know. So hopefully if we can fund this will help improve in the prevent road crashes, no, by having ito pong mga driver's education, lalo na po siguro, I'm a rider, a motorcycle just like you, more than 50-60% of the road crashes involve motorcycles. Of course, there's only 2 wheels, mas talaga, prone to accidents, but meron po tayong proposal that mandatory rider's education will be conducted before anybody is given the opportunity to own to purchase a motorcycle. Kumbaga gagawin nating mandatory and rider's education bago po sila pagbilan ng motorcycle, and also to renew or to apply for a license na category, kasi may category iba yung motorcycle. So kailangan ng rider's education. So LTO and the DOTR intends to make that requisite, no, yung pong rider's education. Honor.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Last 2 questions na lang po. I also note that we must further support the budget of the Philippine Coast Guard in light of the challenges faced by the PCG in the West Philippine Sea, and considering that they are crucial in our disaster rescue operations. Laking tulong po nito tuwing merong disaster. I filed the Senate Bill 682, or the proposed Philippine Coast Guard Modernization Act, to expand the capabilities of the Philippine Coast Guard through significant asset upgrades and organizational development. But while this is pending, I hope we could already lend our support to the budget of the Philippine Coast Guard for its modernization. The PCG requested a budget of 62 billion to the DBM, but only 35 billion was approved. May we know what programs and projects will be affected by this? What programs will be covered by the 8 billion added in the committee report? Should it be approved? No? Pagtulungan po sana natin ang ating madagdagan yung pondo ng Philippine Coast Guard.
Your Honor, Mr. President, you're correct. No? The Senate committee recommended and added 8 billion for the budget
Yes.
of the Philippine Coast Guard. Mostly, ang pinaka-major acquisitions will be the vessels. No? Mayroon tayong 97-meter. Yun po yung pinakamalaking barko po ulit, Teresa Magbanwa, of this type that will be purchased na 97-meter multi-role response vessel. And tatlo ba yung 487 mo? For procurement, 3 more 87-meter vessel that will greatly enhance the capability of the Coast Guard, especially in the West Philippine Sea. But the biggest benefit for our Coast Guard personnel is the Senate's intervention of increasing the subsistence allowance from 150 pesos to 350 pesos per day.
Thank you. Let me put into the record my full support for Philippine Coast Guard also. Earlier this year, there were alleged incidents of tanimbala in the NAIA. Meron pa ba ito? O kala ko nawala na ito tagal na since 2016 during the time of former President Duterte, na maalala ko galit na galit po siya dahil talagang pinapahirapan po ang ating mga OFWs na mga inosente naman po na nagtatrabaho lamang pero nagiging biktima po nitong tanimbala. At sa maalala ko, tapos wala na po ito. So totoo bang the DOTR has fired 3 employees of the OTS over alleged involvement in the extortion scheme? O ibang scheme po ang ginawa nila? Ano bang hakbang ang ginagawa ng DOTR para masiguro na hindi na maulit itong tanimbala scheme na bumibiktima sa ating mga kababayan, lalo-lalo na po sa mga OFWs? For this year, 450 million was allocated for the purchase of body-worn cameras for transport security. Malaking tulong po ito na mayroon silang body cam ang ating mga transport security personnel. Totoo ba itong naiulat this year or ibang scheme po ang ginawa?
Your Honor, Mr. President, doon po sa yung pong tatlong natanggal, it's not anymore under Secretary Dizon or Secretary Lopez. Yung tatlo yata yun na natanggal. It was previously under Secretary Bautista, 3 personnel. Pero yung po sa tanimbala, according to Secretary Lopez, there are no incidents anymore. Kung sakali man, baka daw yung mga amulet o yung pong anting-anting, nalililet go na po yun. No? Wala hong, as of the present, they have no knowledge of any tanimbala.
So ibang insidente po ito, yung natanggal?
Iba po. Ito po yung kumain yata ng sumubo ng pera, Your Honor, Mr. President.
It's not tanimbala. Anyway, with the...
And also, yung just to add, we also added budget for OTS for them to procure body-worn cameras. So lahat po ng OTS personnel manning the X-rays, the airports will have body-worn cameras already. So to prevent yung magkaroon ng mga irregularity at ng mga kalokohan, hindi maiwasan na po yun kasi lahat po sila magkakaroon ng body-worn camera.
And with the able leadership now of OTS head, si USEC former General Gilbert Cruz, siya na bang magaling naman po yun, so kayang-kaya na niya yun na mapigilan po yung mga extortion scheme. Anyway, lastly, Mr. President, speaking of OTS, minsan po sakay ako sa airport, napadaan po ako dyan sa security sa isang sa NAIA terminal, domestic flight. Paghubad ko po sa jacket ko, nung kinuha ko na sa tray, meron lang po silang pinaabot na mensahe. Sir, baka naman ma-follow up lang yung bonus namin for Christmas. That was a week ago. I think na-release na ho ba yung bonus nila? Para magsipag po yung ating mga empleyado po ng OTS para mas pag-igihan pa nila ang kanilang trabaho to ensure security ng ating mga pasahero.
According to our OTS head, newly installed OTS head, he's here, former General Gilbert Cruz. Yes, it has been released, the bonuses and their salaries, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Salamat. Mga disiplinado naman yung inyong mga OTS personnel sa airport and they're doing their job. Yun lang po, Mr. President. My full support always sa ating DOTR. Maraming salamat. And of course, sa ating bagong secretary. Kayang-kaya mo yan. Magaling po ito ang ating secretary ng DOTR, Secretary Banoy Lopez. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Bongo, for the support for the DOTR family.
Session suspended.
Okay. So, session is suspended.
We recognize Senator Cayetano for his interpellation.
Good evening, Mr. President, and kagalang-galang at masipag na aming chairman, and of course our vice chairman and transportation SAR ng Senate from I think his first term talagang lalo trains ang kanyang focus. Mr. Secretary at family ng DOTR, magandang gabi. Mr. President, may I ask the sponsor if I can ask a few questions?
Definitely. Your interventions are always welcome, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay. Can I preface with a couple of questions and then maybe some assertions? Some of this sa preface nasagot nyo na, pero just to paint the foundations or to lay the basis ng iba kong mga tanong, no. Principally, ano ang focus or problema or problemang sinosolve or opportunities na kinukuha ng DOTR? By its name, di ba, transportation, no? So basically connecting people, transporting people, and transforming goods, di ba? But what are your challenges? No? Ano lang, broad strokes lang. You have the slides and ano itsura? So kanina narinig ko traffic, no? So that's one of the challenges, no?
Well, of course, the biggest challenge is the lack of infra, considering that the OTR is in charge of mobility, transportation of goods and people. But right now, we are trying to play catch up, Your Honor, Mr. President. We have two major railway projects that are on the way, North-South Commuter Line, the Metro Manila subway system, and then the improvements of the airports are ongoing as well. So hindi lang po yung major airports, but the regional airports are being expanded and upgraded to night rating para po they can accommodate night flights and spread out the flights. So, but we are playing catch up to the ASEAN neighbors, Your Honor, Mr. President, yung dilemma po natin. Kanina pag-usapan nun namin ni Sen. Joel Villanueva, our concern is the vehicle sales, no, which have jumped up from 300,000 to 500,000 vehicle sales every year. So that will add up to our streets kung that's 1.5 million vehicles in 3 years' time. So the real challenge and then talagang dapat natin talaga i-pursue is really to fast-track the mass transit system, the railway system in the coming years, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yeah. Your answers are excellent, Chairman, and may I take it a step backward, but isang interjection lang. So if I say make the Philippines great again in terms of transportation, it would be a valid statement because after the war, lamang tayo, di ba? Kasi PAL was one of the first airlines in Southeast Asia. During that time, we had one of the most extensive railway systems. Of course, that was Luzon lang, no? Correct me if I'm wrong, if there were basically Luzon to Southern Luzon to Central Luzon ata, no? And then, of course, in terms of roads, hindi pa tawag nun farm-to-market roads, but any kinds of roads, mas marami tayo nun. So, again, I go to the basic, transportation of goods, transportation of people, or mas ano ngayon yung sinabi nyo, mobility, connectivity, no? So, having said that, can we list down? So, when we talk about DOTR, whether katulad ng tricycles, no, under LTO, pero yung kanyang franchise ay delegated sa local government, no? So land, air, and water, no? So, can we enumerate that? So, please add or correct me, Mr. Chairman. So, sa land, you have the tricycles represented by the TODAS, Tricycle Operator Driver Association. You have the jeepney na minomodernize natin ngayon, which is the JODA, the Jeepney Operators Drivers Association. Then you have the vans ngayon, di ba? What do we call that now?
Yung pong UV Express, Your Honor. Mr. President.
PUV Express.
UV Express.
UV Express, okay. And then you have buses. And then you have yung mga Grab and may Uber pa tayo, no?
TNVS, Your Honor.
Yeah, PNVS. Okay. Maraming issues, no? I'll try to go through some or we can work it out through the committee, no? But so sa air, you basically have the airlines, commercial airlines. Ilan na ba ngayon sa Pilipinas? PAL, Cebu Pacific, may AirAsia, no?
3 major airlines, Your Honor. Philippine
three major.
Airlines, AirAsia, and Cebu Pacific, and then a couple
And then
of smaller.
international airlines, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, of course, hindi ko na i-name lahat ng roads, no? But in terms of airports, the major lang, international, NAIA, Clark, Cebu, Davao, Iloilo,
Puerto Princesa, Bohol, Panglao.
Yung Panglao. So 7, no? Then, ilan ang regional, minus the 7, ilan pang airports natin? More or less lang.
42 airports, Your Honor, Mr. President.
42, okay. Of course, I'll ask the DPWH ano yung ideal roads. But sa inyo, ilan ang ideal in you know, if suddenly may oil ang Pilipinas or bawat sulok may gold or sabihin ng Hapon, we'll build it for you. Ilan ang international airport at ilan ang regional airport na ideal? I mean, of course, the more better, but ano yung tingin yung ideal given we are an archipelago? More or less lang, I won't hold you to it. I heard Sir said every region should have a regional airport. I think that's correct, di ba? So, 18, no? 18. Every region, regional airport.
Yun po, tama po yun. Every region should have a regional airport.
And then, ilan international airport? I know it's not only building it, it's supply and demand, di ba? But if we have 7 now, but ano ideal? 3 more, 5 more? Di ba? Maganda sana kung sa Region 1, di ba? Whether Ilocos or Pangasinan, may international airport tayo. In Mindanao, Davao lang ba ang international? So far?
Davao and...
Is Cagayan de Oro international na ba or ano pa, local flights pa?
Davao and Jensan are international airports, Your Honor.
But Cagayan de Oro's runway is pwedeng international din. So theoretically, kung maganda ang... And then, sorry, before I say that statement, Zamboanga naman, di ba we're continuing... Lumipat na ba sa bagong airport doon?
Not yet, Your Honor.
So building the new airport there will be capable for international flights then?
It will be, Your Honor, Mr. President. But there's in the land acquisition.
So theoretically, if I say ideally in the next 10 years, we can actually have 4 in Mindanao, Zamboanga, CDO. I mean, assuming the economics are all there, no? Passengers, flights, interest, no? So 4 sa Mindanao. Then you have Iloilo and Cebu for Visayas.
And Bohol, Panglao.
Bohol, so tatlo.
Actually, Aklan was formerly an international airport.
Yung sa
kung may
Boracay.
flights, Aklan.
Yeah,
yes. Kalibo pala.
Kalibo. Okay. And then, so when we have Bulacan Airport operational, kailan ba ang more or less operational ang Bulacan?
Ang target daw is phase 1 will be 2028, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Then eventually,
2029, sorry, Mr. President.
I know it's not up to you to decide now kasi malayo pa. Pero whether it's a best guess or ano, so will we eventually close NAIA and use Clark and Bulacan, or does it look like at least in the next 10, 15 years we're going to keep the three? Yeah, I won't hold it to you, sir. I mean, ano lang, kumbaga wishful thinking tayo. Assuming naging singyaman tayo ng Singapore.
NAIA will remain open, Your Honor, Mr. President. Okay. And even if the Bulacan Airport will be online, just like twin airports of major cities, just like Haneda and Narita.
Yes. Although tayo tatlo kasi yung Clark, di ba?
Yes, we still have Clark.
Having said that, Mr. Chairman, in the works pa ba, I mean, I know hindi ginagawa, but is the idea of a airport sa Cavite still on the drawing board man lang, or is it just dormant, or wala na yon? Yung sa Siangli.
Yung po sa Sanli, no, it will be, it's between the provincial government and whoever proponent. So
pwede.
Pwede rin po.
It's not a dead idea, di ba? It's just not being built now, pero in the future pwede yon.
That is correct.
So that leaves basically Southern Luzon and Northern Luzon. But Pangasinan does not have a airport, and basically yan ang pinakamaraming tao at saka medyo mas sentro eh. Are we thinking of building a airport sa Pangasinan o hindi? Meron abandoned doon, di ba? Runway, pero may bahay na sa gitna eh. Yung malapit doon sa mall. I'm talking about planning, planning purposes, whether magsasubmit kayo ng FS, feasibility study, whether sa Japan or ano.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOTR, they have a feasibility study and they're looking at Alaminos, Pangasinan, Your Honor.
May I encourage that kasi, I also really like the idea na mas maraming international flight sa Ilocos Norte. But, di ba, unless you have a train na napakabilis from Pangasinan to Ilocos Norte, medyo malayo din eh. Di ba?
It's about 4 to 5 hours.
Oo, di ba? Pero, let's say, dulo ka ng Tarlac or Nueva Ecija, Nueva Vizcaya, di ba? Parang Pangasinan makes sense. The international airport naman na may capabilities in Albay, tama po ba sa Bicol naman?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Kaya nung runway din doon yung international. Oh. Pero sa ngayon wala pang international. Meron na?
Meron po. There's a Korean airline that
My wife's from
budget
there,
airline flies
kaya
there.
hindi ko pwedeng hindi itanong na sa mga magayon na uragon pa. No? And there's another reason why I asked that kasi dahil sa bagyo, kailangan nila ng ibang competitive advantage. And of course, international yung airport, it adds to their... Of course, Kamsur is also beautiful and priorities din doon ng leaders doon yung tourism. No? So, then let's go to last na sa water. So basically, it's a ferry system, no? And then, so kung may tricycle, jeep, bus, so I'm familiar with yung mga ferries o yung mga Roro, pwede din dito yung mga light vehicles, no? And then goods and then people, no? Tapos yung mga ferry na malalaki na mostly people and goods, di ba? Cruise lines, ilan na bang port natin na meron tayong regular cruise lines? When I say regular, it doesn't have to be every month. I mean, kung twice a year na sila or something, wag lang naman once a year.
For cruise lines, ports that can accommodate, there's one in Ilocos, in Curimao. And then Puerto Princesa. And
yung sa Manila Bay din, no? May port.
Yes, Manila Bay, right by Manila Hotel.
Puerto Princesa. Cebu ba? Meron? Wala. But kaya ng port ng Cebu, do? One of the biggest, ano din naman.
Here are the London, no? Corimao. And Salumage in Ilocos Sur. South Harbor. Tagbilaran. Hubang in Dapa, Siargao del Norte. And Puerto Princesa.
Okay. Is it, given those na meron na, mahirap, so for example, na may deep port ka sa Subic, tapos let's say yung port sa Batangas, then let's say Davao, Cebu, kung sasabihin ng cruise lines na gusto din namin doon, madali yung madali yung adjustment, hindi major changes sa port. So, for example, Senator JV, di ba, dumating dito yung Carnival at sabi, ang lakas ng mga cruise namin dyan. So, gusto namin whatever, Singapore or Hong Kong papunta dyan, or Singapore papuntang Mindanao. Madali yung adjustment. I'm talking about the port facilities lang.
Yes, it's possible, Mr. President, but of course, along with that, they have to put a place to process the papers.
Yes.
Maglalagay lang po sila.
The terminals.
Terminals.
And then, the point I want to make kasi is just like tourism. Sa tourism, for every 2 or 3 tourists, 1 Filipino job is created. And yung Singapore, nung desperate sila ng early 70s or late 60s, di ba? When they turned to tourism, it wasn't, that alone wasn't enough. But it was a big boost kasi almost 14% yung kanilang unemployment. But pag tinignan mo kasi yung cruise, lalo pag regular, like the Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia ba siya, tapos pabalik ng Singapore. Not only yung grabe yung tao, transportation, yung weather sa pasalubong, yung buses, it just multiplies, no? So, the point I wanted to make is that yes, you need either DTI or an investment board to put it all together. Pero as you said kanina, Senator JV, di ba, Mr. President, yung infra kasi unang titignan kasi kung nandyan yung infra, madali. So, hindi ko natanong sa former secretary nyo, who's now in DPWH, I think, umabot ba siya sa budget hearing last year? Yeah. I mean, last year, was he Secretary of DOTR last year? December? Hindi. Hindi pa, no?
Hindi pa. Actually, this was supposed to be his first budget hearing.
Sa DOTR.
Sa
Pero
DOTR.
nalipat nga doon. I'm not sure kung kay Secretary Bunoan ko tinanong kasi meron sila doon convergence. And supposedly, yung main, kasi naghalo-halo na but nung una, yung convergence nga, paano mo i-link yung seaport, airport, and then, what do you call yung katulad ng mga PITX, etc.? Mga terminals.
Land terminals, land ports.
Land port, land terminals, di ba? So, seaport, airport, land port, tapos sa Taguig may the port. Pero BGC na tawag nila ngayon. Mga bata, BGC na, hindi na the port So, linking all of that, di ba? So, for example, kung may cruise ship na pupunta ng Subic, kung may train sana na mabilis from Subic to Clark, and then, or baliktad, International Airport to Clark na meron na, yung train, so hindi ko isa-isin, Senator JV, ano yung mga train na kailangan natin. But pwede ko lang itanong dalawa, no? One is yung from Clark to Subic. Is that ongoing, in the works? Anong status nun?
Your Honor, Mr. President, there is a grant from ADB and USTDA and SWID Fund of feasibility study linking Subic, Clark, and Manila-Batangas, no? Creating a growth triangle, linking all the major ports
Assuming
by railway,
everything
Your Honor.
goes well, from feasibility study to day one of construction hanggang matapos, more or less gaano katagal yon? In your experience, I mean, given assuming walang major delays, so like feasibility study to the time na ibid is like 1 year, 2 years, or?
3 to 4 years, Your Honor.
3 to 4 years.
Yes, sir.
So, hindi ko napapasagot, but if there's a way to speed it up, I know mukhang mas matagal yan kasi mas malaki. But during my time as DFA Secretary, hinihingi namin sa Chinese na na ilibre. Hindi lang nagkatuluyan. It might, di ba, like if you look at the Hong Kong airport to Kowloon and to Hong Kong side na train, when they made that, it wasn't feasible in terms of economics, in terms of finance. But sabi ng Hong Kong, hindi natin titignan dito kung kikita yung train. Ang titignan natin dito, ilan turista ang pupunta dito. At wala silang sales tax, ha? So iba pa yung may turista dito, doon natin bawayin sa sales tax or sa VAT. Hindi. They just looked at pure tourism when they built the new airport kasi better yung place than Kai Tak, di ba? Of course, some people are saying inuubos yung pera kasi paalis na yung British. But if you look, at least at the train, may road din naman yun eh. But sabi kasi nila, the more convenient you can make it to people, the more na dadayuhin ka. If I'm not mistaken, ang Thailand is like 40 million tourists. Tayo ata nasa 6 or 7, di ba? So, if Central Luzon is a major gateway, and you have that train between Clark and I love both eh. In my earlier days, more Clark, pero nung nakilala ko si Sec Vin, Sec Tugade, tapos yung mga seminar namin dun sa Clark, and then may international airport doon. At maganda talaga for yung pwedeng sports tourism, pwedeng yung mga convention and everything, no? So, may I encourage you lang na kung masyado matagal yung buong na yun, baka yung Clark Subic lang, di ba? I know kung uutangin, kailangan yung feasibility, every project kailangan yung feasibility study. But I wonder if you also, di ba for example, kung sasabihin ngayon na ang kikita Cavitex. So, sige, bibigay ko sa iyo yung Cavitex, pero kailangan may missionary route ka rin. Di ba ganun ginawa sa PAL O ang kikita is Cebu, Manila, Cebu, Davao, pero saan ba mahina traffic, pero di ba? So what I meant is that kung MRT, LRT, etc., pero kunin mo rin yung Clark Subic. I don't know if it's possible. I'm just talking aloud kasi I think that napakabilis nun. So, napakabilis nung development pag meron nun. Pati goods, etc. No? I remember the time na hindi pa doon pa yung pure gold hindi pa sa buong Pilipinas no? How about the Mindanao Railway? I know some of our senators from Mindanao asked about it sa briefing, but just for the record here, anong status at anong possibility natin doon?
Your Honor, Mr. President, Mindanao Railway System has been, hindi naman cancelled, but shelved because hindi tayo nagkatuluyan with the China proponent. No? But through the Senate's intervention, we still, we allocated a budget for the Project Management Office so that the right-of-way acquisition would be continuous and the studies and everything will still be there so that in case our proponent or a new proponent would come in, naka-ready na po, no? Yung right-of-way, yung po mga iba pang
may
bagay.
I ask, Chairman Win and Vice Chairman or Chairman of the subcommittee, JV, if we can do better than that? Kasi nung 2015, finally, ibibid na ng DPWH yung Laguna Lake highway, but biglang nilagyan ng contingent liability, nag-atrasan yung mga consortium, no? But ang ginawa ng DPWH, inuutang ngayon section by section, pero nung tinanong ko, magiging freeway ba yon dahil inutang natin, hindi daw. Malamang daw, ibid nila ng TRB as a tollway. So baka naman may leg ng Mindanao Railway na kayang gawin nyo through appropriations natin, not 2026. Baka we can put some money in 2026 for the study, for the groundwork, start 2027. So pag may kumuha na proponent, kasama sa whether BOT or whatever arrangement, meron na. Two reasons, no? It's a good signal sa Mindanao na hindi naman tayo panay Metro Manila lang. How much is the total cost of the Metro Manila subway?
480 billion pesos.
And how much is the total cost, sir, of Mindanao Railway?
Phase 1 is 100 billion, Your Honor, Mr. President. Ito po yung sa Davao.
Total ballpark lang. Ballpark, 500, 700, 800.
About
Ballpark lang.
500 billion, Your Honor.
So, can you imagine, hindi pa nga Luzon ang pinag-uusapan. In Metro Manila alone, we're willing to spend 500 billion. I know the economics is wrong, is not the same. Ha? Not wrong, it's not the same. The number of people, etc. But what I'm saying is that we're talking basically of the, except for the islands like Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, but basically you're connecting Mindanao. Diba? So, if I was looking at it as a purely economist or planner, parang it makes sense na may 500 billion ka sa Metro Manila, may 500 billion ka. Ngayon, kung phase 1 lang is 100 billion, diba, sana we can put 5-10 billion for 2026 or whatever they need, and then maybe 20-30 billion 2027, diba? So, I get this idea nga from DPWH sa ginagawa nila sa Laguna road network, no, or yung lakeshore nila. Can I show this lang, no? So, if I ask the OTR, siyempre problema yung connectivity, mobility. But sa DPWH, sabi ko sa kanila, marami sa problema natin, sasabihin nila corruption, poverty, lack of education, etc. But me, I'm partial to nakalimutan natin yung turo ng matatanda sa atin na rural development. Na-replace kasi yung rural development kasi sa abroad, like sa Europe, ang rural areas nila may internet, may kalye, may tubig, may ospital, may school. Sa atin, pag sinabi yung rural, basically it means agricultural or mahirap. Pag sinabi mong urban, mas mayaman. So even in taxation, mas mataas ang ira ng urban, tapos may business tax, may, I mean, Senator JV, Senator Win were all mayors eh. Tatay ni Majority Leader, former SP, was governor, di ba? So kung sa rural ka, gusto mo rin maging urban. But pag tinignan mo yung rural France, yung rural part of the United Kingdom, they want to remain rural. Pero kailangan may roads, kailangan may train, maybe an airport or a train going to the airport. But may magandang school, may magandang health facilities, may internet, may tubig, may kuryente. No? Sa atin nagbago yon. So, can we show the slide? If you look kasi at the population per region, makikita mo if you add National Capital Region, Region 3, and pag sinabi mo Region 3, this is more Bulacan, Pampanga pa. I mean, population wide. In terms of population. Region 4A, Calabarzon, no? 16 million. Next slide, please. Pag tinignan mo density, no? Number of people per square kilometer, ang layo ng Metro Manila. Oh. So in terms of economics, that's what will justify the subway, di ba? Kasi kahit i-add mo yung Region 9 to Barn, medyo malayo pa rin sa population ng metro. And then if you say na Calabarzon and mga taga Bulacan will also use the subway eventually or will connect to that through the other trains, then more, so money-wise, feasibility-wise, okay. But what I'm saying is this, can we go to the last slide? So para tayong pamilya, na lahat tayo nagsisiksikan sa sala or sa kwarto ng magulang natin. And in terms of a family, that's good. Kaming magkakapatid, we slept with our parents in one room until high school, college, basta doon kami natutulog. Ate ko sa couch, kaming tatlong lalaki, may higaan para makita kami ng magulang namin. But this is not a house or bedroom ng isang pamilya. So makikita, ang liit lang. Oh. Yeah, nagsiksikan talaga. And then of course, if I color blue or yellow yung, or green yung NCR, lalo na, no? So this is my point, Mr. Secretary. If we keep building in this red area, people will still keep moving there. So kung susundin ko lang yung finance, yung kikitain, yun ang weakness ng feasibility study, whether Koreano, Europeano, Australian, Filipino, hindi nila tinitignan din yung unintended consequences. They're looking at the financial and the engineering side. But the unintentional consequence is everyone will move to that red areas. So like Mindanaoans, di ba? If you have the cruise lines, if you have the buses, less ang bagyo dyan. Lately, may linog or earthquakes, but usually less, no? So anyway, I think I made my point, Senator JV, and I think you agree. But ang point ko ho, anything kasi we don't do 2026, impusan lang, I doubt we're gonna start 2027, hintayin na natin election. And usually, kung may secretary ng susunod na year, he takes a year and a half kasi yung year na yon 2028, basically, minana na lang niya yung budget nung year before, 2029, di ba? So by the time na so the next time we'll plan something major is 2029, 2030 pa. So if you can get this done, Mr. Secretary, I think it'll be a really good cap on your feather. Yung phase 1, I'm not familiar which of the phases in Mindanao Railway is more feasible than others. And mas malapit naman kayo sa ating Pangulo kaso sa amin. But if you can convince him na, sir, magandang legacy to, economics is good, philosophy is good. And it's also a good message to our friends, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans na, yes, ang gaganda ng inyong soft loans, pero we can start doing it on our own din . Actually, baka magmura pa yung ibang soft loans nyo, Secretary, kung gagawin nyo to. Baka lalo magmura Kasi kumikita din naman sila Mura yung loan, pero sa kanila yung consultant, sa kanila yung major contract, di ba? Sinasubcontract nila sa atin. So, sinabi sa akin yun ng a very brilliant guy, yung si Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan ng Singapore. Sabi niya, why don't you guys stop being borrowers and start being investors in your own country, no? Investment-led, no? I know it's easier said than done, but this might be the perfect project to start, no? Assuming sabihin nyo na kaya, di ba? With 100 million, so whether it's first year 5-10 billion, then susunod na years 25-30, no? Okay. Or even if you're 25, pag suddenly, usually ba like sa 500 billion loan, magkano ang, like sa Metro Manila subway, magkano ang counterpart ng Pilipinas doon?
25%. Yeah.
So 125B, no? So kung 100B yun, we send 25 una, baka naman by the time na we spend 25, yun na yung counterpart, baka may kumuha na yung 75B. Or kung hindi man, yung 75B ang kunin, 25% nun, pero naumpisan na. And tama ba ako, Secretary? Kung 100B this year, 3 years from now, baka 110, 120, 130B yun. Kasi nagmamahal lahat pati right of way, nagmamahal din di ba? Tama, Chairman?
That's true.
Yeah.
Inflationary costs and everything goes up.
Konting timeline sa Metro Manila subway, napirmahan to when po?
The first loan was released 2018, Your Honor.
2018. Then the
2018.
groundbreaking,
2019.
2019. Then, nung naging Secretary Bautista, yun yung isang reason na delay yung confirmation niya. Question ko, na soon as he took office, nilipat niya to late 2027 or to early 2028? Early 2028. Yung unang deadline niyan was late 2026 ba or early 2027? Or even before pa dan? Before the pandemic, it was even earlier, no? The pandemic delayed everything, no? Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So I had a small debate with Secretary Bautista. Sabi ko, sir, hindi ganyan ang Pinoy. Unfortunately. Ang Pinoy, pag minove mo 6 months, okay. 1 year, okay. Pero pag minove mo sa susunod na presidente, bahala na si Batman. Kasi malamang si Batman ang maging presidente sa susunod. So ang problema sa susunod, pagbibintangan niya yung dati. So try to move as fast as possible. So when Sec Vince took over, he made it a firm deadline ng what? Late 28 or early 2028? Yung unang...
Yung target po sana, the test run was scheduled for 2028.
Okay. So assuming
First quarter.
assuming we can meet that, 10 years, 2018 to 2028, have we started negotiation or feasibility study for additional, ang tawag nun sa terminal doon? Sa stations?
Subterranean station, Your Honor.
Yes. Have we started na hindi pa? So original plan pa rin? No, have we started feasibility study or negotiation for additional?
Ongoing procurement for feasibility study pa lang.
Okay. Can I encourage you to do that faster? Why? I know you have your hands full with the present construction and then eventual operation ng subway. But wala pang experience na subway or light railway sa buong mundo na hindi nag-click and by the time natapos, mas maraming tao. Unless abandon yung city na yon, di ba? Or yung area. So I remember, I'm so blessed that I think the first time I went to Hong Kong, early 80s, my dad would bring me with him kasi panganay akong lalaki. So at least once a year. And kung maalala niyo po, I mean, I'm sure most of us are familiar with Hong Kong. I'm older than you, Senator JV, or magka-age tayo. Sek, ilang taong ka na if you don't mind? 45. So I'm 10 years older than you. I'm one train subway older than you kung 10 years, 2018 to 2028. Alam mo, when we first went to Hong Kong, ang lalayo nung stations. But napansin ko, anytime ka pumunta, at may year kasi na twice or 3 times kami pumunta, ewan ko kung 90s na yon or whatever, basta na, board off lang ng board off. And then of course, nag-turn over sa China. And then ang haba nung binoard off nila, yung train papunta sa Shenzhen ba? Shenzhen. But this is the point. If you go to Hong Kong now, basically, kung pupunta ka sa subway, kaya mong lakarin halos lahat eh. Kasi nga, kinonect nila ng kinonect. So kung masyadong mainit or kung umuulan sa taas, pwede na. So nakita ko doon talagang yung power of compounding, di ba? Na regardless kung sino, kung British yon o Chinese, regardless kung sinong chief minister, regardless kung ano priority, gawa lang ng gawa, parang langgam. Di ba? Gawa lang ng gawa kasi dadating talaga yung rainy days. So let me encourage you to do that. Kasi nga, ang problema, we do LRT1, then we do this, we do that. Pero makikita mo hindi magbabago masyado yan. When you do maybe when you do the one going to Central Luzon and to Bicol, magbabago ng konti. When you do the airports na pinag-usapan natin, it'll change ng konti. But in the meantime, this will continue to be our capital. Baka nga maging extended, di ba, hindi na Metro Manila actually, Greater Metro Manila na. Basically, nung araw, pag sinabi mong Cavite, Laguna, parang katulad ng ating ibang probinsya na rural, no? So, when you initially, not you, sir, na kayo, but when
DOTR initially signed the loan. Sa feasibility study, di ba, parang lugi the first 2-3 years at the present population, then we'll have to subsidize. Initially, what was the subsidy? Is it, tama ba, 50 or 100 billion a year? Ballpark lang, ballpark.
They don't have the exact figure right now, Your Honor, Mr. President,
If
but
I'm
you are
not
correct.
mistaken, kasi yun nga, 2018 I was Foreign Secretary. I think it was close to 100 billion. But that didn't include, that was only passengers, no? That didn't include advertising and whatever else that you can make money from, no?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yeah.
There are other revenues.
Okay.
Also,
And usually
rentals.
naman, medyo malaki yon. Assuming quality yung train at maganda yung mga stations, usually, so katulad nun, they were looking at the population in 2018. And they were looking at certain things in 2018. But in 2028, as Senator Joel said, dagdag na kotse and everything. No? Okay. So can I officially, not illegally, immorally lobby for two things? Sec Vince is supposed to tell you this, but I'll just want to make sure kasi sa dami niyang inasikaso. There used to be a terminal near our new City Hall in Taguig. No, named after my lolo yung kalye doon, Pedro Cayetano Boulevard. But sinabi ng mga Hapon, tinanggal kasi daw may fault line sa C5. So sinabi ko kay Sec Tugade noon, pabiro, if there's a fault line, it's not our fault. No? So kung titignan mo ang Tokyo, panay fault line eh. Pero yung train nila parang mga ugat eh. Di ba? Parang katawan na may artery, may veins. Grabe yung linya nila eh. So baka sabi ko, kung pwede lang, hindi nyo man buhayin, wag nyong patayin yung possibility. Kasi pag biglang pwede in 10 years o 5 years, mahal naman yung right of way. So kung saan doon binabalak, etc. Di ba? So parang sa BGC, hindi natuloy doon yung may subway din yun eh. Pero lahat ng building doon na tatamaan sana, may nakaabang na pwede kang, and may tunnels doon eh, no? The second one is, nag-yes si Sec Vince, panay kalye kasi ang gusto ng Pilipino eh. Pero mas akma sa atin ang train eh. And I know kakampi ko, or baliktad, kakampi ni Sen JB si Alang Cayetano kasi siya naman talaga ang nagpupush talaga ng mga tren. Pakitignan nyo yung circumferential ng Laguna Lake. Kasi kapag kalye pa rin, na obviously ginagawa na nila, 6 lanes ata, dadagdag lang ang kotse sa Metro Manila. And kung bibilis yung galing Rizal at Laguna, lilipat din yung iba dito or minsan gagamit lang ng highway yan. Pero kung train, tapos katulad sa Shenzhen at Hong Kong, iwan mo kotse mo, tapos mag-train ka papunta doon. So imagine if there's a train from Pililla or somewhere nearer than going to Taytay or Pasig, Taguig, Muntinlupa. You can have, so sa Shenzhen, sabi nila, parang ang bahay mo, maliit na kondo sa Hong Kong, but you can have a mansion there kasi mas mura yung lupa doon. Nung nag-umpisa, dumami lang mayaman doon. Diba? So probably a square meter in Taguig now, which is 40 to 80,000 by the water, is probably 10,000 sa kabilang side, is probably 8 or 12,000 sa Laguna. But if you have a train ride na napakabilis, it will really develop the whole place. And you know, when architect Palafox told me na, Alan, and this was 10 years ago, sabi niya, Alan, do you realize that buong Singapore kasya sa Laguna Lake? Ganun kalaki. Ilan ang station ng Singapore sa kanilang train, no? So can you take a look at it lang, no? Kasi kung totoo na yung Kalamba to Taytay siguradong kikita for toll road, de siguro lalo na siguro kung Rizal to Muntinlupa muna or Rizal to Kalamba or further sa train, no? May I request that just to take a look at it, no?
Yes, Secretary Lopez is nodding his head and he will take note of all your
Yeah.
suggestions.
Then I'll add, I know the water mas mababaw na ngayon yung lake. So from 10 meters, mga more or less 10 feet to 12 feet. But sa Japan, they make all kinds of of ferries. Tapos may nakita pa ako doon, parang pirate ship pero 3 floors. Around lang yung certain lake. They use it for field trips. Mga 1 hour, 2 hours yun. No? So can you imagine kung meron kang sa Manila Bay na cruise ship, ngayon with traffic, kung pupunta ka let's say ng malayo sa Laguna or sa Bulacan area, pero kung tatawid ka lang going to the Laguna Lake, tapos may ferry system ka rin going to Rizal, Laguna, no? So I know they did that sa Pasig River. Because nga of its strategic area and because nga nadadaanan mo Malacanang. But actually, mas malaki ang potential ng Laguna Lake. And actually, wala namang conflict kasi ang Laguna Lake at saka ang Pasig River magkakabit through the Napindan Channel. No? So can we take a look at that also?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, there's a feasibility study, no? Yung Code Mapalya plan, Code Manila, Pasig, Laguna, Lake for the ferry, Your Honor, Mr. President. Meron pala silang ganong feasibility study.
I actually put 80 or 120 million when I was speaker. Ang problema, nag-pandemic. Sa LLDA ko nilagay. So, Mr. Chairman, may I leave it to you kung magkano kailangan and make the amendments. Nandito ba yung Coast Guard? Yeah, sir.
Yes, the
2 questions lang.
Commandant of the Coast Guard is
Yeah.
here, Admiral Gadban.
Magandang gabi, sir. 2 questions lang, no? So, right before I was removed as speaker or left as speaker or resigned as speaker, I actually put in the budget sana for 2020, 3 for the Navy, the Coast Guard, 3 yun na floating hospital. At that time, ang nagsabi kasi sa akin, AFP, at that time, 550 million lang. Tapos pag nag-down ka, parang 150, 200 lang. Tapos 2 years ata to make. Yung mga ship na floating hospital, ang dahilan ko noon is that ilan ang bagyo natin? More than 10 a year, 15, 16, 17, lindol, etc. So I don't know if you still want it, and I don't know if we have enough time for 2026. Pero ang Coast Guard kasi, yan talaga ang nagre-rescue di ba? Yan talaga ang And ngayon ba ang Coast Guard katulad din ba ng PNP at saka ng PNP yung isa? Yung Coast Guard ba pareho din ng AFP at saka PNP na may core din kayo ng medical? May medical core din ba kayo? Wala. Yeah, may medical service din ba kayo? Yeah,
Yes, they have, Your Honor.
So the reason why I pushed this sa PNP at AFP doon, kasi nga we want more professionals to join. Di ba? Kumbaga sa Jago, we want more lawyers to join. Sa engineering brigade, we want more engineering to and there are people really torn kasi pinanganak sila, gusto nila mag-police, gusto nila mag-coast guard, pero tatay nila abogado, gusto nila mag-abogado or gusto mag-engineer, no? So have you looked at this at any time after 2019, and is it an idea you're exploring or meron na ba?
With regards to the hospital ship, Your Honor, Mr. President, to relieve us from fiscal stress, they're looking for ODA po, para po at least it will be hopefully lighter payment terms, saka it won't add to our fiscal stress, Your Honor.
Same comment po nung sinabi ko sa Mindanao Railway. I mean, you know better in terms of that, but I don't know how much it is now. But assuming it's 1 billion, that's only 2 to 10 ghost projects. Di ba? 350 billion yung flood control, we're taking out 255 billion plus 50 billion na tinanggal pa ni Senwin sa DPWH for more productive use. So that's 305B. So assuming double na from 550 million, it's 1.1 B. I don't know, it might be more expensive. But assuming it's between 750 M to 1.2, 1.5 B, kaya natin bilhin yun. Diba?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's about the price, about 1 billion pesos.
Yeah.
You know.
But please explore even, I'm always happy when Chair Win is patient and here kasi if he thinks it's a good idea, pinapasok niya eh. I'm not sure, Chair Win, kung gusto niyo unahin Coast Guard, Navy, or yung sa police, but ang maganda kasi sa Navy, di ba pag pinanood mo yung mga, may scene yun eh, yung walang makapasok dun sa, ano, di ba, sa storm, sa dagat, tapos yung, tinanong ko talaga yun, pati sa mga kaibigan ko, ano eh, meron pala talagang chopper na ganun ka-powerful na yun ang ginagamit ng US Coast Guard pang-rescue pag may storm eh, di ba? So meaning, we try really to, yung image ng, and it's improved over time from martial law to now, yung image ng Senping helped a lot sa image ng police. So yung image ng PCINP, ng AFP, ng Coast Guard, di ba? Pero when meron kayong pang-rescue, at ito, kasi yung floating hospital, hindi mo kailangan gamitin lang sa calamity. Pwedeng paikot-ikot yan sa island barangays and island provinces natin. And for example, hanggang ngayon, Metro Manila na to, pag may nagdala ng van na may nag-oopera, ang dami pa rin nagpapa-opera eh. Metro Manila na to, So I would assume if you go to some of the more rural island barangays and you bring a floating hospital, it's such a good public relations or ano tawag doon, yung when the uniform personnel is getting closer to to the people. Civil relations daw.
Yes, they will be very grateful because, of course, one of the roles of the task of the Coast Guard, aside from guarding our coast, is search and rescue. Every time there's a calamity, sila po yung nasa forefront.
Yeah. Lastly, I'm happy that pinapakinabangan nyo yung amendment ko na I put, I'm not sure kung 50 or 100 million for multipurpose building sa lugar ninyo sa Lower Bikutan, Taguig. I think you decided to make it a hospital kasi hindi naman nung nakailan paano i-implement eh. But I think you weren't the commandant then, no? Oo. But if you allow me, sir, magko-comment lang ako. Number one, baka gusto nyo mag-imbita. Di ba? Kasi nag-inaugurate kayo, hindi man lang kayo nagsabi. Pero nung humihingi kayo, nandito kayo parate. Okay. Pangalawa, nung nag-imbita kayo, inimbita nyo asawa ko, and then 12 hours or 18 hours before, tumawag yung tao nyo, ma'am, hindi ka na magsasalita dahil dadating yung mataas naming general. Siya priority. Hindi ganun pagkasabi, pero ganun yung mensahe. So I don't think that's appropriate kasi we should be officers and gentlemen. Inimbitan nyo siya 3 days before, tapos nakalagay sa program, magsasalita. The day before, nag-decide kayo na isa sa mataas sa inyo ang pupunta, tinawagan nyo yung opisina ng mayor na wag na lang siya magsalita. I don't think that's a good SOP, no? Standard Operating Procedure.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Admiral Gavan, it was not during his time.
No, this inauguration was just a few weeks ago. Katabi ko matulog asawa ko eh. Kaya tinagpaalam siya sa akin, pwede ba akong hindi pumunta kasi, to use the word, medyo bastos eh. Yung itatayo yung ospital sa Coast Guard sa Taguig. Okay lang kasi kung hindi kayo nag-imbita. Nag-imbita kayo tapos less than a day, papalitan nyo program. Ang dahilan nyo, may general na pupunta doon na nang mamadali. I don't think that's very Filipino, di ba? Can you look into it? Wag na tayo magpakahaba doon, tignan nyo na lang.
Secretary Love said that it will not happen again.
Yeah, thank you.
But ito pong si Admiral Gavan, our commandant, is not aware of the event.
I'm sure, sir. I would have called
And
you
he
if
will
you
not
were...
allow it to happen.
I called you, and it's not a big thing, but there's a lot of what do you call this? There's a lot of problems with insertions, with illegal, etc. But trabaho namin. So katulad nun, dun kayo sa lugar namin eh. And actually yung area nun parang 1/3 lang nagagamit nyo, di ba? Kasi out in the last 15, 20 years, nagkakaroon ng informal settlers, etc. At kami din naman tumulong sa inyo na ma-secure ganyan. So natural lang pag nagpalitan, hindi masyadong na-inform. Di ba? Kaya lang ito, parang triple whammy eh. Di ba? Na hiningi nyo sa akin yung pondo, nilagay namin. And then hindi man lang sinabi na we decided to make it a hospital, ganyan kami. And then secondly, ganon. But I'll not make a big thing out of it, sir. I will tell you naman kung malaki problema. I'm just saying, pagka iba kasi yun, pagka foreigner or governor, mayor, baka hindi na maganda yung coordination, no? Yeah, I'll stop there. I mean, ibawian nyo na lang na bilhin natin yung hospital. Pagka, you have a lot on your hands, no? With the West Philippine Sea, with the, involved pa rin kayo sa anti-smuggling, no? Sa coast natin, di ba? Oo. That's my last question, tigil na ako doon. Kamusta yung, may kailangan ba kayo for the anti-smuggling? Or it's same, vehicle, pa rin, yung mga seacraft and everything?
Your Honor, Mr. President, Commandant said that they need more seacraft, but to our Senate committee's efforts, we have already allocated about 4 billion for 4.9 billion for the acquisition of various floating assets. Kasama na po rito yung 97-meter vessel and 3 more 87-meter vessel and a lot of aluminum and rubber boats for the search and rescue.
No, the reason I
efforts.
asked I think it was time, Mr. President, ni President GMA, and madalas pa kami mag-coffee date at mag-merienda ni Senator Ping. At 3 yung umuubos sa dollars natin noon eh. Yung bigas na importation, yung Napocor. There was one more, I don't know if it was fertilizer. And ang sabi nila noon, yung talagang talamak yung, at that time, this was what? 2000, 20 years ago, ang talamak daw yung smuggling ng oil, 'di ba? Pero in the meantime, 'di ba ngayon technology na may parang nilalagay na chemical para alam mo kung yung oil na yon ay, so pag tinesting mo yung tanker or yung sa gas station, makikita mo kung smuggled o hindi. Parang nakakapaglagay sila ng, but at that time, ang ganda ng argument na parang for every 100 million or so na ibibigay mo sa Coast Guard at mababantayan nila yung X number of coastline, ito yung balik sa atin sa buwis. So I just wanted to put that on record na aside from our national security, dun sa anti-smuggling, bawat binibigay natin sa Coast Guard at nababawasan yung smuggling, bumabalik din naman sa atin eh, di ba? So hindi katulad yan ng sasabihin mo lang na we put this money because we need it. Ito actually bumabalik sa atin. Wala lang ako figures ngayon sa pagko-quantify. Baka sa BOC yan. But because we're an archipelago and malaki tax natin eh, di ba? Because of VAT tapos other taxes. So I would assume tuloy-tuloy pa rin smuggling. So I'd like to support lang na whatever not only seacraft, if there's specialized training on anti-smuggling in that area or whatever technology. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. Thank you, Senator JV, and thank you sa DOTR family.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano, also for the interventions.
Majority Leader. Ito na. Dito na si Migs.
Andyan na pala.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's at 10. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just a quick manifestation, not a question, because I know
Please proceed.
they've been there for 7 hours and 20 minutes already. Si Senator JV. Sayang, pero since maganda naman yung suot niya, bawi naman po, Boss SJV. Ano lang, to the Secretary, Sec, I know we don't have time. I don't want to take much of your time. Maybe next week, you can send a team to just brief us on the developments of the Bukidnon Airport. It's a low-lying fruit. Nandyan na yan po. It's a good showcase for the administration to open a brand new airport. Matagal na yan, 8 years
For
na po
Mindanao,
yan.
of course.
In Mindanao. And we all know that the President needs a bit of boost in Mindanao. So this will handle a lot of flights center. If you look at Bukidnon po, lalo na kung saan yung airport, that's center of Mindanao. So it will be able to help the people from North Cotabato, from Wao, Lanao Sur, from even the Davao, Buda area. And you know, Bukidnon has 1.5 million strong population. And for those who've campaigned there, know how difficult and how far it is to reach the province. So low-lying fruit yan. The President would love the idea of being able to inaugurate a brand new airport. So yun lamang, Sec, sana ma-follow up natin yan. Second is, I just want to know the status of the Coast Guard, yung tinulungan natin. When I was Senate President, we gave the Coast Guard 2.4 billion for a brand new Coast Guard ship. It's a big ship. It was supposed to be with Ostal. Apparently, I think now nagka-problema dun sa, I don't know. So maybe we can just get a report from Coast Guard how the utilization of that, because baka ma-revert to the National Treasury yung pondong iyon. Sayang naman, talagang pinaghirapan. As a matter of fact, ginamit ka yan as intriga sa amin para matanggal ako dahil nabukol daw yung aking mga insertion. Hindi naman insertion, amendment talaga yan for the Coast Guard. And I'm very proud, you know, about being able to give the Coast Guard funding for the new ship. And nangako po kayo na yung pangalan ng ship will be the first Senate President. Correct? Mr. President, ang pangako daw nila na since it was our initiative in the Senate to give them the ship, it will be named after Manuel L. Quezon, which I think is fitting. The Navy kasi retired their ship, Manuel Quezon, BRP, Manuel Quezon was retired na and decommissioned. So pwede po kunin ng Coast Guard yung pangalan. He was the first Senate President of the Senate. So yun lamang po, gentlemen and ladies, maraming salamat. We have full support of the budget of the DOTR, of course. And it's the DOTR that's going to uplift this country from third world status to modern era. Mr. President, there being no other members who wish to interpret the budget, we'd like to move that the budget of the Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Civil Aeronautics Board, Maritime Industry Authority, Office of Transportation Cooperatives, Office for Transportation Security, Philippine Coast Guard, Toll Regulatory Board, the Light Rail Transit Authority, and Philippine National Railways be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and to deem submitted the budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies as enumerated. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to move, with the permission of the body, to take up the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment and its attached agencies
And attach
is now in order for interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to give the details of the budget, Mr. President.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations for the Department of Labor and Employment and its attached agencies amounting to 49.8 billion pesos. And the breakdown is as follows. For the Office of the Secretary, 19.3 billion pesos. For the Institute for Labor Studies, 77.9 million pesos. For the National Conciliation and Mediation Board, 371 million pesos. For the National Labor Relations Commission, 1.8 billion pesos. For the National Wage and Productivity Commission, 375 million pesos. For the Professional Regulatory Commission, 2.5 billion pesos. For the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, 25.3 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize to interpolate the budget our distinguished colleague from Davao and Isabela, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Mr. President, let me just correct myself. I think the staff just flagged me. For the National Wages and Productivity Commission, it's 357 million pesos, Mr. President.
So noted. Senator Raffy Tulfo, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President, and the good sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Labor and Employment, I rise today to support the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment. Mahalaga po ang tungkulin ng DOLE upang maibigay at maprotektahan ang karapatan at interes ng mga manggagawang Pilipino at siguraduhin na sila ay may disenteng trabaho at kumikita ng tama. Gayunpaman, I will also make sure that the DOLE is doing their job right. In fact, during the hearing of the Senate Committee on Labor last September 4, 2025, binalaan ko ang DOLE na harangin ko ang kanilang budget kung hindi nila ma-monitor ng tama ang pasahod sa mga laborers at masibak ang mga pabaya at tiwaling field inspectors. Bilang tugon, sinabi kay Secretary Ledesma na ganyang aksyonan dapat ang mga nabanggit na issue. And last month, ako po ay gumawa ng physical inspection sa facilities ng DOLE at ng NLRC at nakita ko naman meron silang mga pangangailangan tulad ng dagdag budget para matugunan yung mga gusto kong mangyari sa kanila tulad ng mapabilis yung kanilang trabaho, which is kailangan dagdag tao at dagdag na rin budget para doon sa kanilang mga call center, etc. etc. Pero bago niyan, bagong lahat, magpapasko na po kasi. In less than 4 weeks, magpapasko na. And then every year, walang mintis. Pagdating po ng January, dose-dosena mga manggagawa galing sa dosenang kumpanya pumipila po sa aking action center dahil sila po ay hindi nabibigyan ng 13-month pay. Ito po ang tanong ko ngayon sa DOLE. Ang 13-month pay ay batas na nagsasabing on or before December 24 dapat na ibibigyan 13-month pay ng bawat manggagawa. So anong programa merong inilaan ngayon ang DOLE na para masiguro masunod ang batas na ito at lahat ng kumpanya ay dapat magbigay ng 13-month pay on time para sa mga manggagawa. Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Raffy, at maraming salamat sa napakahalagang tanong ho ninyo, lalo ng magpapasko na at ito po ay inaasahan po ng ating mga kababayan. So meron ho silang iba't ibang mga aktibidad at programa para masigurado na ang compliance po sa 13-month pay ay ginagawa po ng ating mga kumpanya. So meron silang inspection program, so nag-i-inspect ho sila ng mga kumpanya. Meron rin silang compliance portal or compliance portal na online na ang mga korporasyon ay dapat rin mag-register at ilagay nila doon yung kanilang compliance sa pagbibigay ng 13-month pay. At ang magandang balita, ang compliance rate po ay 99.15%. No?
99?
Yes, dapat 100% nga ito, to be honest about it, dahil mandato nga ito ng batas. Pero pwede na rin, no? 99.15% ang compliance rate ho nila. And then, meron rin silang call center na hotline na pwede pong tawagan ng mga manggagawa ho natin na hindi po nabigyan ng 13-month pay o hindi po tumapad yung korporasyon sa pagbibigay ng 13-month pay.
You did mention about sa hotline. Nandun nga po ako sa opisina ng DOLE.
Yes,
Nakita ko yung kanilang mga personnel sa hotline at tingin ko kulang yon. Kaya magsasuggest ako madagdagan yung budget ng DOLE para sa mga call centers personnel na sumasagot sa mga hotline. But sinabi mo 99.9%. I don't think so. I don't believe that in a second.
99.15.
Ilang negosyo ang inyo pong na-monitor? Kasi nga po, sa aking action center, all over the country, from different provinces, cities, municipalities, pumupunta sa akin at nagreklamo yung kanilang kumpanya, hindi po nagbigay ng 13-month pay. Kung yung pagmamonitor nga po sa mga kumpanya na hindi nagbibigay ng minimum wage, nagkukulang na sila, kaya nga na-hybrid ako, ito pa kayong 13-month pay. Kung yung pagmamonitor po sa minimum wage na pinupuntahan na po ng mga field inspectors nila, nakakalampas pa rin, ano na po itong 13-month pay?
Meron rin ho silang hotline na importante rin po na ma-report nitong mga hindi po nabibigyan ng 13-month pay. Pero nasabi ko nga, dapat nga ho, 100% ang compliance rate. Hindi pwedeng, para sa akin, hindi pwedeng 99.5. Dahil po, this is by law. No? At responsable ito ng mga establishments na magbigay po ng 13-month pay. No?
Ano po yung parusa sa ngayon, present setup, doon sa mga kumpanya na hindi po nagbigay ng 13-month pay on time o hindi talaga nagbibigay at all ng 13-month pay? Kasi sa tingin ko, walang ngipin po itong batas natin tungkol sa 13-month pay or mga kumpanya na naglalabag sa 13-month pay. Kaya nga po naabuso ito kasi wala nga ngipin yung batas na yan.
Okay. Actually, tama ho kayo. Wala pong specific na penalty na pwedeng i-impose sa mga korporasyon at establishments. No? So tingin ko ho, tama ho kayo, kailangan i-amenda yung batas. No? Dahil parang walang penalty, talagang walang ngipin po.
Okay, thank
tama
you.
ho kayo, that's a good...
That's the reason why I've been talking to my Legis team, pinag-iisipan namin, pinag-aaralan namin, na yung batas na yung bill na ipapasa ko, hopefully maging batas yun, na mag-i-impose ng fine sa mga kumpanya na hindi nagbigay ng 13-month pay on time through the LGU. Dahil every single year, lahat ng kumpanya kailangan mag-renew ng kanilang business permit. Okay? So bago makapag-renew ang sino mang negosyante ng business permit sa BPLO, kailangan kumuha ng clearance sa DOLE o NLRC. Kapag merong complaint tungkol doon sa 13-month pay na hindi nagbibigay, then i-hold yung BPLO permit until na mabayaran yung 13-month pay plus multa. What do you think of that?
Maganda ho yan. In fact, sa Valenzuela ho, meron kaming by ordinance create na office. Ito yung Workers Affairs Office na ito po ang puntahan ng mga kasi marami kami factories, Your Honor. So,
At dinalo ko yun at marami rin
yes. Yeah.
marami nagbabiolate.
Correct. Tama ko. Iba-ibang
labor.
tama ko kayo. Samot-samot violation na ron. But at least meron hong ang concept dito, meron ho pa kaming parang maliit na dole sa Valenzuela na pinupuntahan po. At kung meron ho talagang violation, nakakabit rin ho to sa pwede pong i-revoke yung business permit, no, dahil i-report po sa aming business permit office. So meron pong coordination between our office, yung Workers Affairs Office and the Business Permit Office. And by ordinance, pwede pong i-revoke yung kanilang business permit. So tama po yung konsepto nyo, mga napakaganda po. Dahil at the local level, pwede na pong ma-penalize yung mga establishments by the LGU. So maganda po yung concept. In fact, may proof of concept na, no, on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Now let's move on. I suggested also during the last hearing na magkaroon o magsuot ng body-worn cameras ang lahat ng mga field inspector at sinabi nyo walang budget. So ako po yung magpo-propose. Nandito naman yung ating chairman ng finance. 50 million pesos siguro para sa body-worn cameras. Nang sa lahat ng field inspector kailangan may suot niyan. Kasi nga po, napapansin ko, pupunta ang isang field inspector sa isang kumpanya, makikipag-usap sa opisina, kausap ang accounting at HR, nakasara ang pinto, hindi man lang sinasama sa pag-uusap ang mga manggagawa. Hindi man lang in-inspect yung working area. Pag-uwi po ng DOLE inspector, may dala-dala ng envelope. Bahala na kayo sa inyong isipin kung ano laman ng envelope na medyo makapal-kapal. At yung iba, nagtututpik-tutpik pa, busog na. So kaya nga with that body-worn camera, I think matitigil siguro yan. Sa palagay nyo, Mr. President.
Sa tingin ko, yung envelope, hindi yung Christmas card. No?
In the envelope, sabi ng mga manggagawa mismo eh. Kasi nga po, Mr. President, dapat make it a policy kahit na may body-worn camera, habang wala pang body-worn camera, pag nag-inspect sila, kinakausap po yung mga manggagawa, pinupuntahan po yung working area. Ini-inspect kung meron bang fire escape, kung meron bang fire extinguisher, kung they are wearing proper gear para sa trabaho nila, etc. etc. Ang nangyari kasi, pag may aksidente na, saka pala mag-inspect ang DOLE. Pero before the accident happened, dapat tinitingnan natin kung tama ba, sumusunod ba sa standard na sinet ng DOLE para sa mga magagawa, kung sinusunod yun ng kumpanya. At hindi po ginagawa ng mga field inspector. Pag may nangyari ng disgrasya, saka pala nag-iingay ang DOLE, nagpapapreskon at kami ay magpaparusa o mag-imbestiga, etc. Dapat proactive.
Tama ho kayo. Importante po na itong mga establishments and mga businesses, so sila mismo self-compliance po yung kanilang ginagawa. At importante rin po yung pagbibigay ng impormasyon dito sa mga establishments para marami rin naman po establishments gustong mag-comply but iba siguro hindi rin alam yung batas. So information campaign importante rin po. So,
okay.
And maganda po yung mungkahi nyo sa body-worn cameras dahil yan na rin po ang nagiging uso ngayon dahil pag may nagsusumbong, walang ebidensya, hindi natin alam kung ano talaga yung nangyari. So at least dito ho meron tayong evidence na pwedeng gamitin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Now, during the last hearing as well, humingi po ako ng listahan ng mga field inspectors ninyo kung sino po yung mga kumpanya in-inspect nila at ano po ang nangyari doon sa mga in-inspect nila ng mga kumpanya, especially sa Kamanaba na kung saan ako po'y gumawa ng physical inspection kasama po yung mga taga-DOLE. At ibabangga ko po yan yung report ng mga tauhan ninyo versus yung report ng team ko nung pumunta dahil kapag may nakita ako doon na pinuntahan nila at chinek nilang pasado, hindi pasado sa amin, may usapan tayo, it's either maparusahan, which is pinakamababa, ay masuspindi o masibak. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough. At actually, dapat minimum ho na gagawin yung pag hindi mo ginagawa trabaho mo, then wala kang dahilan kung bakit ka nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno. So tama ho yun.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, ang follow-up question ko. So, meron na hubang naparusahan na field inspector dahil hindi niya nagawa ng tama yung kanyang trabaho, meaning pinasa niya ang isang kumpanya sa kanyang ginawang pag-inspeksyon, pero yung pala may violation at hindi nagbibigay ng minimum wage man lang. Wala. Ma-high blood tayo nito. Kasi ako po sa Kapanaba, when I went there, halos lahat ng kumpanyang pinuntahan ko, ang lalaking kumpanya to, hindi naman ito mga mom and pops store. These are big companies, manufacturing companies, na talagang hindi nagbibigay ng minimum wage at all. At meron pa nga isang kumpanya na nagdi-discriminate. Pag yung babae, mas less ang sweldo kaysa sa mga lalaki. Pag sa mga lalaki, libre ang uniforme, sa mga babae, hindi. Pag sa mga babae, walang 13-month pay, sa mga lalaki meron. Yung mga ganun ba? Nung pumunta ako, na-flag ko yun. Pero yung dole na pumunta na months before me, hindi na-flag yun. So dapat, yung field inspector na yun, maparusahan. Dahil yung sinasabi ko na pumunta sa company ng pag-inspect, paglabas may envelope. Yung sinasabi ko po ay totoo to. Hindi ko po katang isip to.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President and Senator Rafi, meron ho silang 1,200 field inspectors nationwide.
Okay.
1,210 to be exact. Which I think konting-konti to considering ang registered business sa buong Pilipinas is more than 1 million.
That's correct.
Pero doon po sa katanungan niyo po, wala pa raw ho silang nadi-dismiss na field inspectors.
Wala man lang napaparusahan? Then Dole is not doing their job. Baka magbagong isip ko, baka ipitin kong budget nyo kung gano'n, magsisinungaling kayo sa akin. Ako mismo ang chairman ninyo, ako mismo mag-iipit ng budget ninyo kasi nakaka-high blood. Not on my term. Ako bilang chairman ng Dole, hindi ako papayag na mayroong naapi ng mga manggagawang Pilipino.
Baka ho yung kanilang field inspector, anghel po to. No?
Kaya
Dahil wala hong naimbestigahan, wala pong natanggal, wala pong sinumbong. Baka maanghel po yung kanilang field inspector.
Kaya nga po, nung pumunta po ako dun sa Kamanaba area, kasama ng Valenzuela, lahat ng kumpanyang pinuntahan ko may violation, especially dun sa hindi pagbigay ng tamang pasweldo, which is like the minimum wage, walang 30-month pay, etc., etc. So, ano nangyari dun sa mga field inspectors na yon? And then, na-check ko na na-inspect yun prior na pagpunta ko. Months before I went there. It was inspected. And yet, nakalusot. So, dapat, yung mga field inspectors na yun, parusahan, give me the name of those field inspectors and I want them suspended or worse, dismissed. Pero susuportan ko ang budget ninyo. Sige, dagdag tayo ng pera para magdagdag tayo ng budget para more field inspectors. Pero for now, yung mga bad egg, dapat linisin, alisin. Yung mga tamad na hindi gumagawa ng trabaho, sibakin. And then dadagdag tayo ng budget. Kahit magkano, sabihin nyo, ilan ba kailangan field inspectors para ma-inspect at least halos lahat? Sige, 50 million, 100 million more? Why not? Sure, call. Pero dapat, meron muna mapaparusahan na hindi gumagawa ng tama.
Senator Rafi, Mr. President, Your Honor, sabi niyo ho kanina na meron pong nakita kayong mga violation pero pumasa sa field inspectors. Yan po ay bukas po ang Dole para tignan ho yung mga nakita niyong may violation at nabigyan po ng kumbaga passing rate ng mga field inspectors at iimbestigahan ho nila yan, itong mga field inspector na nagbigay po ng passing rate pero may mga violations po yung mga establishment. At committed po si Secretary to investigate this matter.
Investigate and then suspend.
And suspend.
Hindi lang pwede imbestiga. Siyempre, parang niloloko natin yung mga manggagawa na inimbestigahan lang pagkatapos Wala lang. Tapos pakita natin na seryoso tayo sa trabaho natin at dapat may katapat na parusa doon sa mga naging pabaya sa trabaho.
Yeah, I agree with you. Kung talagang mag-imbestiga ho sila at kung napatunayan na may violation tapos hindi nila pinanalyze at pinagbigyan pa, parurusahan ho nila itong mga field inspector. At kung kailangan po, pwede hong matanggal sa trabaho kung talagang inaabuso po at hindi ginagawa yung trabaho niya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. So, gusto ko po mag-imbestiga kayo, hindi lamang po doon sa mga napuntahan ko, sa lahat ng mga kumpanya, this is what I'm gonna do. Bawat mga manggagawa from now on, and which we've been doing this for a few weeks na, nililista namin kung saang kumpanya at kung sila ba ay na-inspect na ng DOLE. And each of this company na hindi tumupad doon sa minimum wage at nasagasaan or napuntahan ng field inspector ng DOLE and yet binigyan ng passing grade, at yung DOLE inspector na yon, I want that inspector suspended or dismissed. Palitan natin ng bago. Even na ibig sabihin, maalis ang isa, palitan natin 3. I don't care. As long as yung 3 ipapalit natin, matitino na.
You have the commitment of the secretary at gagawin ho nila yan. Magko-coordinate sila with your office to get that list at mag-iimbestiga ho sila kaagad. Imbestigahan nila yung mga field inspectors.
Okay. Ilan po ba ang field inspector ngayon ng DOLE?
1,210 to be exact.
1,210. Ilan po yung ideal field inspector dapat given na 1 million ang businesses? Siyempre, din natin isama dyan yung mga maliliit. Yung pong mga factories and big companies and corporations, ilan po? Alisin natin yung mga,
Tama
yung
ho
mga
kayo.
medium size.
Tama ho kayo. Dahil yung mga, doon sa 1 million plus na nasasabi ko, marami doon MSMEs. No? Mga
Yes.
MSMEs. So, what's... Ang ideal po is 1 field inspector to every 20,000 employed person. Yun po yung yan po ang ILO, International Labor Organization standard.
1 into, I'm sorry, Mr. President?
1 in every 20,000 employed persons.
No, we're talking about companies. How many companies do we have? Alisin natin siguro yung maliliit, sa medium scale, pataas. Companies, not the employees. Kasi kumpanya naman ini-inspect, hindi naman yung mga employees, Mr. President. Business establishments.
More or less po mga around maybe 100,000 po, more or less ang considered non-MSME, so mga malalaking corporations po ito.
So kung 100,000, ano po yung ideal number of inspectors na dapat tututok dito, Mr. President?
So, meron po silang sinubmit na mga scenarios. Pag 1 million na establishment po, no? Kasama na ho dito mga medium-sized establishments kasi ang medium-sized ho, may mga employees rin po. A total of 4,913 ang field inspectors na kailangan. So ang balance ho natin, kulang ho tayo ng mga 3,700.
So kung halimbawa natupad po yung sinabi ninyo, hindi naman siguro eksakto, more or less 3,000 or something, pwede
Yeah,
na siguro.
3,000.
Right? But siyempre, tututok po ako, I'll make sure na itong 3,000 field inspectors gagawin ng trabaho nila, hindi nakaupo lang sa silya at nangungulangot. Hindi po siguro mangyari. Tama po.
That's why ang maganda nga ho, umpisahan ho nila dahil nga ngayon may 1-2 ang kailangan po, 5,000. Maging strategic yung kanilang approach. So umpisahan po yung mga corporations na malalaki.
Okay. At nag-promise kayo sa akin noon, Mr. President.
Pero marami rin po kasi mga violators, actually hindi malalaki, mga medium
Ganito po,
enterprises.
bigyan niyo po ako ng listahan. I don't care kung that is 100 companies pinunta nila, kahit mag-overtime yung mga tao ko. Ako mismo ang magtitingin. Ano yung mga in-inspect, mga field inspectors ninyo na chinek nila as pass o binigyan ng passing grade? Babanggain ko yan sa gagawin namin pag-imbestiga. Tatawag kami doon sa mga manggagawang yon kung sila ba ay talagang tama, nakatanggap na tamang pasweldo. Kapag hindi, ibibigay ko sa inyo, paparusahan yung field inspector na yon. Tama po?
Po, they'll
Fair
provide
enough.
you po with the list na
Yes.
establishments
Kasi
na
that was
na-inspect
promised to me
nila.
before and until now, wala kayong binibigyan na listahan. You did promise to me na ibibigay nyo sa akin. I was just waiting for you. My office been waiting for anybody from Dole who will knock at my office door para sabihin, this is the list you've been asking for. But nobody did come to my office.
Ibibigay ho sa inyo po ng Monday, Your Honor. Monday
Okay.
po ibibigay yung mga
Monday.
list of establishments na inspect nila in the last 3 years?
Maski 1 year lang siguro.
What's 1 year? Yeah.
Give me 100, 200, 300 companies.
Basta lahat po na na-inspect
Sige.
nila for 2025 to date.
That is
Ibibigay po
correct.
sa inyo yung listahan on Monday.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Now, let's move on sa NLRC. Alam ko, nag-inspect din ako sa NLRC. Nakita ko na kung ano yung problema din, bakit mabagal, natatagalan yung pag-hear ng case ng bawat manggagawa na pumupunta sa NLRC magreklamo dahil kulang sa tao. And then I will support na para madagdagan ang budget nila sa personnel. Now, dito sa sheriff, I don't know anong recommendation ng NLRC dito, siguro dagdag budget din. Tuwing nagkakaroon ng desisyon ang NLRC at ang desisyon in favor of the manggagawa at yung sheriff ay pinapunta na doon para kausapin yung may ng company o maghanap ng mga properties o mag-garnish kung ano man yung dapat mag-garnish against doon sa natalong employer. Ang sinasabi palagi ng sheriff, walang panggasolina. O dili kaya yung sheriff ay mabagal kumilos. Bakit po ganon, Mr. President? Kuminsan, yung po mga manggagawa, nagagaling pa ng probinsya, pagdating sa Maynila, mag-aantay pa dahil walang sasakyan. Kuminsan, ang nagbibigay pa ng pamasahe, yung mismo manggagawa, bibigyan ng pamasahe at libreng lunch pa ang sheriff in some cases. So ngayon kung talagang kulang sa budget ang sheriff, kulang sa sweldo, maliit ang sweldo, dagdagan natin. Dagdagan natin ang sweldo nila, dagdagan natin yung number of sheriffs.
According po sa NLRC, first of all, nagpapasalamat po sila na with your intervention na dagdagan po yung MOE nila, particularly sa gasolina po. So according to NLRC, dahil po sa inyong pagdagdag ng gasolina, dapat wala nang dahilan po na wala nang gasolina. In their computation, sapat na po yung binigay ninyo as intervention for gasoline expense. Kaya kung meron pong mga sheriff na nagsasabi wala pong gasolina, open po ang NLRC para po maimbestigahan itong mga sheriff na ito.
Ano ba ang current ratio ng sheriffs ngayon sa
Meron ho tayong...
Mga cases na na-resolve ba?
Ngayon po, one sheriff is 2.5. So sabihin na natin 3. So one sheriff, mga 2.5 to 3 arbiters po ang hawak niya.
Di po ba dapat 1:1?
Yes, correct. Dapat, yan yung tanong ko rin. Sabi ko dapat 1:1. So mayroon na pong pangako ang DBM na magbibigay ho sila ng additional 56? 86, bakit 3 years pa? 86 sheriff po, but in 3 years po ang ibibigay ng DBM. But meron na hong approval na mag-i-increase po sila ng 86.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Commitment.
That's-
commitment. Di ba ba,
Commitment.
Ashley?
Sige. Thank you, Mr. President, and good sponsor. Dalawang question na lang. Sa ibang bansa, tulad ng Japan, South Korea, Singapore, US, UK, and Germany, may kita mo sa mga workplace, mga tindahan, may mga senior citizen na nagtatrabaho. Dito sa atin, pag ikaw ay tumungtong na sa 40 and above, mag-apply ka, hindi ka na tinatanggap. So merong age discrimination. That is the reason why many of our OFWs na nagreklamo sa akin, after na matapos yung kanilang kontrata sa abroad, when they come back, ang age nila sa 40 or 50, hindi na sila nakakuha ng trabaho. Dapat sila pang ang bigyan ng priority dahil sa kanilang experience, especially pagdating sa mga restaurants, sa mga hotels, sa service industry. But we're not doing that. Makikita mo lahat, puro mga bata, gwapo, magaganda, sexy, etc. Wala kang makikita ng mga senior citizen. Namimili, nagdi-discriminate marami mga company. So anong programa meron po kayo para ito pong mga middle age na mga kababayan natin o senior citizens na malakas pa, qualified pa, gusto pa rin magtrabaho, ay mabigyan ng opportunity makapag-work. Lalo na po itong mga OFWs natin na matapos matawag natin na makabagong bayani, nagsilbi sa ibang bansa at nakapagdala ng pera through remittances, nakapag-ambag, and then now, pag-uwi, wala na, hindi na sila pinapansin ng mga kumpanya at ayaw silang tanggapin. So what kind of programs do you have for this group of people, Mr. President, kung meron man?
Meron ho tayong batas, yung anti-age discrimination law, na ito po ang pinapatupad po ng Department of Labor. Ang recommendation ko nga ho kay Secretary to be more aggressive and proactive. Mayroon ho silang, yung hotline nila, pwede ho magsumbong doon. Pero sabi ko, dapat wag nang antay magsumbong, maging proactive rin po sa mga companies na nagdi-discriminate against age. Makikita naman ho natin minsan sa mga hiring process, meron doon dapat below 40 or may age requirement, bawal ho 'yon. Ang requirement ho dapat ay
Di ba meron pa yung
galing mo.
must be pleasing personality. Alisin na dapat yon. Dapat yung mga nag-advertise na ganon. Wala na
Wala
ba?
na po. Dapat skills lang, 'di ba? Skills lang ang requirement. So sabi ni Secretary po, wala na po yung mga ganong pleasing personality, good looking, wala na hong yun.
Siguro ang gagawin ng DOLE, talk to the big corporations. Okay? Top 10, top 20 big corporations. Talk to them. Kausapin sila na pwede ba maglagay kayo ng mga senior citizens, maglagay kayo ng, maski pa PWD. Because I went to MMDA, when was this? A month ago, natuwa ako dahil doon sa opisina nila, merong 16 yung hearing impaired personnel na nagtatrabaho. PWD. Siguro magkaroon din ng ganong programa ang ibang mga kumpanya. Nandiyan naman yung SPED na pwedeng tumulong. So I'd like to see yung mga ganong klaseng development na mga kumpanya, may mga senior citizens at may mga PWD na nagtatrabaho doon.
Well, Mr. President, tama ho kayo. In fact, sa Singapore, pumunta po ako last year. Nakita ko na meron ho silang mga special laws para ma-encourage po yung mga restaurants. Actually, restaurants ko nakita na kumuha po ng senior citizens. At nakita ko with my own eyes na yung mga able senior citizens na pwede ho magtrabaho sa mga hindi naman stressful na trabaho katulad po sa convenience store or sa restaurants, ginagawa sa Singapore. Sabi ko kay Secretary, dapat may ganyan tayong batas, no, to encourage mga establishments na mag-hire po ng mga senior citizens para po mabigyan rin sila ng trabaho. Kasi marami sa ating mga senior citizens, able-bodied pa naman.
Siguro gagawa tayo ng legislation, Mr. President, pag-aralan natin, na bigyan ng incentives yung mga kumpanya na nag-hire ng mga senior citizens, yung mga nasa 40s, 50s, na malakas pa, kaya pang gawin yung trabaho, maging ng mga PWD. Give them incentives siguro dyan, ma-inganyo sila na mag-hire ng mga senior citizens and PWDs.
Sa government po, required ho tayo. Republic Act number 10524 na at least 1% of all government positions and all positions in government ay PWD.
1% dapat
1%.
PWD. May PWD ba dito sa Senate, Mr. President?
Meron po sa LBR mo, meron ho tayo doon. Di ko lang ho alam kung buong Senate 1%.
Kasi kung compliant ba din ng Senate?
At nakasulat rin po pala dito sa batas, pag ang private corporation with more than 100 employees are encouraged to reserve 1%.
Encourage.
Yeah, encourage.
Hindi mandatory.
Yeah. Sa government's mandatory. Sa private is encouraged. Yeah. So dapat tingnan rin natin kung yung government po ay nagko-comply. No? Wala yatang, may ganyan na report ba? A government complying 1% employees, PWD?
So all government establishments, all government
agencies,
dapat
GOCCs.
merong isang PWD sa bawat government office?
Correct.
That's,
At least
that's
1%.
the law. 1%. Depende kung ilan ang bilang ng mga empleyado doon, so should be 1%.
Yeah. So kung 2 million po ang civil servants natin, dapat 20,000 po ay PWD.
Nasaan po itong 20,000 mga PWDs? Dole, hindi nyo po minomonitor? Government kasi, okay.
Tingin ko dapat civil service
Yes. Civil
tama.
service.
Yeah.
Okay, sige.
Pero magandang idea ho
mag-monitor
yun
kami.
to come up with legislation para mabigyan ho natin ng maybe additional deductible sa wages pag kumuha ka ng PWD and senior citizen.
Siguro makipag tie up din ang DOLE sa mga LGUs, and then kasi yung mga LGUs may mga programa na ngayon tulad ng halimbawa sa Manila, I think meron ganong klaseng programa. In other cities, hindi ko pa alam pero nababalitaan ko para ma-encourage itong mga kumpanya, especially ito sa mga fast food, na mag-hire ng mga senior citizens and mga PWD.
Tama ho kayo. Hindi naman siya nagbubuhat ng sariling bangko, but sa Valenzuela may ordinance ho kami to give some discount on their business permit kung sila po mag-hire ng senior citizen at PWD. Alam ko maraming LGU may ganyan na. No? Most ng mga malalaking LGUs merong ganun na ordinance. At maganda siguro magkaroon kayo ng inventory, Secretary, kasi in LGUs, proactive sila eh. No, how many LGUs may ganitong ordinance, and let's encourage them to come up with their own ordinances. No?
Yeah, dito sa Pilipinas, may mga private companies like Jollibee, McDonald's, and Lola Nenas, and Shakey's, and I commend these companies dahil meron sila mga senior citizens sa kanilang workforce. Sana lahat na ng kumpanya will follow.
Secretary, dapat magkaroon ng awarding sa mga establishments na merong proactive programs on hiring PWDs and senior citizens para ma-recognize rin no, itong mga
That
corporations.
is a very brilliant idea.
Minsan itong mga corporations like Jollibee, they want recognition, no? But they're doing it on their own volition.
Exactly. So, Mr. President, yeah, do it. And isa po ako magsusuporta. If I need to use my platform sa YouTube, Facebook, gagawin ko yun. Bigyan natin ng award yung mga gumagawa ng magagandang programa tulad ng binabanggit natin dito ngayon. Okay, yan lang po. Pero isa pong habiling ko, Mr. President, good sponsor, sa mga taga-Dole, please do your job. For so many, many years, ang dami pong naaping mga manggagawa natin. Kinakawawa, malit na nga ang sweldo, kuminsan, nasasaktan pa, namumura pa, nabubuli pa. I want to see workforce natin dito sa bansa natin na compliant na yung mga kumpanya at lahat at least nakakatanggap na minimum wage or more and with full benefits. And lastly, yung 13-month pay po, ayoko nang makita habang maaari na pagdating ng January, pipila na naman pagkahaba-haba dyan sa TV5 ito mga manggagawa dahil hindi po sila nabigyan ng 13-month pay. Okay? That's all. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
May
Thank you,
commitment
good
ho
sponsor.
kayo kay Secretary at sa buong Dole agency na itong mga mungkahi no ay siseryosohin ho nila at yung mga dapat ho i-comply ng mga establishments ay sisiguraduhin nila na nagko-comply po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, salamat po to the good gentleman from Isabela.
Majority Leader, yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to interpellate will be the good gentleman from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po to our majority leader. Maraming salamat po. Mr. President, may we know if the good chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, the sponsor of the budget of the DOLE and its attached agencies, including TESDA, would yield to some questions from this representation?
It will be an honor, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po sa Dole family, kay Secretary Laguesma, kay Secretary Kiko, mga kaibigan po natin at mga matagal na nakasama at nakatrabaho sa Dole at TESDA. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Mr. President, at the onset, let me put and state for the record that this representation had been perennially supportive of the budget of Dole and TESDA for obvious reasons, Mr. President. We were the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Labor for quite some time. We were then TESDA secretary for quite some time, and I'm no longer I'm still the TESDA man, but the TESDA kuya is here, and we thank the Lord and the administration for finally heeding the call of the tech book community to have a secretary who really knows the job. And again, I will put that on record. The chairperson also is nodding his head, who is also the former chairperson of EDCOM 2. And it has been a very challenging task every time we talk about tech book during those times, Mr. President. Mr. President, for fiscal year 2026, the total expenditure program of the DOLE under the Senate Committee report on the General Appropriations Bill is 49.883 billion, which is actually lower by 14.21% from the GAB level of 58.143 billion, but it is higher by 10%, 10.8% from the NEP level of 45.019 billion. I'm concerned, Mr. President, because every time we talk about DOLE, we talk about the importance of managing underemployment and unemployment. And in terms of magnitude, the number of unemployed individuals in September 2025 of this year was posted at 1.96 million. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. This is higher than the number of unemployed individuals in September of last year, 2024, at 1.89 million. In fact, in August of this year, 2025, the number of unemployed persons was estimated at 2.03 million. So, Mr. President, this year, September 2025, ang unemployment po natin ay 3.8%. May we know what factors resulted in the low unemployment rates, especially this year, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, before the flood control issue, the country is doing well in terms of jobs production as well as economic growth. We all know that our fundamentals are quite strong, and our fundamentals are getting stronger. But however, with this flood control issue, admittedly, construction actually slowed down. No? And so we are seeing a slowdown in our economic growth, and that will also translate into more jobs that will be lost in the next few months if the decline in the construction industry continues.
Is it just construction sector, Mr. President, that is being affected by this mess on flood control? The outside forces, Mr. President, the emergence of the artificial intelligence and robotics, Mr. President, are these also factors, Mr. President? Because while this is an improvement from previous months, it's still slightly higher than the 3.7% as earlier mentioned by this representation last year. Hindi po natin kasi pwedeng baliwalain ang pagtaas nito at alam natin lahat dito, Mr. President, dito sa bulwagan to, kahit na maliit man yung pagtaas, bawat decimal point ay katumbas po ito ng libu-libong mga Pilipino na walang trabaho, nawawalan ng trabaho o napupunta o napupush dun sa tinatawag na underemployment category. And this should push us, of course, to examine whether our current programs are equally or are actually creating yung pong tinatawag na long-term, quality jobs, and not just temporary or seasonal work, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the employment losses came from administrative and support service activities, manufacturing, transportation and storage, public administration, defense. But there's also some bright lights. For example, fishing and aquaculture expanded by 26%. In fact, I saw this in the report. Human health and social work activities expanded by 28%. So may mga bright
Human
spots.
health, wealth?
Human health.
Health.
Yes. Agriculture and forestry also expanded by about 1.4%. Dati nakikita natin madalas ang agriculture agriculture experiences negative growth, but this time around we're seeing some bright spots in agriculture. But this is before the typhoons that we experienced in the fourth quarter. No? So, but prior to the fourth quarter, agriculture seems like it's reviving.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to show a table here with regard to the unemployment and underemployment data. And let me show from 2019 to 2025, if we can show this. Actually, in July, Mr. President, July of this year, 2025, the unemployment surged to 5.3%. And this is the highest, no? Highest po ito since the pandemic. While underemployment also climbed to 14.8%. If we can show the the table. July of 2025, unemployment po ay 5.3%, underemployment climbed to 14.8%. And Mr. President, what is even more concerning is that underemployment continues to affect our it affects our significant workforce, significant portion of our workforce. And I believe this tells us that job quantity alone is not enough. At ito, lagi natin na pag-uusapan sa EDCOM kasama si Sec Kiko, Chairman Sherwin. Job quality must be our priority, no? So, Mr. President, bakit po ganito kalaki yung I wanted to, again, plead the indulgence of everyone if they can actually show the table. But again, let me focus lang dun sa 2025 of July, 5.3% ang unemployment at 14.8% ang underemployment. And gusto natin malaman kung bakit ganito kalaki yung volatility sa ating job quality indicators, Mr. President. At ano nga ho kaya yung mga pangunahing dahilan kung bakit po bakit employed nga pero kulang pa rin sa kita, kulang sa oras, kulang sa oportunidad ang ating mga manggagawa, Mr. President?
Well, dito ho papasok ang galing ho ni Tess Dakuya, Mr. President, si Director General Kiko Benitez. Because one of the reasons kaya nakakakita rin tayo ng underemployment is the perennial job skills mismatch. And this is where TESDA will come in, because TESDA can address this mismatch because it moves much faster than higher education or the academic higher education. And another aspect which I found out today is the gig economy, the emergence of the gig economy right now. Yeah, which makes sense because a lot of this gig economy, on demand po yung kanilang trabaho, pero hindi naman ho laging na meron pong kailangan ng meron pong kumukuha ng kanilang services, no. So okay. And also the gig economy, it's alam niyo ho ito, no? It's a emerging economy, and also tracking them down, getting information is also another challenge because they're not technically in the formal sector. So those are the two reasons, Mr. President, the job skills mismatch and also the rise of the gig economy, Mr. President. The gig economy, I think it's a good and bad, no?
Mr. President, we have been espousing the passage of our Freelancers Act, Mr. President. At alam natin, Mr. President, that up to now, this particular sector ay napaka-vulnerable dahil they are not protected by any labor laws, Mr. President. Mr. President, muli, no, gusto kong tutukan itong underemployment. Ibig sabihin, kulang kasi sa kita, kulang sa oras, kulang sa oportunidad yung ating mga manggagawa. Of the total underemployed, Mr. President, in the data that we receive from the Philippine Statistics Authority, in September 2025, total underemployment in September 2025 is 58.5% work less than 40 hours a week. 58.5%. Less than 40 hours a week. Including po ito those who did not work during the reference period. So, visibly underemployed po sila. And 41.5% naman, 41.5% work 40 hours or more in a week. So sila yung invisibly underemployed, Mr. President. And tama ho kayo, would you say na ito po, it suggests a persistent job skills mismatch between, again, the skills of our education system produces and the actual demands of the labor market, Mr. President.
That's true, Mr. President, and that's why one of the direction, and I know this for a fact, one of the direction of our DG in TESDA is to address the job skills mismatch by making sure that the industries are well coordinated and also on board in terms of coming up with training regulations and also with the right training modules. So ngayon meron na tayong 96 industry boards, no? Which is up from 15 when the TESDA Kuya came in, no? So that's almost 6-7-fold ang create niyang industry board. So this is really to make sure that the industries are being heard, the recommendations are put into work, and meron tayong forecasting kasi mas alam naman talaga ng industriya kung anong skills ang kailangan eh. No? So I'm very happy to hear that we have now over 90 plus industry boards working with TESDA.
Yeah, we're very happy about it, Mr. President, because you and I know very well the past 5-6 years in this institution, in this August chamber, we keep on talking about it. We keep on talking about the importance of industry-led programs and initiatives. Otherwise, we keep on pounding on something that is not needed by the industry. Bali, wala po. Just to ask, Mr. President, how many training regulations do we have now in TESDA?
$339.
339. And these training regulations, as we are all aware, in the TESDA family, goes, ano nga ho tawag doon? Na-check po ito in every 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. No? Tama pa rin.
Every 3 years, tama ho kayo.
3 years na-check pa rin. Kasi you're talking about how many programs, again, when I was there, more than 20,000. Eh, ganun pa rin po ba, Secretary? The programs, 20,000 pa rin po ba yan? Plus? Or masyadong madami, no?
Tama ho kayo, mga 20 plus.
Oo, at,
20,000 plus.
Oh, and when you talk about job skills mismatch, importante talaga na meron tayong direction and focus. Because if you are approaching these challenges that we are facing right now in such a way na disabog yung gamit mo, hindi mo matatarget. For example, ngayon, emergence of artificial intelligence. In South Korea, they're already taxing robots because they're competing with their human resources. In Saudi Arabia, they proclaimed Sophia robot as the first Saudi Arabian citizen robot. Nung a year ago ho, dito sa Senado, sinabi ko, na-meet ko yung si Barista Ella na sa Singapore. Aba, ito pong nakaraang buwan, napunta ho ako sa SM Mega Mall, nakita ko po, nandun na rin si Ella, Barista Ella. So if we're not going to be very sensitive with the programs that we are implementing, ang bilis mawawala, no? Kaya po ito yung dahilan kung bakit gusto ko po itong banggitin, sapagkat pag tinignan po natin yung Employment Facilitation Program, for example, right now, if we can also show itong Employment Facilitation Program, sa atin po bang Senate Committee Report, magkano po ang budget na inilaan natin dito sa mga programang ito? Isa-isahin ko lang po, yung promotion of local employment, I think youth employability, job search assistance, National Skills Registry Program. Ang nasa GAA po noong 2025 ay 1.210 billion pesos. Ang nasa NEP po ay 1.201 billion pesos for 2026. Magkano po ngayon ang nakalagay sa ating Senate Committee Report na ating dinidiscuss ngayon when you talk about Employment Facilitation Program, Mr. President?
About 1.2 billion pesos. Ito,
So
pero
it's
nasa,
the same with the NEP, Mr.
Yeah,
President?
so
Is that correct? Same as the NEP?
Mr. President, it's no change,
So
Mr.
there's
President.
no change, Mr. President, which means, Mr. President, if you look at Job Search Assistance Program, from 171 million last year is down to 127 million. That's about 44 million decrease or 25.6% decrease, Mr. President. Is that correct, Mr. President? Sana hindi nagugulat yung Dole family na ganito kalaki na bawas. So you're aware of that, and what is going, ano ho yung maapektuhan na programa natin? Ganun. I mean, if we are to give importance to our kababayans looking for jobs and we decrease the budget of this program of government by 25%, then I don't think we are in the right direction, Mr. President.
Tama ho kayo. It decreased by 43 million, about 25%. And
Yan po ay yung mga job fairs, Mr. President. Yan po yung mga kababayan natin, for the past so many years, being a senator of the Republic, yan po yung mga inaabangan nila. Yan po yung pagka nagpo-post ako ng job fair, halos every week, I'm actually getting the details from the Department of Labor and Employment. Every time magpo-post po tayo, nagre-respond yung ating mga kababayan, masayang-masaya sila na pumupunta po doon, nagkakaroon ng job fairs. Babawasan natin ng 25%, Mr. President. Baka ho, hindi magandang pangitain ito sa mga susunod na panahon kung ang ating tinatahak na landas ay gumawa at patuloy magbigay ng trabaho at hanap buhay sa ating mga kababayan.
yeah, actually ho, ang nagbawas ay DBM, and I'm sure the reason there is fiscal space. No? So, yeah, dito man ho sa Congress and Senate, tinuloy lang ho natin yung ano yung nasa NEP.
Sorry, Mr. President. Minority leader ko, boss, kaya I have to, sabi niya, nasa second page pa raw ako, baka pwede daw tanggalin ko na lahat. Sabi ko, okay naman po ako doon. Importante lang sa akin, Mr. President, if we can, and at the proper time, this representation would like to put into the records of this August chamber that I will lobby with the chairman to put in more funds with this job search assistance. This is the job fair program of the government, Mr. President. So kung 43 million lang, I think 40 million kayang-kaya po natin.
Yeah, tama ho kayo. I think you made a very good point. Ang underemployment natin is persistently high.
Yes.
We have to expect the worst because of this issue surrounding surrounding the flood control issue. So the job search program is a important program to stimulate job creation and also help our kababayans look for the appropriate jobs for them. No, tama ho kayo. And we welcome suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. President. And at the proper time, we will do that. And with the help of our good friend, Secretary Laguesma, to help us figure out magkano yung pwede nating idagdag at kailangan, Mr. President, para sa programang ito. Mr. President, magpapaspas po ako, Mr. President, dahil nabigyan ako ng signal na pumaspas. I cannot leave this August chamber without mentioning, Mr. President, that DOLE and its attached agencies currently have 1,641 unfilled positions. Meron po tayong table dito na gusto rin ipakita, pero dahil matagal kumilos yung mga nandun, sasabihin ko na lang, 1,641 unfilled positions. Tapos, ang JO at contract of service ay 2,351 job orders and contract of service. Doon po sa mga unfilled positions ng DOLE, 15.8% po ito ng kanilang authorized plantilla items. At sorry sa TESDA dahil ang significant portion of vacancies ay nasa TESDA, pinakamalaki, 914 positions. So sana po tugunan ito dahil tayo po ang DOLE being the agency tasked with labor protection should lead also by example in providing security of employment sa ating mga kababayan, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being consistent in reminding the agencies about these unfilled positions. In fact, sa gobyerno pa lang, marami na pong opportunity na trabaho and you've been consistent for the last 9 years here in the Senate. And maraming salamat for that.
Ang problema, Mr. President, kahit consistent, ang bagal ng improvement.
Oo nga.
Yung job order and
Oo
the
nga.
contract of service, nung nagsimula po ako, 600,000 lang sa buong pamahalaan, especially sa local government, napakalaki. Ngayon ho, 900,000 plus na, mag-1 million na. So from 600 to 900, ang nag-improve lang po itong mga filled up positions, Mr. President. Last year, sa kada 10, isa lang yung unfilled. Ngayon, 13 na. 13:1. So, I hope, Mr. President, ma-address po ito ng ating DOLE and TESDA family. Mr.
Just to put on record, Mr. President, some of the reasons, marami pong mga nagre-retire, marami rin po nagre-resign, iba naman po na-promote. So, mas marami po yung mga nagre-resign, nagpo-promote, tsaka nagre-retire kaysa po doon sa pumapasok. Kaya kumbaga, yung proseso rin ho natin sa pag-hire, mabagal, kaya lumalaki po yung unfilled position. Nevertheless, there's a commitment from the Secretary to continuously utilize the positions. No?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I remember when I was in TESDA, Mr. President, there's a unfilled position for a lawyer in TESDA. If I recall it right, that was kind of long time ago, Mr. President. Ang problema po, ang baba-baba nung salary grade. Tama. So yung mga ganun po, Mr. President, katulad ng mga ganun, and sometimes you really cannot blame the agency or the department. But we have to notify the Department of Budget and Management sa mga ganung situations, Mr. President. Hindi ko lang ho pwedeng palagpasin din. Yung JO and contract of service sa DOLE, if you compare it from last year, nag-increase pa po eh. Last year, 2023, 2,193. 2024, 2,351. So nag-increase. Hindi magandang pangitain po eh. Paki-check lang din po ito, Secretary. Mr. President, another thing that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, ay yung pagpasa natin nitong enterprise-based program, no? Kasi ayon po dun sa pag-aaral ng PIDS, may mga manggagawa na tumatanggap ng trabahong overqualified po sila. Overqualified sila, 39%. Overeducated sila. Meron namang napupunta dun sa trabaho, underqualified sila, 29%. Undereducated naman. And dahil po dito may mga manggagawa na yun nga, ang nangyayari, naghahanap ng dagdag kita o hindi makahanap ng trabaho, napasok naman sa kanilang kakayahan. In fiscal year 2025, nag-allocate po tayo ng 10.51 billion to training programs for various stakeholders conducted by DOLE and TESDA. Meanwhile, 2025 di po sa NEP, at least 8.72 billion has been allocated for said programs under DOLE and TESDA. Ito po ay nasa table 5. Naghahanda naman po tayo tuwing nag-interpellate tayo.
Parang tulog na ho yata yung
Opo,
ano natin eh.
Pakibigyan po
Last time wala nimang sound.
Yeah, pakibigyan po ng 10 tasang kape pa yan ng magising. At pag tinignan po natin, wala daw po silang overtime yata, Mr. President. So, isa sa mga nakadagdag po na unemployment at underemployment yung job skills mismatch. Na pinag-uusapan po natin na kanina pa, no? Mr. President, ang tanong ko lang po ay yung IBET na pinasahu natin na napakahalaga at talagang pinaglaban natin, sinuportahan ng ating chairman, itong pong enterprise-based education training. Once fully implemented under the IBET Framework Act, talagang this will translate to real reductions in unemployment and underemployment. So, pwede ho bang malaman ano na po yung update nito? Meron na po bang, tumaas na po ba yung mga pumapasok dito, Mr. President? And how much is the budget allocated for 2026 for this particular initiative, Mr. President?
So, ang allocation po for Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program is 1.6 billion pesos. Kasama na rin po dito yung IBET scholarship. So,
that's on top of the other scholarship programs like the Training for Work Scholarship Program.
Correct.
That's on
Tama
top of it.
Tama
Thank
ho
you.
kayo.
I just wanted to make sure that it's on top of it. It's top of it yung sa STEP. Baka mamaya mawala naman din yung Special Training for Employment Program na merong kasamang equipment at mapagsisimulan para makapaghanap buhay mga kababayan natin. Thank you.
So, ngayon po, merong 383 IBET programs have been registered. 246, actually good news to.
Good news.
Dati parang ilan lang to? Parang 15, tandaan ko.
Natatanda mo, Mr. Chairman,
Sendcom.
dati yung sinabi sa atin ng taga-TESDA noon na aakyat ng puno ng nyog.
Tama ho yun. Ewan ko kung anong program ho yun. Baka, tapos meron pong 246 general IBET programs, 20 apprenticeship programs, 117 upskilling programs. And this is in counting. Dumadami pa ho to, no? So, talagang iba ho talaga pag ang Director General galing po ng EDCOM. Talagang mabilis ho kumilos. No?
Lahat po ba na nasa education sector yan galing na sa EDCOM?
Sa DepEd, ganun rin po. Galing
Finally.
EDCOM, mabilis rin ho kumilos. No? Itong si DG Kiko, first of all, alam niya ho yung ginagawa niya. At pangalawa, mabilis ho yung kanilang pag-implementa. No?
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. President. I go to another topic right away. Labor law compliance. May we know how much is DOLE's budget for labor law compliance in 2026? And is this budget sufficient to address the woes of our workers? Kanina nakikinig po kay Senator Raffy Tulfo and tingin ko ito'y may kinalaman doon considering the increasing complexity of our work environments, Mr. President.
Ang labor laws compliance is about 822 million pesos.
822 million.
Yeah.
So ito po will adhere to the Department Order number 238, Mr. President, series of 2023, yung in-issue po ng DOLE to strengthen the enforcement and visitorial powers of the DOLE Secretary. Is that correct, Your Honor? Part po ito?
Yeah, tama po. Tama po.
Kasi dito, napakahalaga po nito, tinitignan ko po yung conducting inspections. 1, technical and advisory visits. 2, labor inspections. And 3, occupational safety and health investigations. So, napakahalaga po nitong item na ito. And under the said order, high-risk establishments shall be prioritized. Greater participation of labor groups and employers will be encouraged, and that strict record keeping of employers in relation to labor compliance in the last 3 years shall be implemented. So maganda po na sapat itong budget na ito para talagang masiguro natin yung labor law compliance ng iba't ibang kumpanya. Anyway, Mr. President, what other actions were taken by DOLE to ensure compliance to our labor laws, Mr. President, other than this? May bago po ba?
Well, na-mention ho kanina na ang DOLE meron silang hotline and then meron ho silang hold on, let me just yung inspection program and then meron din ho silang compliance portal, no? So online compliance portal. So ito po yung kanilang mga hakbang para masigurado po yung compliance ng mga establishments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another thing that I'd like to ask, yung labor education law, pinasaho natin, Republic Act number 11551. Tayo po yung principal author at sponsor nito. May 2021, 27 of May. Mahigit 4 na taon na po ito na nakalipas. Pero hanggang ngayon po, wala pa ring IRR, Mr. President. May we know why? 60-day deadline
Tama
lang
ho
yung
kayo.
IRR eh.
Actually, tama ho kayo, Your Honor. Ang first reaction ko rin, ang tagal na yan Kasi I remember...
Author ka rin ito, Mr. President, kasama ko.
Kaya nga, but unfortunately, from my information, hindi po gumalaw sa CHED itong program na ito or itong batas na ito. And we have
Kung alam ko lang nung nakaraang kahapon lang po yata yung CHED eh.
Oo nga, yeah. Pero mayroon tayong bagong CHED commissioner. So
Galing din sa EDCOM 2.
Galing din sa EDCOM 2, very active in EDCOM. So unfortunately, yung mga previous CHED management, hindi ho nila prioritize tong batas na ito. But
Wala silang
ngayon po
pakialam sa labor education.
So ngayon po meron na po silang mga preliminary meetings, nag-reconstitute yung TWG. One on October 2025, the other one is November of 2025. So in other words, gumagalaw na po ito.
Gumagalaw na after 4 years, Mr. President. So pwede ho bang malaman kailan natin ito aasahan? Yung IRR, 60 days lang yung nakalagay sa batas. Ngayon, 4 years na po eh. I'm sorry, I have to ask that question, Mr. President. And I think we deserve to know kung kailan gagalaw yung ating mga kasamahan sa ehekutibo, Mr. President.
Ngayon po ay the DOLE circulated the final draft IRR, tama ho kayo, after 4 years, for clearance of CHED and TESDA, and the proposed ceremonial signing is tentatively on December 8, 2025. Invited kayo, sinasabi ko na. No? Kahit ako na nag-i-invite ho sa inyo dahil kayo po ang principal author ho nitong batas
Principal
na ito.
author, principal sponsor.
Correct.
Kahit hindi na po ako maimbita, basta mapatupad na po ito. Salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
And just a quick update, ang TESDA po can roll this out within 3 months po. Mabilis po sa TESDA. And then for the higher education academic schools by next school year.
Yeah. Let me finish, Mr. President, by asking, Mr. President, yung dalawang tanong lang naman po sa TESDA. Kasi we have been very interested with our programs in so far as bringing TESDA overseas. I remember, Mr. President, tayo ho yung nagpasimula, I think in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, nandyan si DDG Rose, nakita ko, tsaka yung mga, si Director Marlin. We started launching this overseas assessment program in 2014, if I'm not mistaken, alongside the Sa Pinas Ikaw ang Ma'am Sir initiative to bring competency assessment and certification directly to our OFWs on site. I remember going to Hong Kong and doon natin ni-launch ito kung saan, Mr. President, binibigyan natin ng better opportunities yung ating mga OFWs na magkaroon ng higher pay, professional mobility through this program because they will be able to earn national certificates abroad without having to come home, Mr. President, validating lang yung kanilang skills and strengthening their competitiveness in the global labor market. May we have an update, Mr. President? Alam ko natigil po ito and maintindihan natin because of the pandemic. May we know kung may update na po tayo on the resumption of this program? Magkano yung allocation natin for next year? Ilan yung target po natin na ma-assess and ma-certify next year, Mr. President?
So as of October 31, 2025, there are 9,188 OFWs assessed, of which 7,905 OFWs were certified with a certification rate of 86.04%. So next year po,
9,000 plus, no?
9,000 plus po.
Okay. Mr. President, nung 2019 kasi mga 4,136 yan ang figures ko dito, Mr. President. And gusto lang natin makita, Mr. President, na talagang madagdagan. And ilan yung target po natin again this year, Mr. President?
Pwede dyan, ano? Doon. Sa lounge.
Tapos na. Pwede na raw mo. Hindi na lang. Na-achieve na daw natin yung kailangan natin i-achieve.
Ang target po ng TESDA for next year is additional 2,000 OFWs. And they're now working with DMW para po ma-expand pa itong number na ito.
Yes, Mr. President, let me just put into the records of this August chamber when we were discussing and establishing the Department of Migrant Workers. Isa po ito sa talagang siniguro natin na magagawa natin because at the end of the day, we are shooting for that goal ng full cycle reintegration program ng ating mga OFWs. By the way, Mr. President, madadagdagan ba or nadagdagan ba yung mga qualifications na i-assess sa abroad, Mr. President? Yung mga qualification na level nila, yung trade discipline, Mr. President? Nadagdagan na po ba, Mr. President? Kasi
Yes,
because as we move forward, siyempre dapat madagdagan, mas mataas na level probably, Mr. President.
Anong nang level ngayon? Ang magandang balita po, una ay nag-start ho sila sa housekeeping, so mga simple skills. Pero ngayon, they're now moving into the caregiving trainings na ang level po ay NC3, NC4. So maganda ho to dahil ang ating mga OFWs, dahil experienced na sila sa housekeeping, natitrain naman sila to a more complex to complex skills and then tumataas pa yung kanilang national certification.
Yeah. Mr. President, what about IT? Are we looking at it as possible for IT?
Wala pa hong ganon for this time, but the good Director General will take your suggestions and put that
probably,
into action.
Mr. President, to close this topic, Mr. President, yung magkaroon na po ba ng regular and predictable deployment ng assessment team sa abroad, Mr. President?
Yes.
Kasi kung kulang naman yung budget,
ganon.
babudgetan po namin ni Chairman, Mr.
Meron pong
President.
ganon.
Napakahalaga po nito. Ang last issue ko, Mr. President, yung assessors. How many assessors do we have right now in TESDA?
16,621 as of October
16,000.
2025.
16,000, Mr. President, how many? 16,000.
16,621.
621.
Yes.
This 16,621 covering the entire nation, the
Yes.
entire country,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Correct.
How
Tama po.
many every year, Mr. President, goes to TESDA? And siyempre, yung for so long we have been discussing a couple of days ago here in this plenary, Mr. President, yung akala nung iba ang kliyente lang ng TESDA ay yung galing sa high school. Hindi po eh. Iba-iba po yung entry level. And gusto ko hong susugan yon at i-emphasize dito sa bulwagan nito, Mr. President. Hindi lang yung galing ng high school. Yung nagre-retooling, nagre-reskilling, nag-upgrade ng kanilang skills and competencies. Wala hong pinipiling edad dyan. So pumapasok po sila. So ang question ko po, ilan po yung pumapasok sa TESDA o sa tech-voc sector sa TVET in a year average, Mr. President?
About 1.6 million enrollees.
About
Mr. President.
1.6 million enrollees. And this does not include those who are in K-12 program na grades 11 and 12.
Wala pa ho. Wala
So
pa.
grades 11 and 12, ano po yung average ng grades 11 and 12 na pumapasok and taking the tech-voc track?
About 1.1 million learners. So about 500 per grade level.
Per grade level.
Yeah.
So if you add 1.6 to 1.1, that's 2.7 million, Mr. President.
Correct, tama
With
ho.
the 2.7 million students, Mr. President, in tech-voc sector, you're only talking about 16,621 assessors. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. President, but it's worth knowing, it's noteworthy to say that nung pumasok po si DG Kiko Benitez, 8,000 lang ho yan. So nadoble niya ho with the intervention of His Honor and the Senate. Naglagay ho
That's
tayo
what
ng
we have
pondo.
been doing,
Correct,
Mr.
kasi during the budget hearing, I
And
remember.
thanks to you, Mr. Chairman.
Napag-usapan ho natin to during the budget hearing and both of us
And
intervened.
it's good thing that Sec Kiko was then with us
Correct.
in EDCOM 1 because we have been talking about
Yes.
this. And so,
So
again, Mr. President,
Yeah.
no, ako ho, naniniwala ako we are in a better situation right now, especially when you talk about TVET. Coming from Tesdaman himself, we are in a far better position when you talk about the TVET sector. 16,621 assessors, catering 2.7 million tech-voc students or nominees, Mr. President, for national certification. Ito na lang yung huling katanungan ko, Mr. President. Gaano kalaki yung kakulangan sa ating assessors? At dun sa kakulangan na yon, gusto ko ito malaman para meron tayong direksyon. Dun sa laki ng kakulangan sa ating mga assessors, malaman din po natin ano yung target natin. Hindi naman natin magagawa yan in a year's time or 2 years or 5 years because napakalaki po nito Gaano kalaki yung kulang? Ano yung magiging program natin para ma-achieve natin yung goal natin, ideally, to come up with the whatever number of assessors we need, Mr. President.
Ang maganda ho, Senator Joel, ay this year naglagay ho ulit tayo ng 50 million for assessors. 50 million and nakita naman ho natin yung inilagay natin dalawa
before.
actually
Yeah.
na first 50 million ay nagbunga na no,
Malaki.
ngayon and malaking bagay ho yan dahil yung Director General is really on the ball. So
Tapos na ako, Brad. Sorry. Tapos na ako, Brad. Shortcut ako, Brad. Pag sinabi ni Alan na 10 minutes lang.
So ang additional pa ho na kakailanganin na assessors about 10,000 assessors pa.
10,000 assessors
Yeah,
pa.
additional
So,
at least.
that would bring us to 10,600 plus, no?
Yeah.
Mr. President.
So I think kung kaya ni DG Kiko 8,000 in 1 year, the 10,000 is easy. No? 10,000
a
is
little
easy.
bit ambitious, but yeah.
But doable. It's
Libre
doable.
namang mangarap. Yeah, but Mr. President, you're talking about assessors on different trade disciplines, Mr. President. So
Correct.
medyo mabigat po yun, Mr. President. But of course, we are in full support for DOLE and most especially to my most beloved agency in the government, which is TESDA. So let me end by saying, Mr. President, may kakampi ang DOLE at TESDA dito sa Senado. Marami po at nais namin makatulong in any way we can so that we can better serve our country and people. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, distinguished colleague, a sponsor of the measure.
Thank you, Senator Joel. At kayo po ang idol ni Senator Kiko. Next time, gusto niya siya na nagtatanong ho dyan. No? Siya naman na magtatanong ho dyan. No? Sabi niya, mahirap pala sumagot. So gusto niya, next time siya na magtatanong. Yeah, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, salamat to the good gentleman from Bulacan. Next to interpellate will be the good gentleman from Taguigan Pateros, the Minority Leader, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Senator Alan Cayetano is recognized, the Minority Leader.
First and foremost, may I thank the Senate President. I know he's also very tired. Pinakamatagal dito session hall at sabi ko 2 questions lang. Pero sabi niya, si Joel 2 questions din lang. Kaya binago ko, sabi ko, sir, less than 10 minutes. So, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a few questions?
Yes, it will be an honor.
Good evening, everyone.
Maraming
Dole
salamat.
family. Bilisan ko na lang, Chairman, tapos kung may mga kailangan isubmit na lang. So let me start with the peso law.
Peso.
Minomonitor pa rin ng Dole ang peso.
Yes, meron po. Important. Alam naman natin sa local government, napakahalaga yung peso. Yeah. So, minomonitor nila ho.
Tsaka yan lang ang peso na lumalakas at hindi nade-devaluate.
Totoo yan.
In monitoring that, do they have like an annual report or something?
Meron po. Yeah.
And it's been some time, no, since the last amendment.
Matagal na. What?
So, ang question ko, baka naman may nakikita ang Dole na pwedeng improve. I forgot now, but I think one of my amendments noon is magsasubmit din yung mga employers sa city nila ng tingin nilang magiging trabaho the next 3 years para yung city, kung meron university like Valenzuela and like Taguig, ma-coordinate or kung ano man, TESDA, etc. Yun ang part na hindi ko alam kung natutupad. So, 2 questions lang. No? One, kung meron kayong naiisip na amendments, please send it to our chairman and we'll be more than happy to look at it. Number 2, pakitignan ulit yung law. Ano yung mga elements nun aside from, wala akong doubt, ano ang elements aside from the main job of the peso. I don't doubt na all around the country, we really have outstanding people there. Yung kanilang job fairs, ang dami ko na napuntahan job fairs when I was younger. Umuwi ng luhaan yung marami. But ngayon, meron minsan half day, 1 day, bago pa pumunta doon, may trabaho na eh. Diba? So, it's quite effective eh. No? So, I just like to put that on record that it's a lesser known law, but just like sa DOH, prevention is better than cure. So, I can talk about unemployment here, pero if we can strengthen the peso and really use it not only to help people get jobs, so like yung peso halimbawa sa amin, no? Even yung pinakasimple na magbihis naman kapag ka mag-apply ng trabaho, how to write the resume. It's changed naman totally, no? But for example, no, nung araw ang employers hindi tinitingnan yung FB page, di ba, yung social media. I think even the embassies nung araw hindi tinitingnan eh. Pero ngayon, certain countries, pag tinignan, ang problema, nagsa-start ka ng Facebook mo ngayon, 15, 16, or 18 is still in senior high school. So, baka there's some changes, even with DepEd, na alam na ng mga estudyante na kahit 21 ka, 22, baka tignan yung 4 years mo, may na-post ka doon na 18, 19 na katuwaan, pero hindi nakakatuwa sa employers. No? So, I'll leave that topic sa peso after the response of the good chairman.
Meron po silang 5-point agenda to revitalize the peso. So alam po ng Department ni Secretary na mahalaga po yung peso, especially for our constituents, and talagang attuned to the needs of our constituents. So meron po silang nakalatag na 5-point agenda, and we can submit to His Honor itong kanilang revitalized program.
Okay.
No?
Kung napakaganda niyan, submit mo na rin Central Bank para ma-revitalize na rin nila yung peso ngayon. Medyo mataas.
At congratulations. Ang Taguig peso ay nahirang as one of the best pesos in year 2023.
I didn't even know that, but our head, Norman Mirabel, is quite good. Second topic, kasi nga I only have a few minutes. And I don't mind speaking to them later on about it. Si Secretary, sir, when did you start being a labor lawyer? I don't mean to reveal your age, pero more or less. Kasi di ba, when were you, ito na lang, when were you first labor secretary? 1998. That's why pag
1998.
tinignan mo yung Supreme Court cases, may mga cases na versus Leguesma, etc. And some are landmark cases. Kaya lang sa labor, madaling magpalit di ba? So, ang point ko lang, because the secretary has been there, has been back, has practiced, I wonder kung may time and motion, whether it's the 80s, 90s o ngayon, yung bilis o bagal ng pagdesisyon ng kaso ng labor or na nag-complain. Kasi nga, we knew long time ago, wala pang social media, wala pang mga NGOs, ilan lang ang mga dyaryo, na luging-lugi kasi talaga yung yung laborer, di ba? Kasi yung mga kumpanya na malaki pera, they can really wait it out, they can last years, etc. Pero laborer, kung wala talang kikitain, that's why nga, through many social legislation and through decisions of the Supreme Court, may mga give sila sa laborers, di ba? But I have a show with my sister and Kuya Boy Abunda. So, marami pa rin na parang i-dismiss, sasabihin lang, eto problema, tapos walang due process, etc. So I was wondering lang now, how fast or how slow, di ba, na from if they complain to DOLE or if they complain sa arbiter, tapos from arbiter to NLRC, and then di ba, before 1998 kasi from NLRC, diretso sa Supreme Court But ngayon, meron ng, after that, was it a law or interpretation of the law, Secretary, na CA na yung yung from NLRC sa CA muna bago Supreme Court? Yeah.
It's a Supreme Court decision.
So it's a Supreme Court decision interpreting the law, no? So I won't ask for it now, but can someone from the DOLE take a look at it lang at the average, di ba, na how long it takes, and then kung mabilis, then no problem. Kung medyo mabagal, baka you can advise us what can, I mean, kung meron LaborCom instead of EDCom, that will probably be one of our major topics. Correct?
Yes, yes. Dito po sa NLRC, ang disposition rate nila is 9 months pag labor arbiters with 96 disposition rate. And then sa commission level, 6 months with 99% disposition
So
rate.
not to, but mabagal sa pag dumating na sa korte. No, I mean, 6 months, 9 months is relatively, nung araw, years yan nung araw, years yan Siyempre may due process and everything, di ba? But pwede rin kasing hindi kung hindi pa kaso, complaint lang, pwede mag-complain sa DOLE, di ba? Tapos yung inspection lang or
Tama po, tama po.
So anyway, I'd like to take a look at that and see what we can do.
Yeah.
Okay. Third topic, 2022, hindi ko makalimutan kasi naawa ako kay Secretary at nagpaalam naman ako kay Senator Tulfo kanina. Kasi question siya ni Senator Tulfo about using TUPAD for elections. Do you remember that? And at that time actually, bago ka pa lang. So it was actually addressed to the old Secretary. Kasi by that time, December, November budget hearing, 6 months ka palang secretary noon. Does the secretary remember the question of...
Yes, naalala niyo po.
And tandaan niyo ang commitment niyo, hindi gagamitin ang TUPAD for elections.
Yes, yes.
At
Yes
tinupad
po.
niyo ba
That's
yung pangako sa TUPAD? Hindi kasi
Meron po silang linabas na guidelines rules and regulations on the prohibition against the release, disbursement, or expenditure of public funds under sections 261 of the Omnibus Election Code and the submission of disbursement report. So andito po yung na bawal po gamitin yung mga tupad.
At tinupad naman ng secretary natin yon na hindi ginamit ang tupad sa eleksyon.
Yes. As far as they know and concern, tinutupad ho nila itong sarili nilang
Then,
guidelines.
paano nila mapapaliwanag na meron mga party list na hindi naman incumbent na nag-aalok sa mga mayor nung last election na pag sila'y pwede magsalita at magkumuha ng tao sa lugar nila, meron silang tupad. And I can provide you evidence for that. Kaya lang kaibigan ko kasi yung tumakbong yon. So paano sila nakakuha ng tupad sa DOLE kung hindi sila pinapaboran bilang party list?
Well, to be frank about it, Your Honor, meron silang guidelines na bawal at dapat po yung mga beneficiaries sumusunod rin sa guidelines.
Walang problema yun, Chairman, kung may problema pag incumbent pero gray area. 'Di ba? Kasi you deal with them 3 years, timing, etc. Pero eto kandidato eh. Hindi naman sila incumbent. During campaign period, pag pumunta ng isang city, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million na tupad. Sa isang city. Kandidato sila, party list sila. Hindi sila incumbent. Paano natin sasabihin na? So, wala tayong report na ganun sa AIX, ha? Sa AIX, meron mga incumbent na party list. Kasi ang party list parang senador, buong Pilipinas. May allotment sila. Pero walang kandidato na party list na sasabihin natin na may AIX o I'm not sure about MAIP.
Well, base po sa kanila, bawal ho talaga during election period na pinapakalaman po itong tupad. I think may mga, based on sa information nyo, tingin ko baka may nakakalusot na mga ganitong tao.
On that, because wala naman akong personal knowledge na kay secretary siya humingi, pwede akong maniwalang lusutan. Pwede ko sabihin pakiimbestigahan. Okay. Having said that, tama ba, Secretary, na ang lahat ng tupad ay dumadaan sa regional directors at sila ang
Tama po, tama po.
So pag hindi dumaan sa regional director, red flag yon.
Dapat po sa regional dumadaan po.
Bakit po, dahil meron kayong kakampi sa 2nd District ng Taguig, hindi nyo pinadaan sa regional director, binigyan nyo ng 98 million last election. At kahit tinawagan na kayo ni Senator Jinggoy na wag nyong gawin, tinuloy nyo pa rin. Can I have all the pertinent documents about your release for the 2nd District of Taguig during the last election? Do you confirm? Nag-release kayo na special release. Ang sagot nyo, discretion ni Secretary, ng additional 98 million sa 2nd District ng Taguig. Tinawagan kayo ni Senator Jinggoy. Nilabas nyo pa rin. Hindi nyo nilabas? Walang release? Do na, I will ask that you be under oath if you will say na walang release. O kaya babayaran nyo yung 98 million na kasi hahabulin ko sa COA yan. Na-release nyo. Nakita ko yung mga pila, nakita ko yung mga picture nung pinamigay yung pera Kung itatanggi nyo ngayon dito, babayaran nyo ng pera nyo yan. I don't mind. Itatanggi nyo na March, April, naglabas kayo ng 98 million sa 2nd District ng Taguig. May natira pa, 98 nyo pala inauthorize, tapos after the election, tinuloy nyo pa rin. I think 60 na release nyo or 58, tapos nagtuloy kayo na another 30 million after.
Well, Your Honor, pwede natin pa-submit yung dole ng official report sa inyo para makita nyo.
Yeah, definitely. But right now, the Secretary is denying na may release na alam kong meron Diba? I will not violate what I told. In fact, lampas na akong 1 minute, so yung dalawa kong tanong, hindi ko na itatanong. But, Mr. President, tapusin ko lang to na hindi ata maayos na magsisinungaling sa atin dito. Hindi dumaan ng RD to. Hindi dumaan kay RD to, Staff ng Office of the Secretary ang diretsyong nag-implement. Nung kinonfront namin RD, wala daw siyang magawa. Hindi dumaan sa kanya. Kasi kung dadaan sa RD, may vetting yon at may usapan na sa Taguig kung anong trabaho.
Well, ang explanation po ay dumaan po to sa region at itong mga disbursement na nangyayari po ay lagi pong sa region dumadaan.
Hindi po dumaan sa region and I don't want to get the regional director in kasi kung dumaan ng region, may usapan na sa Taguig yon kung paano i-verify kung anong trabaho ang gagawin to make sure. So nung sinita, hindi dumaan doon. Kaya nga TNT yung disbursement Hindi ginamit ang mga public covered courts or mga schools, etc. Kanto-kanto yung pagbigay ng pera. Can you submit pictures of how you dispersed it? Lahat ng tupad sa Taguig, lahat ng AIX may pictures at yung dispersing officers nandun para siguradong walang kaltas.
I think ang pinakamaganda is-submit po lahat ng mga disbursements for this year, for 2025, to include all the supporting documents, lahat po ng pictures, lahat po ng mga dispersing officers, submitted by Monday. Submit it to the committee and we'll forward it to Senator Cayetano.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Last question. Bakit po in the previous, under your administration hindi ko alam kay, I don't know if I'll call him Sec or Congressman, I don't know him personally, I know your brother, but Senator Angara, Secretary Angara, all ng EDCOM speaks highly of you. But idamay na kita sa question. In all previous budget hearings, umiikot yung USEX nyo sa lahat ng opisina kung may concerns kami. Tinanong ko lang sa lahat ng minority, wala kayong pinaikot ngayon. Bakit? Allergic kayo sa amin ngayon? Hindi, sa'yo, Sec, sorry. Bago ka pa at hindi former TESDA, pero kay Sec, usually si Yusek Benjo ba? And si Yusek. Basta't may mga mababait kayong Yusek na parating umiikot, nagbabahi-bahi sa amin, 24 lang kami. Diba? Kasi unlike your congressmen who know your regional directors, who know sa TESDA, etc., sa senators, buong Pilipinas kami. So I was just wondering what changed this year na hindi kayo nagpadala. Kaya nga, di ko alam kung matatapos kayo tonight kasi ang dami-dami naming question. Unless gusto nyo, pumila kami sa opisina nyo. So may I have the commitment that your USEX will be here whether tomorrow or Monday para kung may concerns. Yung iba, data lang eh. So ayaw naman naming umano pa sa inyo.
Pwede pong both the DOLE and the TESDA will
The position
visit,
doesn't matter to us, sir. Basta't
para kung mayroon pong concerns,
referral,
mayroon
what
pong
you call
data
this,
request.
legislative liaison lang.
Yeah. Opo. So Monday, mag-ano sila to pay courtesy
Actually,
to the
nandito naman
senators.
staff namin tomorrow kasi meron pa ata tayong dalawang department.
Yeah,
diba?
pwede naman tomorrow and Monday.
Yeah.
Kasi Monday full session na tayo. So pwede na pwede ho silang mag courtesy call to the senators or the chief of staff of the senators.
Thank you very much and I hope you don't mind. I'll be blunt kasi nga I consider the secretary an old friend eh. So kung totoo yung sinabi ko, mabuti nang in public. Kung hindi totoo, lalapitan ko kayo after seeing the documents, di ba? Mr. President, thank you po.
Maraming salamat.
Pinagbigyan niyo po ako. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, both secretaries.
Senator Alan. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Salamat to the good gentleman from Taguigan Pateros, the Minority Leader. Last to interpellate, Mr. President, is this representation, please, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Red. Thank you. You are recognized. The Deputy Majority Leader, Acting Majority Leader.
Salamat po, Mr.
Senator Rizal
President.
Tiveros, you have the floor.
Salamat po, sir. Magandang gabi po, Mr. Good Sponsor, Mr. President. Ilang mga tanong na lamang po. Una po, tungkol sa affected, skilled at semi-skilled workers, apektado dahil sa cancellation ng licenses ng mga contractors na involved sa flood control issue. So ano pong ginagawa niyong hakbang, good sponsor, o ginagawang hakbang ng department, o may plano ba silang nakahanda sa mga apektadong mga workers, na mga contractors na nawala ng trabaho dahil sa pagkansela ng kanilang lisensya sa ilalim ng Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board o PICAB. Sila po kasi yung mga skilled workers na nawala ng trabaho, Mr. President.
So meron ho silang ugnayan with mga association ng contractors because admittedly na merong slowdown in our construction industry at meron din ho silang mga temporary employment assistance dun sa mga temporary displaced na construction workers. Marami sa mga construction workers, mga ano ito hindi naman ho sila regular employees. Marami dito ay mga contractual employees. So meron silang mga temporary work assistance. And then meron rin po silang mga convergence program with TESDA insofar as reskilling and upskilling. No? So ang importante lang dito, sabi ni Secretary, yung construction industry itself ay makipag-ugnayan sa DOLE. No? Kung meron mga displacement because of this flood control issue.
Salamat, Mr. President. And bukod po dun sa temporary employment or work assistance, lalo na po dun sa mga manggagawang na displaced na deregular in the first place, bukod po dun sa reskilling at upskilling na importante, meron pa po ba silang ibang plano para magkaroon muli ng mas secure din po na trabaho itong mga construction workers na ito, Mr. President?
So ngayon yung kanina na pag-usapan natin ni Senator Joel in job search program, which we plan to increase the amounts kasi nga ini-expect ko natin na marami pong disruption sa labor market this coming few months, no, because of this issue. Meron pong ganun silang mga activities para ma-rechannel natin yung mga construction workers working in government. Baka merong available na trabaho sa private sector. No, kasi ang construction naman in the private sector hindi naman affected, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang growth in the private sector. But at the same time, meron silang partnership with TESDA in terms of reskilling and upskilling. Ito maganda rin to dahil baka in the meantime na wala silang trabaho, pwede silang magpa-certify, matuto ng other skills in the construction industry.
Salamat, Mr. President. May figure po ba ang DOLE kung ilan ang naapektuhan nitong recent development, Mr. President?
Mga 100,000 po ang estimate ho nila.
So, marami-rami din,
Marami-rami rin.
Mr. President.
Marami-rami
Opo,
rin.
ibig sabihin, 100,000 na pamilya na
Yes,
apektado
oo,
at
yeah.
talagang umaasa
Correct.
sa urgent at saka longer term
Hopefully
assistance
masaluto
DOLE at
ng
TESDA.
private sector construction. I think may private sector nakikita natin despite na nung nawala yung POGO, I read reports na it's coming may resurgence in office space. So ang hope natin is re-channel itong from government to the private sector.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Dako po ako sa security of tenure at labor-only contracting. Mr. President, since there's no existing law preventing employers and companies from implementing the fixed or providing for employers and the companies to implement fixed-term employment or preventing them from implementing contractualization of workers. At ito rin po ay isang dahilan kung bakit malaki pa rin ang bilang ng mga walang trabaho at naghahanap ng trabaho dahil sila'y walang seguridad. Pwede po bang malaman yung datos kung ilan ang mga contractual workers sa private sector, Mr. President?
By in 2025, meron tayong 442,000 workers registered. Ito, number of workers of registered contractors. Yeah, yun po yung title nitong table. So 442,000.
Ito na po ba yung total ng lahat ng contractual workers sa private sector, Mr. President?
Yeah, ito yes, ito po yung sa private sector po.
Okay, salamat, Mr. President. At kasama po ito sa trabaho ng labor inspectors, tama po ba?
Tama.
Na i-monitor yung bilang ng contractual workers sa private
Correct.
sector.
Yes, tama po.
Alright, salamat po, Mr. President. And another point, Mr. President, may mga reports kaming natatanggap na marami-rami ang mga kumpanya na patuloy na nagva-violate ng labor code. Particularly po yung itong labor-only contracting. Particular din po sa NCR, Regions 3, 4A at 4B. Pwede po bang magbigay ang good sponsor ng impormasyon at saka ulat pagkatapos ng conduct ng inspections sa mga rehiyong ito kaugnay ng labor-only contracting, Mr. President? Yeah. So ito po yung mga number of cases.
For 2025, the total cases received by NLRC regional arbitration branches is 14,915. Yun po yung number of cases for 2025.
Sa
For
apat na rehiyong iyon, Mr. Chair, NCR Region 3, Region 4A, Region 4B. Tama po ba?
This is nationwide, ano? Nationwide. Ito. Region ano ito? Nationwide to. Nationwide ho to. Nationwide.
Okay po.
But in 2024, kasi in 2025 is hindi ho to full year. So in 2024 is para makita lang natin in totoong picture, is 26,060. At nakikita ko ho dito mga around that level po ang total number of received cases for labor-only contracting. Dito po sa mga regional arbitration branches.
So mukhang bumagsak ng mga kalahati yung number of cases, at least until November 2025, Mr. President.
As of July po, half year lang yung 14,000 kanina. So pag
Opo.
times 2 mo ito, more or less nasa the same vicinity.
Halos,
More or
okay
less,
po.
more or less po.
Halos pareho.
Halos parehas. So nakita ko dito, Senator Risa, na mga around 26, 27,000 ang average number of cases per year.
I see po. And particular po ito sa labor-only contracting,
Correct,
Mr.
correct.
President.
And this is regional arbitration branches. And then dito sa NLRC cases, ito yung mga na-appeal, no? Tama? About number of cases appealed, mga 33, 2024.
33 lamang
Sorry,
po.
33.
Sorry, 33 lamang
Yes.
appealed.
So they can submit to you complete data on the labor-only contracting infractions, yung mga violations.
Yes,
We'll
please,
ask the
Mr.
DOLE to
President.
submit.
At salamat po para doon. Actually, na-anticipate nyo rin po, good sponsor, yung isang follow-up question ko kung kumusta naman po yung mga desisyon. So halimbawa, dun po sa 26,000 cases received 2024, 33 ay appealed. Ano pa po yung ibang mga naging desisyon dun sa balanse ng 25,027 cases pa po, Mr. President? Kahit in broad strokes.
So for example po, for example po, nabanggit ko kanina 2024, 26,000 cases. Out of the 26,000 cases, 24 ang na-determine na may number of cases with findings of labor-only contracting.
24 lamang po
Oo nga.
sa 26,000. So, ilan po yun? Less than 0.1%, tama ba? 10, 26. Oh, mga 0.1%, Mr. President.
So in 26,000 pala, halo-halo na ho yun. No, iba-ibang mga labor cases.
Hindi lamang po labor-only contracting.
Hindi lang po. Hindi lang
Meron
halo.
po ba silang disaggregated data para sa labor-only contracting, Mr. President?
54. Andito pala. Number of cases with issues on labor-only contracting is 54.
54 lamang po sa
Yes.
26,000 plus.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
mga
tama po.
0.2% lamang po,
Yes,
Mr.
maliit
President.
lang.
Ang liit, opo.
Maybe hindi ho nagre-report or...
Posible po, Mr.
Malamang kasi
President.
marami, in my experience, karamihan ho dito talagang yung labor nagre-report.
Opo.
Baka-
Lalo na kung ikumpara natin sa universe ng this year anyway, 2025, 442,000 na mga manggagawa sa at least sa mga registered contractors. And alam po natin, Mr. President, kung may underreporting man, then it could also be na mayroong kakulangan sa reliefs na naibibigay ng DOLE sa mga manggagawa. Those in the situation of labor-only contracting. So, maglulook forward po ako, Mr. President, dun sa ulat na ibibigay in writing
we'll request
ng
from
department.
DOLE a complete report on labor-only contracting, number of cases related to LOC and iba pang mga data. Secretary, the committee will request that.
Salamat, Mr.
Monday
President.
na rin.
At meron na po ba silang nakikita, Mr. President, ng mga rekomendasyon para mabawasan ang kaso ng violations, particular sa labor-only contracting, Mr. President?
Ang proposal po ni Secretary Ledesma is para po maging very clear itong issue na ito is through legislation.
Exactly, Mr. President.
I think we passed a law one time on this issue na veto lang po. But that's his proposal para mas clear no, ang definition and scope nitong labor-only contracting.
And I really appreciate that from the department, Mr. President, kasi ilang beses na tayo dito sa Senado nagfa-file, nagre-refile, and maybe one more big strong push sa kasalukuyang Kongreso and hopefully counting on the strong support of the Department of Labor na once and for all, magpasa na po tayo ng Security of Tenure Bill. That will be supported hindi lang dito sa ating legislatura, hanggang po sa executive, hanggang po mapirmahan po yan at maging ganap na batas, Mr. President.
Dapat po mag-start sa gobyerno.
Yes, sir.
Kasi sa gobyerno maraming job contract, contract of service, tsaka job orders. So we need to also look at that. But tama ho kayo to clearly para po maging klaro po yung scope ng labor-only contracting, kailangan po ng batas.
Opo. And it might even be related dun sa mga naunang tanong na pinag-usapan natin, Mr. President, kung may security of tenure na yung mga manggagawa, although precarious, less precarious sila kahit sa mga extraordinary situations tulad nitong nangyari sa na-displace ang marami sa hanay nila, pati kahit dito, dahil dito sa issue ng flood control, Mr. President. So, dako na po ako dun sa new vulnerable at yung AI tectonic shift. So, yung kaugnay po ng mga BPOs at saka digital gig workers, possible displacements din. Mr. President, this budget must address the skills and obsolescence facing our BPO workers and the instability of digital gig workers who are even more numerous than BPO workers. So my question, since these workers are knowledge-based, bakit hindi kaya maglikha ng isang digital public works program? This program would employ these displaced workers to digitalize paper files, document red tape process flow, and do client journey maps for our inefficient government agencies. And this would also address unemployment and red tape simultaneously, Mr. President.
Very good suggestion, and nakikinig po ang TESDA and DOLE at they'll take your suggestion and put it into action, Mr. President, Your Honor. And tama ho kayo. So, itong 2026, may suggestion po yung PSAC, yung Private Sector Advisory Council, at nagdagdag ho tayo ng 1.5 billion for AI upskilling para ang target ho natin about 43,000 scholars under TESDA mabibigyan po ng AI upskilling. So, nakikita na rin ng private sector and TESDA, of course, si Director General Kiko, na kailangan talaga nating maging responsive dito sa tectonic shift ng AI. Tama ho kayo, napakabilis ng AI. No? And in applications for AI, nagiging, dumadami na yung applications in different sectors. So, we need to keep up.
I agree, Mr. President. At dahil may pondo na, therefore, ipatutupad na itong AI upskilling para sa 43,000 scholars sa TESDA. Sana habang pinag-iisipan din ng DOLE at ng TESDA yung isang Digital Public Works Program, ilagay sa pantay na prioridad both yung AI at lagi yung human element, yung labor element para magiging siyang hindi lang digital program pero digital public works program talaga na may mga flesh and blood na mga tao na magpapatupad sa at makikinabang sa programang ito, Mr. President. So huling paksa ko na lang po ngayong gabi, Mr. President, tungkol sa implementasyon ng RA 11551. So kumusta po ang implementasyon nitong RA 11551 o an act integrating labor education in the tertiary education curriculum, also known as Labor Education Act, Mr. President?
Actually, si Senator Joel also was very concerned na after 4 years, wala pa rin nangyayari dito sa batas na ito. I think all of us were co-authors of this bill at we voted in the affirmative. So ang update ho niyan ay by December 8, magkakaroon na po ng signing ng IRR after 4 years. Nagkaroon ho sila ng mga ilang technical working groups in the past. And si Director General Kiko assured us that they can implement this program within 3 months, no? Kasi ang TESDA is very nimble, mas mabilis ho sila. But pagdating sa higher education, yan, tingin ko, nakikita ko baka next school year na mai-implement yan. But ang kagandahan naman po, meron ng IRR, no? So I think they need a few more months to roll it out. Kasi ngayon, nasa second semester na tayo rin ng higher education.
Opo. Salamat, Mr. President, na anticipate nyo yung follow-up question ko doon tungkol nga sa IRR, kung natapos na at kailan ang planong implementasyon. So good to know na sa wakas mapipirman siya sa December 8, Immaculate Conception pa, at patutupad na within 3 months. So within first quarter of next year. Saan po ba nagka-problema? Bakit tumagal ng 4 na taon para lang sa IRRs nitong batas, Mr. President?
Kasi ho, yung, if you remember, nagkaroon po ng, well, first, yung former CHED management didn't take this seriously. I think that's also one reason kaya napalitan yung management ng CHED. So marami pong nabinbin na mga batas, no, na dapat nilang ipatupad. So the long and short of it is hindi ho nabigyan ng priority ng dating CHED management.
Okay. And speaking of CHED, Mr. President, may close coordination po bang nangyayari na or mangyayari sa pagitan ng CHED at TESDA?
Actually kanina nabanggit ho sa akin na may technical working group na binuo. I saw that. CHED, TESDA, and DOLE, meron nga silang binubulong na mga problema. Sabi ko, ayusin nyo na lang yung mga problema because batas na ho yan. So, yung mga ganito naman, normal ho magkaroon ng problema talaga. No? But nothing naman can be, no problem cannot be resolved. No? So, they'll resolve that through the technical working group.
At huli po, para ngayong gabi, Mr. President, magkano po yung inilaang budget ng CHED at TESDA para dito? Kasi kung unfunded, edi halos walang bisa din yung ginawa nating batas, Mr. President.
Well, wala ho siyang specific budget, but it's part of CHED, TESDA, and DOLE's mandate to come up with this curriculum under the law. So i-embed lang ho nila as part of their curricula. No? So wala namang malaking cost or malaking budgetary requirement.
Alright. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Risa.
At sa DOLE at family, kasama na po ang TESDA. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment, including the Office of the Secretary, the Institute for Labor Studies, the National Conciliation and Mediation Board, the National Labor Relations Commission, the National Wages and Productivity Commission, the Professional Regulation Commission, and the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The budget of the Department of the Labor and Employment, plus all the other offices mentioned by the Majority Leader, are hereby deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to the department. For the record,
you.
Mr. President, earlier the Senate also excused for tonight the department. A minute suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute. The session is suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is in order.
And to sponsor, Mr. President, the gentleman from Valenzuela, Chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Finance Chairman Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized to sponsor the budget.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader, Senate President. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations for the Dangerous Drugs Board amounting to 400 million pesos, and for the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, PDEA, amounting to 4.3 billion pesos.
490,
Sorry, di ko alam kung nasabi ko ng tama. Dangerous Drugs Board amounting to 490 million pesos.
All right. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And to interpolate will be the Honorable Senate President, Mr. President.
Well, I will forego with the interpellation. Just a slight manifestation that earlier I discussed this with the leadership of both the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. They will know already about the concern about the coordination with the Department of Health regarding the rehabilitation center and rehabilitation facilities. But I was enlightened by their manifestation earlier, so I will take up the concern with the Department of Health's budget tomorrow. In the meantime, we're done with that particular. Dito namang PD at saka DDB, nakakausap ko anytime, Your Honor. So, Majority Leader.
Just to respond, Mr. President, the leadership of PDEA and DDB answers in the affirmative, and they acknowledge that you have both agencies have communicated with you, and they have coordinated with you.
Yes.
So they will comply with your requests and also your suggestions.
Yes, thank you. And we also would like to make mention of the fact that we thank the President Pro Tem, Senator Lacson, who hurriedly came down thinking that I was going to interpellate the DDB. And we will have to take over, but we're done with it, so it's okay. Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Thank you to the good Senate President. There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budgets of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is hereby deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to the board and to the agency. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4058.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of House Bill 4058 is suspended.
And forgive me, Mr. President, I failed to make of record that earlier the Senate excused for tonight the Department of National Defense and the Department of Health for the next budget plenary, Mr. President.
Yes, and I was informed that we will take it up tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. President.
And we will take up the Department of Health earlier.
Yes, Mr.
First?
President.
Okay.
So, Mr. President, in line with that, I move that we suspend the session until 1:30 in the afternoon of Friday, November 28, 2025.
Any objection? There being none, the session is suspended until 1:30 in the afternoon of Friday, November 28, 2025.